Hello, everybody. My name is Infrit, and I want to thank you for joining me on this adventure. We're going to be playing The Beginner's Guide. I have watched, like, people play this before. I know about this game. I know what I'm in for. Um, and I'm doing this to share it with my community and with whoever joins later on that wants to check out the YouTube and everything. And I will have you know that I don't share like these kinds of things like with people often. Um, yeah, usually when there's something like emotional for me, I keep that to myself. Like, I will probably never watch, say, a silent voice with fucking anybody. That is like emotional damage for me every fucking time. So this is a close fucking second for me. As far as like what I remember, like really fucking with me. So yeah, I wanted to share kind of my thoughts on this and everything. Kind of be open, share it with everybody else. I want to say so that we can have a good time, but I don't know. I think my community is also big on like emotional growth and everything like that. So, in going through these moments and having things to discuss, and a lot of people kind of want to know more about me as well. So, I want to give that window to you guys as well. So, without further fucking ado, I will, as Archer keeps saying, stop selling it. So, let's get. I might be in the wrong chat. I love playing. Uh, yeah, my audio is on. If you need it turned up, let me know. And you have to follow along in this game. It's not something you can click in and out of and know what's going on.
Hi there. Thank you very much for playing The Beginner's Guide. My name is Davey Reedon. I wrote The Stanley Parable, and while that game tells a pretty absurd story, today I'm going to tell you about a series of events that happened between 2008 and 2011. We're going to look at the games made by a friend of mine named Coda. Now, these games mean a lot to me. I met Coda in early 2009 at a time when I was really struggling with some personal stuff, and his work pointed me in a very powerful direction. I found it to be a good reference point for the kinds of creative works that I wanted to make. So just to start you off, this is, I think, the first game he ever made. It's a level for Counter-Strike. You can walk around here, by the way. And mostly it's just Coda learning the basics of building a 3D environment. But what I like is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level. And of course, it destroys the illusion that this actually is a desert town, and instead this level becomes a kind of calling card from its creator. It's like a reminder that this video game was constructed by a real person. And it kind of makes you wonder,
Yeah.
what was going through his head as he was building this? This is what I like about all of Coda's games. I mean, not that they're all fascinating as games, but that they are all going to give us access to their creator. I want us to see past the games themselves. I want to get to know who this human being really is. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. So, it's 2008, Coda starts making these games, and he never releases any of them. He doesn't put them onto the internet, he just makes them and then immediately abandons them, and they sit on his computer forever. And I think he really understood this image of himself as a recluse. At one point, he jokingly renamed his computer's recycling bin to Important Games Folder. So, this was just how he worked. He tended to crank them out one after the other without even really pausing to try to understand what he had just made, until suddenly one day, he just stopped. In 2011, that was it. He made his last game, and then he hasn't made another one since. And that's why I've taken this opportunity to gather all of his work together, is because I find his games powerful and interesting, and I'd like this collection to reach him, to maybe encourage him to start creating again. And if the people like you who play this also happen to find his work interesting, then I'm sure it'll just send that much stronger of a message of encouragement to Coda. So thanks for joining me on this. If you have a particular interpretation that I haven't mentioned here, or if you just need to get in touch, you can email me at daveywreden@gmail.com. Okay, that's about it for introduction. Let's take a look at Coda's first proper game. As each game is loading, I'll show you the date that it was completed. This first one was made in November 2008.
Okay. So, now that we have some time where I can talk, I am going to be quiet a lot through this game. As you can tell, there is a lot. I was actually getting ready to, like, message you guys off of my phone and everything like that, because I realized there is, like, this isn't a normal game that, I usually play. Usually I can go ahead and talk during the entire thing, but no, like, this is a dialogue-heavy game where we are listening to, what he's saying about Coda and everything. Like, this is what makes this game really rough. Can I play with the gamepad? I cannot. Okay. But, no, this is the kind of game that, like, it's a story, you know? Like, I'm controlling everything, and, you know, yeah, I realize I'm the only one playing. I'm not playing this for, like, to get any clout. I'm not doing this to grow the channel. I'm literally doing this because, like, this is a very meaningful game to me. And, like, I wanted to give, you know, I wanted to give my community sort of, you know, because they've been sharing with me shit like fucking Detroit. They've been sharing Life is Strange. They've been sharing, like, all of these recommendations of all these, like, you know, really near and dear games to them that made them think that we do have discussions on. So this is me giving my, like, biggest one in that genre. And yeah, it's not decision based. It is very much just listening to, like, this story. That's all it is. It's just a guy telling a story. But, like, let me tell you, it hits me fucking hard. Okay, like, it's about an hour-long game. This is a once-off, okay? Again, like, you need to listen to what is being said, to, like, really know what is happening here with Coda and everything like that. But yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily true. I do know that it's from the makers of Stanley Parable, but it's a hard-hitting game, for sure, you know? Chat is there if you want to say your thoughts. When I do have breaks in this, I will be telling you, like, mine. But, like, right there already, you know, having met Coda in a time where, like, he's really questioning things and he doesn't know what to do with his own creative stuff. You know, labeling your fucking in recycling bin on your PC, you know, important games folder, dude. Like, that's how I feel about, like, half of, like, you know, even just, like, the streaming shit, man. It's like, you know, it's hot fucking garbage, but people like it, you know, in my mind, you know, how I see it, you know. I do my best with it, but it's still kind of funny. And as far as being in an in-between state, yeah, like 100%, you know. And people come around, you know, like, people have come around in my case that have helped me through my own. And it's kind of like one of those stories. So yeah, like, this is very relatable to me. So, you know, this is why I'm putting it out there, is, you know, this lets people kind of see deeper into me. Let's keep going. You haven't seen anything yet.
Warning. Whisper machine active. Shift destruction imminent.
This game is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic games you'll see from Coda.
Oh, you can fire the gun. You don't have to reload, though, I think. Nope. This is reminiscent of, like, Halo. But yeah.
Security call breached. Hostile alien life forms inbound.
Hostile alien life forms inbound.
It kinda looks like this game was abandoned mid-development. For instance, you have this gun, which you'd think would indicate that there are supposed to be monsters or enemies somewhere, but then clearly there are no enemies anywhere. You can't even reload the gun when you run out of bullets. But ultimately we don't really know. Maybe Coda thought that actually it was complete the way that it is. And I think that we should talk about his games for what they are, rather than for what they're not.
An Enemy force
Well, thank you, Caesar. Because see, people I think get it twisted, right? Like, you know, I was pretty much worried about like what Dr. Xbox was saying at one point. It's like, oh shit, like I'm the only one playing this game. Nobody's gonna discover me. Nobody's gonna see me. I'm not gonna be here in fucking a couple of months. You know, at this point, like, I do this for you guys at this point. If a couple people show up, new people show up, cool, you know, but these streams are, you know, they're for me and they're for you guys at this point.
Apparently, this space station has a labyrinth on it. Sure, I don't know. There's really no reason for it that I've ever been able to discern, so in the interest of time, I'm just gonna skip you on past it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, this is the part that's interesting. The game has this narrative about the whisper machine and how it has to be turned off, and then you get to the engine room.
Hey, you there, in the engine room. You could save us all. That beam is powering the whisper machine. We could disrupt it by introducing a great enough heat signature. If your body could stop the beam. It's so much to ask, but for all of our lives, would you do it? Could you give yourself?
Okay, so you gotta remember, this is his second game. His first one was that Counter-Strike map, right? So, in this case, already, like, we're introduced with, like, you know, and this is what I love about games and developers and, like, the psychology behind things.
Unfortunately, the only option is to step into the beam.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. I'm talking to my chat, guy. You know, calm down. Quit rushing me. But, no, we're already faced with, like, you know, this, like, hey, yeah, and in a video game, it's really easy, but imagine, like, the real-life scenario of, like, you know, and I think we've talked about this. If you can do something, if you can sacrifice yourself to save multiples, like, would you do it? We're presented with that here, but I think we've already had that discussion. I think people already kind of, like, go through that mentally of, like, whether they think they could or not, you know, but, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Is like it's one creator who made a lot of these like different game ideas to make you question shit like this, you know. And of course, this is the start, right? Like you guys don't know what is fucking coming. I'm. Oh god, it's gonna be a little rough, but no yeah. At this point, it's just kind of like. You know, think about that. Like, you know, in this case, like, you've gone through this thing. I mean, he talked a little bit about the game, but that quandary right now. You throw yourself into this beam, you're done. But, like, you save everybody. And the simple question, would you do that to save all of us? So, like, what would you guys do? But we're forced to go into the beam. Okay, we're forced to do this. So, while this is going on, if you would like to discuss that, feel free.
Let me pause here for a second. What you just experienced, stepping into the beam and then dying, is probably what Coda had initially intended when he was developing this level. But when he first compiles and plays it, something goes wrong. There's a bug somewhere. And this is what happens instead.
Okay, now keep in mind how this game is portrayed, right? The narrator has all these games. He's gone back and fixed a lot of these games, like bugs and everything like that. Thank you, Seth. Love you too. But the narrator has gone back. He has sat there and, you know, fixed these games, you know, and he's walking through all of this stuff with you. And, you know, to fix what Coda's games actually were. Right, so that first one, he pretty much said, yeah, like, that's what he, like, you think that's what he would intended, but this is, like, when the narrator gets his hands on this game, this is what actually happens.
The beam causes you to start floating. And this is an important moment for him. Because yes, this is technically a glitch, but Coda identifies something human about it. like how small it makes you feel in the face of this larger chaotic system. Or this floating could be the afterlife, a peaceful place, juxtaposed against all of the hysteria that you've just had to traverse. I don't even know. I have no idea what he was thinking, but what's clear is that after making this, something lodges itself in his brain. He wants to do more of these really weird and experimental designs. So he stops work on this and moves on to a stream of tiny little games that go in all sorts of directions. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first game he made after leaving this one behind.
Okay. Yeah, that's, pretty crazy, right? Like a bug did that. And there is something human about it, and, like, it does feel like the afterlife to a certain degree. Like, but it's neat how, like, a simple, like, this was a mistake. Like, that was a mistake that led to all of this. Okay. And I'll let you know about this one, too. The past was behind her.
Yep. In this game, you can only walk backwards.
It's true. I cannot move forward. Like, W key does not work. But
So
the future could not be
it's a short
seen.
and relatively minimalist experiment combining motion and narrative. It is less advanced than the previous game, but actually it seems to be more focused, more complete. Code is trying to give it a unique voice rather than simply basing it on a pre-existing trope.
Why does the future keep changing? It becomes clear. See, I can, you know, that little, like, stuff there, it's like the future, you know, is always changing and everything like that, but it becomes clear. But if the future is always behind her, see, that's where it gets kind of fucking weird, right? How will she find the strength to confront it?
It's a short little thought, it says what it wants to say, and then it ends. Didn't need anything more than that. Which to me is why it works, because it gets out quick. Okay, next one.
Exactly. You don't need things to happen for a long time. You send the message and you're good. So, like, in that case, you know, like, you couldn't make a game like trying to send that message for very long. So it's kind of perfect when you think about it. You're now entering.
And that's it. Okay, the meaning of this game won't be clear just yet. Please be patient with me for a few more games, and I promise you'll see what makes it interesting.
I'm telling you guys, same thing he said. Like, stick with it with me, okay?
Oftentimes, Coda would put bizarre titles like this one at the start of his games.
Nonsense in nearly every direction.
I wish I'd known him at the time that he was making these early games. He would really only talk to me about his work as he was making it. Once he stopped work on a game, like, that was it. It was dead to him. And I don't agree with that at all, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm just holding the W key, by the way.
Once you've been slowed to an absolute crawl, the door at the top of the stairs opens. So why, if Coda's not showing these games to anyone, why bother opening the door at all? Well, to show you, I'm modifying the game here so that when you press enter, it'll bring you back up to full speed so you can enter the door for yourself.
Alright. So, I'm just gonna hold W while we kind of discuss this, right? So, like, he's made this whole, like, these are games, okay? Technically, like, for the definition of them, and we're gonna get into a discussion about the technical definition of a game. But again, like, being able to send messages and everything literally makes this level, and, like, yeah, you are slowed to a snail's pace trying to come up this fucking ladder. Like, it would have to fucking take you, like, a good 10-20 minutes to reach that fucking door otherwise. But, like, you know, as far as like, you know, the jokes you're making, you're gonna really regret that here in a minute. I'm telling you, okay? It's gonna get rough. But like, this is what's cool about, you know, Caesar, you right. Like, you make worlds just like this. Game creators do this too, to send your message to people. You know, and it can be abstract like this. Like, there is message in the methods too, which I find to be really cool, like of why you're doing what you're doing. But let's hurry this up and see what we're working for. Stand on an X staring at a bear for 3 hours. A button you press to stop the chaos that doesn't work. Press U to surrender.
A room that's warm and nice and filled with little ideas for games.
You start in a small room until you realize you can just walk through the walls.
Coda would often tell me that he didn't mind if people thought of him as cold or distant. He said that he knew that he was actually a vibrant and compassionate person, but that it takes time to really see that. It can be a very slow climb to get there.
Damn, that one right there is that like it can be like it can take you a while to get there, like to get to those ideas. Ready, set, fish. Like, not everything happens quickly, you know. Like, it does take you time to get to like the places you want to be sometimes, and like that's what that showed. Was essentially, yeah, like, you know, you slow to a crawl, just trying to get to this place. Like, you're still making progress, but it's like, fuck, like, is there even a fucking point to it with how slow you're going? But at the same time, like, you still wanted to get there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have started going up the stairs anyway. And what's the other option? To turn around and end up back where you started? Like, you know, and this is like, I think kind of a problem that a lot of people face is like, they want that instant gratification. They want to pick something up, they want to instantly be good at it, they want to instantly be recognized for it, and that's not how this stuff works. You know, you have to spend years, you have to dedicate yourself to it. You know, you need to start it up and realize like you suck at it, but love it so much that you don't care that you suck at it, and you're still gonna keep going. Turn to writing, and yeah, like, it's kind of like there too, like, you know, you wanted to do something, but like, you know, you decided to go ahead and do something else. Like, you reached the room of ideas and you just picked one off the wall. Nothing says you can't turn around and go back to that room, pick another idea off the wall. Let's see. Or you could stick with writing. I'm not saying to change your stuff. Definitely don't want to put that out there. I think you're good at writing and everything like that, you know. Like, you know, it's just, it takes us a while to figure out sometimes what makes us happy and what we're supposed to do. And I mean, that's, sometimes you do have to go ahead and spend a long time with it. It is a sacrifice sometimes to get to where you want to be. I mean, I'm knowingly giving up 6 years of my life, you know. Other people, it's college, you know, a lot of fucking financial debt that they go into. Oh yeah, 100%, like, your ideas and everything like that is great, you know. You just need to share it with people, really, and find outlets to go ahead and let people know that you're doing it.
This is new for Coda. It's an actual puzzle. Go ahead and see if you can solve it.
See, I know this puzzle. Because, I think anybody who has gone with me, like, at the end of a game, you've always heard me say you've got to close the door on a chapter.
Don't forget that solution, because we're going to see this puzzle again soon. We're gonna see it a lot.
Fuck me, man. You'll hear about it. Trust me. You'll hear about that puzzle. Remember that puzzle.
So that seems to be it, right? You walk down a corridor, you solve the puzzle, you get to the end. Simple enough. Alright, Now I'm going to modify the game again so that when you press enter, it'll remove all of the walls from this room.
Okay, here is a major point that I'm gonna, like, before I hit this enter key. Okay, look at all we had. Okay, we went through a little bit of a corridor, we found a door, we opened the door, we're in here. Watch how much is actually part of this game. That's fucking insane.
How about that? There was more to it than we had any way of knowing. I actually find it funny that this game comes after the Stairs game, since they essentially convey the opposite idea. So, in the Stairs game, a dull exterior concealed a rich interior. And then, in this level, a dull interior hides this fantastic outer world. Either way, I think that the point is the same, is that most of the time you don't get to know what you're missing, or even that you're missing anything. That's not your role as a player. So if your role here is not to understand, then what is it?
God, isn't that something for, like, life? I'm just saying, guys, like, when you really think about it, I love that they put these fucking breaks, right? Like, think about what he just got done telling you. Like, 9 times out of 10, like, we can't experience everything, okay? When it comes to people, we don't know what's, you know, that person has gone through. We don't know what's going on in their head, you know, and that's, like, you know, the exterior kind of blocking the interior, but at the same time, we can kind of block ourselves in, too. You know, these 4 walls, I don't know what's going on outside right now. You know, like, you can't experience everything. That's kind of why I like going under the map in Fallout 4. Yeah, and, like, you know, I like, it's why I fell in love with video games, was it really, like, everything about video games let me tie it into reality, and it let me understand things a lot better, you know. I think in terms of, you know, I remember... I was working for McDonald's at a certain point in my life, and I remember this was a time where I was really big into Final Fantasy X. And I remember putting, like, the stupid-ass little patties on the fucking thing, but legitimately, I tricked my mind. I would see little damage numbers come up off the grill as if, like, the grill was a fucking final boss or something like that. Like, being able to perceive things that little bit, like, differently kind of, like, helped me get through. And then, when I went through that, and I saw, like, you know... It compounded on itself, like building blocks. Like, at first it was like, oh yeah, like video games, there's more behind it. And then I was like, well, wait, like, you know, I started thinking about it, and it was like life. You know, I mean, to get into, like, big shit, you know. Let's see, we only know our few... Exactly. Like, we only know, like, what we experience ourselves. And there is shit that we are not supposed to fucking know. Okay? Like, it's just, you can't possibly know it all. You can't possibly, like, see it all or experience it all. It's why I love talking to people, hearing their stories, you know, especially if I can learn something from it, right? If somebody is willing to tell you about a mistake that they made, fucking listen to them, because you might be in a position where one day you might make that same mistake, you know, and I think I've said it a couple of times, you know, we can't possibly make every mistake ourselves. So, like, it's crazy, you know, and I love hearing people, I love, like, listening to people's, like, struggles and everything like that, you know, because it gives me that sense of, like, shit that, like, sometimes I'm lucky I don't have to experience it, sometimes I wish I did experience it, but, like, I get to experience so much through, like, what others tell me and convey to me and everything. Like, I absolutely love it, but then to go into, like, even a, like, creationism fucking, like, scope of this, you know, it's, you know, that quote at the very end, it's 8:20 a.m. I wasn't ready for these feelings. Dude, I told you guys. And if you're feeling feelings now, dude, you haven't fucking seen anything yet. Like, I'm not, like, the memory has brought in a little bit of the tear ducts, but, like, nothing's going yet. Okay. But, like, when it goes to the creationism thing, where it said, if your purpose is to not know, then what is? And I think that is a question that... For one, people don't get past the, if I'm not meant to know, then what is my purpose? They don't get past that question. So they never answer the important one, which is, if that is not my purpose, then what is? And I think that is what we are all, like, searching for, to a certain degree. And luckily, like I said, I have played this before. I have given a lot of thought to what these moments, what this game means to me. So I'm just kinda, you know, I'm throwing my ideas out there. So yes, as chat, feel free to like rant, feel free to go nuts as far as what you think is going on here, like your feelings about stuff. Like that's what this game is about. And like that this is why I wanted this to be the last game I did this year. We've done a lot of discussion games, like shit that made us think. So like yes, feel free to like share your thoughts on it because I'm not going to fucking hold back mine. You are now exiting.
Aha. So, this, combined with the entering game from earlier, tells us that Coda believes his games are connected somehow. It could even be that the stairs game and the puzzle game are literally connected in between this and the entering game. There's a bigger picture that all of his games are meant to play a role in, some larger meaning that we won't be able to grasp until we've seen all of them. And once we have, we can step back and start to understand what exactly that bigger picture is.
All of them being connected. A great and lovely descent. Oh my god. The all white black background just hurts. But yeah. Dude,
Let's talk about video game development for a second. Every video game runs on what's called an engine, which determines what the game can and cannot do. So in other words, the engine is a set of tools for game development. To make all of these games, Coda is using an engine called Source. Like all engines, Source has certain things that it does well, and it has certain things that it does poorly. One of the things that it does very well is boxy linear corridors. That's why so many of Coda's games are set in these large, flat, empty rooms, is just because he's working with what the engine does well.
Yeah, you can learn
to the creator shape what kinds of creative work they're going to end up making. You might consider paying attention to the architecture in Coda's games to notice how they seem to stem from an engine that's very good at producing linear, boxy corridors.
You do learn about game development too a little bit. I think that's fascinating. And it does walk you through a little bit of that. The lovely and slow descent was what this was like. I understand why it is. Ooh, it's even got like the bounce, like the physics as far as like if you have momentum it actually carries. But I found it interesting when I first played and I was listening to like what Source is and what like the Unreal Engine is and everything. I thought it was really cool. But I feel that any artist kind of has the same mentality, right? Like their work, everything is connected somehow to them. This is the beginner's guide. This is the main event for the end of the year for me. This is going to be the last game I complete. This is my response to all of your guys's what you've recommended me to play. And so I wanted to give you guys something special. It is one of those games that you do have to follow along with, but trust me, it's already gotten pretty rough. Because, you know, I can't do this for everybody, but I'll do it for you, King. As far as what we've gone through so far is, you know, we learned about Coda. The narrator is, he wrote Stanley Parable. But Coda designs games, and the narrator is walking us through all of these games. And pretty much all the games are connected, and he's trying to pretty much tell us what he feels Coda, the creator of all these games, is trying to tell us. If you want the full thing, it will be up on YouTube. But yeah, I've prepared everybody for a very emotional ride here. So I'm going to prepare you too. That this is something that I don't know how I react now that I have an audience, but like whenever I have seen this by myself, I've reacted pretty emotionally to it. So I hope you guys are enjoying it so far. And I hope you continue to enjoy it. That's a long way down. Oh god, I fell. Okay, well, this is why I'm not good at platformers. It's, yeah. Like I said, watch for a little bit and you'll start to get an idea of what this game is trying to tell us. It makes you think. It makes you question some shit. Superliminal. I don't think I've played that game. I'll have to look into it if it is similar. See, a video game made by people that politically against me gave me a heart for people, the rest of the world, or even my faith. It thought me to be merciful to be there for people, to make peace because the ones you dislike aren't so different from you. You have pain in their heart. Also, it got me to relate to an asshole to understand why they are. Yeah, like that's the big thing. Again, I've said this a couple of times. Like, according to statistics, like, we are in, like, the low teens of people who have any kind of self-awareness. Meaning that, like, they're aware of themselves, but they don't understand, like, their actions, like, interfering with others, let alone what anybody else might be going through. There is a complete lack of empathy. So, like, games like this, like, kinda, to me, putting yourself in the shoes of, like, not even the shoes, just the thought processes are, like, it helps, it helps to be able to have, like, those deep thoughts, it keeps your mind working, keeps your mind active, and, like, that way when you do meet somebody, you start to think about, like, okay, why is this person doing this, because if it's only through your own eyes, like, that's such a limited thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is not a puzzle game. The Bible says to be a light to love the ones. Yeah. And I think that bodes true. But yeah, this is not a puzzle game. I would categorize this as a psychological game. I would. Oh, shit.
This prison, funny enough, in Coda's original design, the doors stayed shut for a full hour before letting you go. If you don't mind, I think we're gonna skip that.
Yeah, imagine that. Okay, imagine you were playing this game, and, like, literally, you found it on Steam, you're like, let's try. You rode up the elevator, you came in, the door locked behind you. Not knowing that all you had to do was, like, leave your computer, go eat dinner or something, come back in an hour, and the door would be unlocked again. Like, you'd probably click off of it, like, and be like, oh yeah, like, this is stupid. It's very cool. Not sure if it's right for this audience, but interesting nonetheless.
This is something that he and I used to argue about a lot. Whether a game ought to actually be playable, whether it means anything if no one can get through it. And I would always defend that, all this work goes into the game, why not make it playable and accessible? And so we just got into heated arguments over it, and there was one time that after one of these conversations, he went home, and a day or two later, he sent me a zip file entitled Playable Games that was full of hundreds of individual games, each of which was just an empty box that you walked around in and nothing else. Believe me, I played every single one of those just to find out if there was like a gag hidden somewhere. There wasn't.
Oh, fuck. See, I don't know if you realize that one, like what he just said. They got into an argument about whether games were playable or not. So Coda programmed hundreds of games and sends them to him. And the guy literally played every single one. Looking, like, just in case, like, he was supposed to find something, and, like, there wasn't. There was nothing there.
It's the puzzle again, with the exact same solution as the last time.
No, that's what he was saying, is there was nothing. Like, he thought there would be. But there wasn't nothing. There was nothing. Hundreds of games, and he played every single one of them hoping for something, and there wasn't.
There's still no clear indication of what makes this puzzle so special that Coda is going to return to it over and over. But I promise I'll share with you my interpretation very shortly.
Okay, let me see. Master volume is fine, sound quality high. Full captions, there we go. Should have had that on from the beginning. I was trying to turn down the music, like the sound effects, and keep the voice up, but... Well, that's the thing, is like, for him, maybe, like, he was hoping to go ahead and find something. He was hoping that, like, hey, maybe there was a joke in there, or maybe, like, it was a test or something, and it really wasn't. It was literally just Coda saying, like, yeah, like, you know, here you go. Like, here are playable games. Like, you have such a big issue about what I'm doing. Okay, there you go. Here's what you want. That's how I kind of interpret that. But it's one of those, like, you know, you can go ahead and spend hours on something, or even on someone, and, like, literally there's just nothing there. You there. Did you come from up above? What was up there?
System that he fashioned out of the engine's chat capabilities. Use the 1, 2, 3 buttons on your keyboard to respond.
Okay, yes, there was a world stamped with whiteness. 2, yes, there was an enormous prison I spent hours in. 3, yes, there were these floating colored bricks. See, like, there was all 3 of them, though. Two? Alright. That's the world above. You've been there. Now this is important. Did you have to get through a puzzle with 2 doors and switches? 1. Yes, I did. That was literally the last thing I did before coming in here. No, I don't remember having to go through any puzzle. I'd prefer not to tell you. After all, we've just met. And yeah, we did go through a puzzle. Again, perfect. Now please tell us how you solved it. Tell us the solution. Tell us how to get to the other side. When you hear what this is about, you'll understand. I don't remember how I solved it, but I'm trying to remember, but I can't. 2, I didn't solve it. Someone else let me in. 3, trust me, you don't want to go over there. I mean, I remember how to do it. Nobody let me in, so 3 is the only one that's not really lying. Oh no, but I do. We do. We need to get out there. Do you understand? It's the most important thing in the world. We have to escape the prison. There must be an ending. I promise you, there is nothing I want more. Hello, how do you get here? Was there a puzzle you had to pass through? Yes, do you want to know how to solve it? No, I've been right here this entire time. No, we actually find the black space between the doors to be far more interesting. Have you seen it yet? Why would I care about the space between the doors? Actually, now that you mention it, I remember feeling strange as I passed through it. 3, I don't recall a space between the doors. Don't think too hard about it. You'll see it again soon. Okay, guys, so, like... We haven't heard about the doors yet, but I want you to remember all of this dialogue that we're going through when it comes to these doors. Okay, all about these puzzles, all about these doors. Because it is a major thing.
and so we make one last descent down to the final floor of the level.
It's like a courtyard for an apartment
It's a
complex.
Okay, I can't tell you quite why, but for some reason, Coda fixates on this lamppost. It's going to appear at the end of every single one of his games from here on out. I'll tell you what I think. I think that up to this point, he's been making really strange and abstract games with no clear purpose, and maybe you can only float around in that headspace for so long. Because now he wants something to hold on to. He wants a reference point. He wants the work to be leading to something. He wants a destination, which is what this lamppost is. It's a destination. We're going to see it in the work as well. His games are just going to become a lot more cohesive, a lot more fully developed, with more of a clear idea behind them. And as we go, that idea will get clearer and clearer and clearer.
Yeah, so sit tight, guys. Like I said, this is just the beginning, but that mentality, like the light post, you need a destination. That's why I made the decision I made, is like I needed somewhere to go. This game is connected to the internet. As you walk around, you can leave notes. All notes you see are left by other players. But that's the thing, is like as a, let's see, reminds me of the lamppost from Narnia, weird nerd stuff. Well, it's also like, to me, that's kind of like a life thing too. Like you need to, like, you can only, like he said, you can only float around not knowing where you're going for so long. Like, it'll drive you crazy. It did for me. At some point, you need to be like, this is where I want to be, this is where I want to go, and you need to, like, have that clear thing. Otherwise, everything you do is, like, without purpose. And that gets really fucking hard. At least it did for me. Because it was like, when I talk about my decision, like, to join the military and everything like that, I still don't know if it's the right fucking decision. But at least it was a decision. I was stuck in this whole situation where legitimately I was waking up, going to work, and I was coming home. I was pretty alright. Like, I was comfortable and everything. But I realized that's going to be my entire life. I'm going to wake up, go to work, just so I can keep up a place so that I can go to work tomorrow. And, like, I was hitting a button on a machine. That's it. That's what my life would culminate into, is I hit a button on a machine. And the people around me were not... I didn't like the people around me, even though, like, the money was good. It was just, I couldn't tolerate it anymore. Like, I didn't have anywhere I was going other than to make it to tomorrow. Make it to tomorrow. Make it to tomorrow. That was it. Now, like, I can tell you right now, like, I am fucking terrified of, like, what the future holds for me. But I at least have something to work on now. Like, it doesn't just stop at, like, this training I'm going to get, okay? While I'm in the military, there's a lot of credentials I can gain while working there. I can go to school while I'm in the military using a lot of their stuff. Like, this gives me so much that I can, like, work on myself with. And, like, pretty much free of fucking charge. Like, I get paid to do all of this. So, like, you have to have, like, an end goal. Like, where do you see yourself in 5 years, okay? Like, if it's this vague, ambiguous thing, like, no, you need to be like, okay, like, I will be moved into a bigger house, I will be, like, I will have my first book, like, ready to be published. It has to be measurable, it has to be obtainable. Like, you have to set a goal like that, because if you're just wandering around without any kind of, like, how I'm going to get there, or where am I even going, it will drive you insane eventually. So that's why, like, the lamppost to me is a huge thing. And I understand why, like, Coda in this story, at the end of every game, there's a lamppost now. Like, he has to, like, that is his purpose. That is his goal. It's the metaphor of a goal. Like, he is trying to get there. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Nice room. Not...
So first off, I'm sure you can deduce this, but this game is not connected to the internet. All of the notes that you're gonna see have been written by Coda. This was actually the first game of his that I ever played. This was shortly after I met him at a weekend game jam in Sacramento, where I grew up. I saw him working on this very level, and it was just so different from anything that anyone else was doing. So right away I was like, I have to be friends with this person. In retrospect, I think I was probably a bit too pushy trying to get his attention. I was over.
I'll let you guys read these.
But he was very gracious about it and very patient with me. And I cooled off eventually.
Now keep this in mind too. Every one of these blue orbs, Coda himself wrote. Okay, like, this is like Dark Souls with the writing you see on the ground and everything. It's kind of like that. That's what, like, when I first saw this, that's what it reminded me of. And then realizing, like, one person, imagine if one person went through and wrote all of them. Hello. Reasonable.
Feel free to skip over any of these notes if they're not doing anything for you. Nothing extra is going to happen if you read all of them. Either way, to me they convey a sense of loneliness. I see this person who's filled with thoughts and feelings and beliefs and has no way to express them except as scattered and unheard voices in a game that wasn't meant to be played.
See, that one personally.
But it's ironic, isn't it? That in playing this game and seeing how alone Coda often felt, that we get to know him better and actually kind of connect with him. And I have to be honest with you, this idea is really seductive to me. That I could just play someone's game and see the voices in their head and get to know them better and have to do less of the messy in-person socializing. I could just get to know you through your work. I think this is why I always liked Coda's games so much, is because it felt like they let me have that connection. I felt as though he was inviting me personally into his world. And then I feel less lonely too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wanting to, like, that kind of thing, you know, you do have hope. I mean, you're turning your life around, you're trying to be better. So, you know, you can always change, you know, like, we're all constantly evolving. But that right there, what he just got done saying, hits really home, is, like, this idea that, like, if you just play this game, you can step inside somebody else's head, and you can see all these drifting thoughts and everything, like, you know, but, like, the one thing that hit me hard, and, like, when I first played this, this is where the first tears were shed, is when he mentions this, because I was imagining myself, like, you know, somebody playing my game, and that's what this is with streaming, ain't it? When you really think about it, you guys are tuning into my game, right? And to have him explain it as a game that was never meant to be played, that hit really hard. Was just like realizing, you know, that wasn't just with streaming with me. That was my life. It's like I was a game that was never meant to be fucking played. Like, people weren't supposed to experience me. People, like, you know, like, because I was one in fucking billions. You know, nothing made me very special and everything like that. And it took a very long time for me to get comfortable with, like, I'm okay. Like, I'm okay if nobody experiences me. You know, I'm perfectly fine with that. And then it was, how do you cope with loneliness? You know, like, that was the big thing. And I realized that, like, hey, I can't control whether somebody comes into my, like, life or not. I can't control whether somebody buys my game, plays my game. I don't control that. While they're there, yeah, I'll enjoy it. But the only thing that is a constant is, like, I will always have myself. That's where I started building, like, my mental strength. That's where I started building up, like, this comfort level with being reclusive and really not talking to a whole lot of people. I mean, I spent a good couple of years where I only had, like, 2 or 3 friends that I would interact with. you know. And maybe that wasn't the right idea, you know. Now that I've started streaming and I've gone through all of this, I can share these thoughts with people and everything, and it's obviously done good for, you know, a lot of people and everything like that. But yeah, there was a time before, you know, I figured all this out that, like, I would have never fucking streamed, to be completely honest. Like, you know, the way I saw it is, why wasn't I finding people in my everyday life? So, like, if people weren't interested in me in my day-to-day life, you know, if I went to Walmart and somebody didn't say hi to me, if I went years without being able to meet somebody, you know, like, new that actually stuck around, why in the hell would I go ahead and stream? You know, it took a lot for me to realize, you know, that it didn't matter if people, like, played my game. Definitely nobody would fucking play it if I didn't put it out there, you know. I didn't try. It doesn't matter if it's fucking trash, it doesn't matter if it's good, it doesn't matter if it's bad. The fact of the matter is it does give that window for people to come into my life a little bit, to hear what I've got going on. And, like, you know, I never thought, like I always say, I never thought it would grow to, like, what it has, especially not this freaking quickly. But, it's insane to me that, like, you know, all I had to do really was put myself out there. And, yeah, it turned into, like, an awesome, thing. But, I don't know, like, going back to the mentality that I was in, like, dealing with that crippling loneliness, dealing with all of that, you know, because, I mean, I would start to journal just to, like, get my thoughts out there. The reason why I liked walking is because I would monologue. Like, I mean, you guys joke about my rants and everything like that, but, like, I hope you realize, like, what I would do before I would stream is I would go outside and I would walk for hours and literally just talk to myself. That is how I got my thoughts out before. Now, you know, I still go on my walks and everything, but I talk to you guys, you know, and I hear about your problems and vice versa, and we all help each other. And a lot of my problems have helped you guys through stuff, and vice versa. You know, and this is so much more constructive than what I was doing. So, like, this is, like, you know, that's why I chose, see, this is why I wanted this game to be, like, my end of the year thing. Is, you know, I've done a little bit to go ahead and, you know, bring people in, to let people know, like, this stuff is out there. I've switched games a whole lot, and now I'm doing kind of, like, what I want to do. Oh god, I'm so sorry, Jess. This isn't even the beginning of it. We're not even, like, to the halfway point. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm happy that you're joining in. This is the point. I'm sorry that you're crying in the office. God. I'm just warning you. This isn't even the beginning. You know, I'm giving you my insights to it, because this is how it was delivered to me. Was there was somebody giving me their insights while they were playing through it, and it hurt. So, yeah, be ready for that. Let's see, I like that, inviting someone into your place of loneliness so others can relate. Less lonely themselves. I was pretty lonely as a kid, and I wanted someone to talk, share my thoughts. And well, that's why I started the whole streaming thing. Is why I'm happy to have brought you along with me, Archer, and, like, Caesar, same thing. Like, I'm happy to bring everybody along into the tavern, because not only was this, you know, sort of a project to see what would happen if I did it, but, like, I'm really happy that I got to share, pretty much telling you all, like, hey, like, this is all I did. This is all I did to make this happen. Like, you guys can put yourselves out there. Like, it was a little bit technical at first, but, like, that's what I wanted for you guys. You know, especially given, like, when I found out my shit was finite. Let's see. I love your thought. Well, I'm glad you think so. You know, I rant a lot, you know, but I always think that there's purpose behind it, you know. I would rather people want to hear, like, my experiences and everything, because otherwise, like, if you're there just to watch a game, yeah, I'm sorry, you know, like, you know, my gameplay is terrible, I know that, but, like, people have been telling me ever since I started this that it is my experiences and my personality that draw people, so I'm trying to put that out there more so than anything. Again, I don't, from what Dr. Xbox said earlier, I'm the only one playing this game. I don't care. People will see this on YouTube. I am putting my experiences out there for all. That's what this is about. Funny enough, I was just speaking about with Steph earlier today. My way to cope with loneliness was trying even harder, and when someone finally paid attention to me, I held on to them. It didn't matter if I need someone to talk to. See, that's why I wanted to do the tavern, man. You, like, don't rely on somebody else. Like, you can rely on a community and everything like that, but you can't latch on to somebody. You know, like, you have to be the source of your own happiness. Okay, there's a Bo Burnham song that I like listening to. I know Bo Burnham's funny and everything, and, you know, this particular one, it's from the perspective of God. But, one of his lyrics is, you know, my love is the type that you have to earn, and when you earn it, you're not going to need it. The same thing applies to loneliness, okay? That kind of love, the love you are looking for, you're not going to find it in someone else. It's got to come from you. You have to learn to love yourself, and it took me forever to figure that out, okay? It took forever for me to figure that out, and I finally fucking did. That's why I stopped fucking around with stupid ass fucking factory work. It's why I went ahead and streamed, is because I wanted to do it. I didn't care if I was popular. I did it because I wanted to. It was self-love. Same thing with going to the military, as ironic as that fucking sounds. Like, I don't want to be a mundane person the rest of my life. Like, I want to be important. I want to be smart. I want to be do something with my life. And I was never going to do it because I was always thinking, it's like, I need somebody in here to push me to do that. And, like, going through and pushing myself as far as, like, signing the documents and going through the process and one foot in front of the other and just wanting it that fucking bad, the person that I needed to push me was me. And I'm gonna say it's as simple as that, and it is that simple, but it's so hard to realize it. That's why I push everybody for that self-confidence. I push everybody. Like, play your games, write your books, stream if you want to stream. Get the fuck out of your country and go to a country you want to go to. Life is too fucking short to spend the entire time trying to figure out how to just care about yourself. Fuck. There you go. Loving this today. It's really special to hear all your thoughts before the New Year. Dude, that's why I wanted to do this for everybody. You know, help with their New Year's resolutions. Me too, I still talk to myself, to God as well, but I did talk to myself more. You know, talking to yourself is a sign of intelligence, believe it or not. Like, it is. You can have so much going on that you need to voice it. And the reason we talk to ourselves is because we are in lonely places. But, like, you do have to find a way to love yourself. Sometimes that is talking to yourself for hours. You know, but, like, the big thing is realizing you need to find a way to be happy on your own. You know, and honest to God, as fucked up as it sounds, the moment you are happy by yourself, you're not going to care about if you have a relationship. You're not going to care about, like, how many friends you have on Facebook. You know, you're going to care about, like, what makes you happy. And that's going to eventually include other people. But you have to learn how to do it yourself first. Talk to myself, hugs. Everybody's all hugging now. Dude, we're not even close to the end of this, guys. Like, this is the beginning. And we're all hugging each other already, man. That's how 2 of you playing this. There's now 2 of you playing this. Ha. Oh, man, I picked a bad day to be busy. Dude, it's fine. It's gonna be up on YouTube, and you can DM me any thoughts that you have. I enjoy debates and discussions. I got into writing and art for fame, but now I just want to do it for people, my thoughts. And there you go. That's why I got into streaming. You think I got into streaming because I fucking absolutely fucking loved, like, a particular game? No, it's what I did to escape. It's literally, I invited people into my escape. Like, it's what, like I said, this is why I chose this game, is because I relate to it. I invited all of you to my place of loneliness, you know, and it has helped me, and I hope that it helps you, because this is far more constructive. And over the course of me doing this, I found that self-love, and I'm telling you how I made it out. So I hope that one day, you know, like the military, I'm not going to say that the military is for fucking everybody. Like, my path is not going to be the same as yours in some cases. But you have to find those ways out. Let's see. You have to be happy with yourself. Not easy to do. I understand the words, but one day. It took me 32 years. Okay, it took me 32 years, losing a house, losing a fiance, going through mental fucking illness without any fucking help or anything like that, being separated from, you know, like half of my fucking family. Like, it's not an overnight thing. They are very fucking simple words that convey an extremely powerful and complicated idea. So yeah, like, don't think that this happens overnight. This takes a lot of very long walks. This takes a lot of hour-long rants, sometimes just to yourself. Like, it's not easy. I'm just telling you what it is. It's not easy, but it's there, and it is a solution. And it is something necessary. And one day, you know, I promise you, one day you'll figure it out, okay? And like, it's just like with me quitting cigarettes, okay? I tried for years to fucking do that. Couldn't fucking do it. All of a sudden, one day I was just like, I'm not gonna do it anymore, and I never did. Sometimes it is a timing thing, but one day, those wires are gonna fucking connect, and you're gonna be like, holy fucking shit. This is what he was talking about. This is what all those fucking self-love kooks were talking about. Now I get it. Yeah, I do the same too. Sometimes I debate myself and play two sides until one side wins. Dude, King, me and you are so fucking alike mentally, it's not even fucking funny. Do you know how many times I have had debates with my bosses while taking a shower? Literally sitting there having a debate with fucking nobody, or having a full-on conversation with somebody. I am completely by myself, just talking to myself. You would think that I'm in a fight with my significant other. You know, nope, I'm literally fighting with myself, just thinking about everything they could possibly say before it even happened. Oh, 100%, you know. They say that the best thoughts come on the toilet. Nope, it's in the fucking shower. But let's go ahead and continue on with some of these thoughts. The in-game thoughts. Do you feel like a hero yet? Motherfucker! The literal next thought, do you feel like a hero yet? That was not scripted, I swear to God. The game is now nice. I would like it when I could. Do not be afraid, do care. And remember, this is all Coda. Like, the beginning of the game says, oh, this is left by other people. This is all of his thoughts. The made-up debates hit different in a shower. I feel like I can take on Jordan Peterson himself. Dude, I watch Jordan Peterson so fucking much, it's not even funny. I just saw... Oh my god, okay. I just saw a flying penguin. Let me tell you, it was the most majestic thing I have ever seen. I don't like living because nothing will ever be as majestic as that. I never want to see again if nothing will ever be that beautiful again. I am crying... Oh my god. I didn't know this was in the game. I am crying now and plan on ripping my eyes out. I must go now to do that. Fuck. You know, that... I didn't know that one was in there. But that's a rough one, right? It's just not wanting to continue because you realize, like, maybe your best years are behind you and everything. Like, that terrified fucking me. It still kind of terrifies me. I still think that maybe sometimes, like, you know... like my best relationship, it's already gone, you know, my chance to own a house and everything, you know, but like I said, being somebody who, like, I know this might be really fucked up, but like, you know, by how fucked up this statement that I'm about to make is, you know that it's honest. I honest to God think that I would not be here today if my roommate had not done what he did. Like, I'm not gonna lie, because like, I did have those intrusive thoughts. Like, I did feel like, you know, seeing like the most amazing stuff and everything like that and experiencing stuff. I thought I'd never experience anything like it again, and I was getting close. Like, I was openly talking about it to my friends, and it got really fucking rough, like really rough, you know. And after experiencing him passing and like what I had to go through for like them being able to identify him and what his parents went through and how terrible his fucking parents were. Holy shit. All they cared about was freaking money, except for his like adoptive dad. He was adopted, by the way. And like he was crying. The dad was crying. And like that he was the only one in the family crying. It blew my fucking mind. But seeing all of that and knowing the pain that it caused other people, like that sucked. Like that's why I was like, okay, I can't do that to my own family. I really can't. You know. So like luckily it kind of like pushed that, like, intrusive thought way down. And I don't think I don't think I'd be here if that hadn't have happened. Because, like, now I think about, like, how pissed I am that, like, yeah, shit got hard for him really quick, but, like, he could have done something, right? Like, he could have, like, made changes, you know, and I wish, you know, and based on the last time I told, you know, you guys about, like, you know, what I believe as far as my friends, them saying, oh yeah, 100%, like, if he would have came to us, you know, for help, we would have helped him. You know, again, it's why I'm urging people, like, find self-love. Like, you know, care about yourself to know that, like, imagine if I would have done it. We wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't be going through these memories. We wouldn't have, like, this fun a time. The tavern would never have existed. Okay? And this is coming off of the back of feeling like, you know, I wanted to end things. None of this would have happened if I had. And who knows what my roommate could have done with his life if he would have continued on. So, the story of King Mir, aka the story with the mask, me all reading me. I'm sorry about him. Need hugs. But, oh, God, that one. Define fun. The king of the world! God damn it. Caesar, you start talking about king, and then, I'm the king of the world! Dude, like, I'm trying to, you know, like I said, this is gonna be an emotional roller coaster, guys. Balls. It is going to be a roller coaster. How is there wood and grass and concrete here? What the fuck? Thoughts? Oh yeah, I've learned that there are places to go, and like I said, I'm terrified of what, like, this whole program is going to do to me, but, like, I'm gonna have the best resources available to me, and I've always got the tavern, just like everybody else. You know, you think I made the tavern just for you? No, it's for me too, guys. Jesus. I'm not that selfless. What the shit is this cavern? Boring. Let's see. I can assure you, guaranteed, that there is an acorn somewhere here in this place, and the sailors are looking for it. That's fucking weird. Yeah, it says the sailors are looking for it. Well, guys, it looks like we're on the hunt for a fucking acorn. Small world. Hey, guys, just looking for someone to talk with. You gotta remember, this is all coming from Coda, too. This is one person. This is their thoughts while they're just sitting here playing this game. I refuse to believe. Butt ass butt. I need to go to the frickin' bathroom. Recognize me, please. See, and, like, think about this, right? This isn't just, like, while he's programming this game. Like, you gotta imagine, like, this is just going through life, these kind of thoughts. Is like, you know, literally you're walking down the street, you know, and this is thoughts other people have too, all of us. Okay? Dude, you know, like, the person, you know, you cross in the street, you know, they're sitting there thinking, like, man, I'm not good enough for this fucking promotion I want. What am I doing with my life? This other guy over here is like, dude, like, why has nobody recognized me? I'm just fucking invisible. This is, like, this is what told me, like, you know, everybody goes through those phases where they have these kinds of thoughts. There's nothing here. Go back. Don't listen to that guy. There we go. Me and King having our debates with ourselves. A free t-shirt. Need other side. Door, why you so? Makes game, includes door, cannot open door. Thanks. Open, says me. Door, how open? See, the fact that he's sitting there and he's, like, ridiculing himself, right? Like, he is ridiculing the fact that he put a door in the game without a way to open it. So, like, yeah, like, we're our biggest critics, too. Someday I will meet the person who made this. I help people because of the internal good feeling I get. Hey, new room. Do you hear the chimes? They keep you going, don't they? Like, very much to be... I would like very much to be desired. Honest to God, I think this one statement right here is like 90% of most people's insecurity. scared of writing something, don't want to feel judged. They're... Caesar, I think I found one of your thoughts, man. Or at least at one point, like, I think every writer, every comment creator 100% goes through something like this, you know. Good God. It's not very crowded here. You can go in there, I think. Welcome, congratulations. I don't really know where to go with this. Don't bother. A game where you leave notes and suddenly everyone's a poet. This is where I get off. I failed to write anything here. I am compelled. Stop. Turn back. Proceeding further will only result in misery. Guys, I hate to say it, but that last one was right. So, you know... buckle in, Jess, if you're still with us, and you're, like... It's gonna get far fucking worse before it gets better. I'm gonna guarantee you that. Oh... Like, I almost was crying back there, okay? I was almost there, not gonna lie. And it's just the beginning. Take my hand, let's jump together. You know, I had, well, hell, I was gonna... See, I'm running into that thing where it's like, okay, like, I'm here to play a game, but also I'm here to give you the window into, like, my insight. And you're probably not gonna like hearing this one, Caesar, after the whole, like, well, let us know if you have thoughts. I had a friend, you know, and I think we all have those friends. I've got, like, 3 friends, actually, where we made that promise where it's like, if we're not married by this age, we need to marry each other. I also have friends that it's just, you know, that have pretty much come to me. If you want to talk about the mental state of the world, they were very much, like, active in trying to get the assisted suicide thing, like, approved. And I actually had a friend who, like, we pretty much agreed. It's just like, yeah, if we aren't happy come, like, this age, which I believe was 35, like, we agreed to go ahead and go together type of deal. So, like, it's, I don't know. It seems like such a sweet thing at the time, and now it's just, like, concern, you know. It's more like you want to find something worth living for before, you know, your time is done. I think the song you gave me, you know, Steve's Going to London, Archer, like, there's a few lyrics in there, you know, it's trying to find a purpose before your time is done. And I think people just need to look a little bit harder. Cabbage shapes our nation. What is that painting? Hey, don't talk about me that way. It does not matter if you ever get over there. Very good game. I think this is not going anywhere. Next time I will do better. See, that... One of those. Like, how many positive messages has there really been? Like, next time I will do better. That is a very powerful kind of thing. Like, whenever you're thinking about, like, something you regret or anything, like, you gotta get out of that thought. Like, you need to have something come in where it triggers that, you know, no, like, yeah, I fucked up here, but you know what? Next time I'm going to do better. I need someone to talk to. This is a note. Don't listen to the other notes. So yeah, I will... Okay, we'll read this one, and then I'll go on a little bit of... I'm not safe. That is a terrifying one to think of. Like, you gotta imagine, remember how we were just talking about, like, we can't possibly know what other people think? Imagine you're walking down the road, and this is what somebody is literally thinking. That's fucking terrifying to me. I think it's such a beautiful to have these conversations and go through these feelings, because in the average day-to-day, people won't always make the space for you. Reply back to a message, drive 2 hours to see you. I've been feeling all of these past couple of weeks and struggling really hard mentally, so I'm 100% here with you. Awesome. And Jess, like I said, you know, it's why I wanted to make a community for people, and why I've striven so hard to make it, like, exactly what I want before I leave. Is I want all of you, because you're not the only one. There are so many people who, like, they feel lonely. They feel like there's nobody out there, like, for them. And, like, that's why I wanted the tavern. Like, a lot of people, I'm not gonna lie, there are some people that treat it as something that it's not. You know, there's other people that, you know, go a little overboard with stuff, but generally, I want it to be a place, like, you know, and Steph feels the same way. Every streamer on there that I've talked to feels the same way. Like, we all want everybody to have a place they can go to and, like, feel like they're cared about, you know, because you get lost in your fucking day-to-day. You know, you really do. Like, you get into this daily grind where you just, it's only you, it's all by yourself, and that will grind you down so fucking bad. So, like, that's why I urge, like, everybody. It's why, honest to God, and Archer can tell you this too, because I've had days where I have just felt, like, mentally just not there, I've not felt good, like, you know, and I've still sat there and been like, yeah, but, like, people, you know, I want to give people a place to go, you know, it's why I try to stream every day, and why I feel bad when I don't. Some days I do need that time, you know, I'm not gonna lie, like, there are some days where, like, I can't do this for you guys, you know, and it makes me feel bad, because, like, you know, it's what I want to do for you guys, but sometimes I just don't have, like, that mental battery for it, you know, but, you know, and in those cases, you know, I sit here and I vent every day. So in those cases, it's like, literally, it's so bad, like, I can't even vent anymore. I just need to go for a walk, I need to get my mind off it, and then come back, you know, and something that actually really has fucking helped me is realizing that, you know, I am able to do this for people. I am able to help somebody, you know. Anybody who, you know, talks to me, anybody who comes in here tells me what they're worried about, and me being able to just give them kind words, you know, and it's all it is, you know, like, I care about, like, people going through hard shit, alone especially, because that was me for, like, 90% of my life, so it's like, yeah, I wanna help people, and, you know, I definitely, like, this game, like, yes, it's hard, we are going to feel things, you know, like feelings, but, like, I think being able to go through a game like this and reflect on, like, a lot of shit, and go through and, I don't know, look back at the past, you know, look at our futures, look at what we're going through right now, yeah, I think it helps us figure out things about ourselves, you know, and I think we need to. I think people don't go through enough self-discovery because they don't know how. So, like, that's where, again, like, going through these adventures, having these discussions, even though they're hard topics to talk about, they are, trust me. And don't feel you guys are obligated to share anything if you don't want to. Like, don't worry, I will do a lot of sharing by the time we get to the end of this game. It's only supposed to be an hour-long game. I'm pretty sure we're closing in on the 2-hour mark. But, yeah. I did the walk and reflect thing you said to do. Yeah, like, it helps. It really does. Like, you need to know where you stand. Because if you don't know where you are, you don't know how to get to where you want to be. You know, you need to get, you know, like you said, you need to be rooted somewhere, but you also need to have, like, a destination too. Because, like, you need to be stable in order to, like, be able to move. How do we make time for others when we have thousands of digital friends we barely see, yet constantly try to keep entertained? With fleeting digital snacks to feed our short attention span, sometimes all it takes is a meaningful gesture, a single moment of genuine connection to make a difference. Well, yeah, you know, that's what everybody thinks, that, like, you know, it's just too much all the time. Like, you can make time, but, you know, it's where I feel bad about, like, you know, things with my family, because, like, you know, they have my number, you know, they all know that they can reach out to me, and that, you know, they can contact me if they really need to. And, you know, I contact them every now and then, and it's just kind of one of those, like, no news is good news, you know, I don't want to make people worry. So, you know, I go ahead and, you know, I probably should let them know, like, more often, but they're busy, I'm busy, you know, and it gets rough, it really is. It is rough to stay in contact with people, but letting people know, you know, that, like, hey, you're here, like, that's sometimes all it takes, you know. And again, that's why I stream, you know. And you're right, everybody is busy. But, like, while they're busy, they can tune in, you know, or they can go ahead and send a quick text, you know. I think we do, you know, but you do realize, like, this is what people are talking about, right? When they say that, like, the world is so divided at this point, you know? And we have all the means. We have all the means. You know, we have internet now. We have instantaneous communication, you know? And, like, that's why, like, you know, if anybody ever DMs me, right, like, the big thing they'll tell you about, like, if I'm DMing you, I write paragraphs to people. If I'm choosing to interact with you, that's why I do it, is, like, I want it to be thought out, because I don't know when I'll have the chance or the energy to, like, send something like that again. So, you know, you might laugh at my 20-minute rants and everything like that, but, like, you know, I do try to take the time for people. You know, and that's the sad thing, is now when people do take the time to give you a true response, you know, we have the Elon Musk, tell me in 5 seconds or I'm walking away. And I don't know, I think we really need to, like, put the brakes on sometimes. Yeah, the Legion, my old guard is, but they're still there. We never laugh at them, LOL, we do appreciate. That's a lie, you guys. Right there. Stop faking it, Archer. I am kidding. I know you guys appreciate it, you know. And I do try to give you my thoughts on things. But I also try to keep, like, I try to keep things rolling, but it gets hard sometimes. That was one of the things that kept me talking to you when we met. I still have all the messages, sir. Oh yeah, I haven't deleted them either. Today I learned you cannot fall off. How many days were they playing? Ethical. So yeah, so a little background. I was freaking out real bad about, like, what I was going to do with my future. I didn't know what to do. I went onto a social site and I just posted, like, just like, hey, like, here's the situation. I'm freaking the fuck out. One of the first times I had ever, like, done something like that, you know. And yeah, like, I had quite a few people, like, message me, but actually Archer kind of stayed and, like, we continued to talk. And that's how the tavern actually got created. Is literally, like, I was alone, I didn't know what the fuck to do, and I just asked for random people to help me. You know? Literally, that's how me and Archer met. About 2 or 3 months ago. Like I always say, I came here for the game, stayed for the deep discussion and dad jokes. Awesome. But yeah, like, you can find really awesome things in unexpected places. You just have to reach out. Let's see. Painting, what does it mean? Does it have to mean anything? Art? Hey guys, it's going... just hanging. Help, I am trying to speak. I think it's about how things look messy from up close and perfect from far away. Perspective. From up here, it just looks like dots. Cabbage shapes our nation. Dude, he's really stuck on this whole cabbage thing. We will all die someday. We are all of you. Oh, who are all of you? Whoever made this has issues. That's Coda. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Like, perspective. Keep in mind, this is one person writing all of this. You know, just whatever pops into his head. Whoever made this has issues. That's him telling himself, you have issues. Who are all of you? Like, you know, imagine not knowing where some of these thoughts are coming from. That was me for a while. Well done, all of you. You've got the positive, you've got the negative, you've got the dumb, funny ones. Like, I saw a person walking down there now. It won't come back. Dude, that's me all the time. I always think shit's fucking there when it's not. Devil Tower Star. It's about how this game is pretentious and you all suck. Stop pretending you are other people. Spoilers, it doesn't mean anything. Devil Tower Star. He was himself the most horrible creature he could imagine. Yeah. Maybe I'll feel real someday. Devil Tower Star. It sounds like a tarot card reading. If I'm gonna give you, like, the off the top of my head what that sounds like, it sounds like a tarot card reading. Well, I'm here now. Yeah, we're all here now. There must be a reason for it, though. That kinda... Well, I'm here now. Yeah, we are all here now. There must be a reason for it, though. His terrible secret, he kept it well. I beat the game. God damn it. I Feel Real Someday was by Pinocchio. I want to be a real boy. Dude, I use that so fucking often. Dude, I want to go back and I want to, I want to watch all of the classic Disney movies, man. Like, you know what one I was thinking of, like, here recently? Hercules, you know, it sounds to me that the devil is feeding him lies about himself. Well, yeah, like, you know, to me, if you think about it, right, like, whenever they talk about our conscience, it's always the angel and the devil. Like, good and evil resides in both of us, sometimes even in equal parts, and, like, we just decide to go one way or the other. You have, you know, like, if you think that evil is just what you put out in the world, it's not. It's what you, like, give to yourself, too. Like, if you're sitting there and you are always thinking terrible things about yourself, that's just as bad as thinking terrible things about everybody around you. You know, you're part of the fucking world, too. You know, you think the line is just drawn at, like, your psyche? It's not. You need to, you know, you need to love yourself as much as you love your neighbor. More room?
At the end of this level, we're going to see the puzzle again. And here, I'll tell you what I think the puzzle means. Each of these games represents an idea that was on Coda's mind at the time that he was making it. And the puzzle is a way of closing the door on a previous chapter of his life before moving on to the
How many
next
times
one.
have I said that? That is literally every time I fucking end a game. I always talk about closing a door on that chapter and how it's so fucking hard to. That's why I go through that mental. It is that mental of, like, you hit that first lever and that door opens. When you hit that that lever again and you go through, you don't come back. You can't get through that door again. That's the significance of that puzzle. I believe in the song, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. It was written filming. Yeah, but nobody's perfect, though, is the thing. Escape, escape, need an escape. He cut it up and spread it between dumb Google for me. Let's see, and spread it between words. Almost there. I have seen everything. I have traveled the world. I have never told anyone. I wish there were notes in the real world. Oh, there are. Become one with the spiral nonsense. Downward, keep digging.
In each of his games, after exploring a theme that, you know, he might find difficult, Coda can then place this puzzle that he knows has a reliable solution, he understands exactly how it works, and so it gives him a simple mechanism for moving on.
Almost at the end. So that right there where he's talking about it's a simple solution, he knows how it works. Like, it's a comfortable thing that, like, makes something very hard to do simple. It's a mental trick. Okay? It is very much a mental trick. You find a way to make something really complex. You know, that might be getting yourself back into a positive mindset, you know. It could be as simple as you brew yourself a fucking pot of tea. You know, but, like, if you have those tricks where you can make something very complicated, very hard to do, simple, that's awesome. And that, every time I finish a game, I'm always talking about how hard it is to do. And it's turning the page in the chapter. turning a page in the chapter. It's going on to the next chapter, but you've got to move on. You know, like if you keep on, if you hold on to the past, like you will never actually move forward. Does this puzzle have a solution? Oh my god, I have been here for literally an hour. What the fuck do I do? Help. Help. This doesn't make any sense. The second door won't open. Shit, how do you solve it? Developer, answer please. See, this is the big thing with all of this, right? Like, this is a very simple solution, and this is his puzzle. He's like, these are his thoughts at the puzzle. Sitting here wondering, how the fuck do I go, how do I move on from this? And that's the thing, you know. It's the hard fucking thing, is like, you know what's back there. And you can sit there in that fucking comfort. Perfectly fine. You could. But you'll always be there. So it's really hard to go ahead.
There's this dark area between the doors, a space between spaces. Before you move on, you get to pause. Just for a moment. A few seconds to reflect on and let go of the events that led you here. To step back and connect the pieces together. To grasp at that elusive bigger picture.
See, and this is why I always talk, you know, and I spend so long at the end of a game talking about it, it's literally going from here to here. Okay? It is that we were in that game, and now we're in that in-between phase. And we are reminiscing everything we are about to leave behind. That door shuts, we can't get back through. So it's remembering what we went through and everything. Like, we can't go back. We can't have, like, we can't recreate that exact same memory again. Like, it's gone. You know, but you have to move on. If you don't move on, you'll never make another memory. You'll never open another door. How do you leave notes? Old-fashioned typewriters. Are you there? Please say something. It can be anything. I just need you to say something. Talk to me, please. Why are you having so much difficulty talking? Speak, 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 speak. Ah. Good God. Porn stars die too.
Tough. It's gonna kind of just spin its own wheels for a few minutes. Hang with it.
Alright, we're gonna put a pause on there because I noticed that we were snoozing the ads and everything. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna happen here in about 60 seconds or so. I'm gonna eat a little bit, I'm gonna drink, recollect myself and everything like that. But yeah, so from what I understand is we are already going through some tears and everything like that. Yeah, we still have a long way to go, guys. Yeah. Like, this is, I am happy that you guys are joining me on this. Like, and I hope that, like, what we discuss here will help you guys in the future. I really do. So, like, yeah, let me know while the ads are going and everything like that. I'm gonna put it on the intermission screen, but let me know what you think so far. Like, go nuts, man. Like, this is a very, very heartfelt game for me. Like, this strikes home in so many fucking ways, and you guys have no idea what you guys are in for. But let me know what you think about it right now. But we're gonna let that ad play. I'm gonna take care of some stuff. I'll see you guys in a moment. Alright, we are back. Definitely already have some takeaways. Keen to see what else we touch on. Oh, dude. Like I said, it's gonna get worse. And by our standards, that means it's gonna get better. But it's definitely gonna get fucking worse. So yeah. I don't Yeah, I was selling this game pretty hard. My main thought about the game is that Koda is in pain. Creating these games seems to be his way of expressing that. Evolving from very simple concepts to deeply elaborate ones. Does it need to have a specific meaning? Maybe not. Why can't art just be art? Something open to personal interpretation. Find their own meaning in it. It does pain me, though, a little bit. Okay, so as I was just about to say, like, I've been selling this game. I don't think I oversold it in any way, shape, or form, because like we're not even close to the end, and like I'm gonna sit through. I'm gonna play it all in this one sitting. So yeah, let's keep on going, shall we? Because yeah, Archer, that'll be touched on. Just saying. Hmm.
See, like, this is it. The whole game. And there's nothing that's particularly interesting about it. You just walk to the end of a hallway. Except, for some reason, Koda gets really fixated on this prison that has all of this modern furniture. And I don't know why, but he decides he needs to revisit this prison. He's gonna start over, use the same assets, turn it into something else. Okay, cool. Here's version 2.
A prison with all this modern day furniture. What furniture ought to go in the center of the room? How about a TV with surround sound, a refrigerator, put a giant hole in the ground. Put a giant hole in the ground. Okay, now what about along the wall of the room? Let's put a huge picture of a horse. I'd really like a washing machine. 10 stoves lined up along the wall. Huge picture of a horse. I think we should light up this room a bit. A skylight, full ceiling window. Let's open this baby up. I'm thinking 10 by 12 recessed electric 6-inch soft LED ceiling lights with fluorescent trim. We'll put live Tesla coils in each corner. Yeah. See, I like this. Okay. He just got done talking about, like, prison. These prison games. Being all this, like, with modern day furniture. And then his volume 2 is we are literally deciding, okay, like, what furniture should we get? Remember how I was talking about, like, these 4 walls that I have, I need to get rid of them? This is what I was saying when I say I relate heavily to this game. Just shit like this, what do I do with my big TV? What do I do with my entertainment center? Oh no, I have beds. What am I gonna do with that? What beds do I want? What TV do I want? What lights? I don't know. A lot of people, I think, can go ahead and, like, go into that kind of life, but to me, that's... I don't want to imprison myself like that. And a table. You need a table. Who are you? What exactly are you doing? Where exactly are you doing this from? I'm pretty sure none of my choices are making any difference. Tables were invented in 1935. Pretty sure none of my choices are making any difference.
There's a bit more to this one, but still it's not really communicating anything. It's kind of just weird for weirdness' sake.
No, I think it communicates a lot.
So okay, he throws it out and starts over. This time he comes at the prison idea from a different direction.
I think it means that you get stuck, like, trying to figure out what you want, and in the end, like, see, and this is something I told my friend, and I feel not 100% wrong for telling him this, but, like, he wanted, a nicer car. He got a nicer car. He had a girlfriend. He wanted a better girlfriend, and he kept, and this was kind of the thing, is he'd get a car, he wanted a better car. He'd get, friends, he wanted better friends. He got a TV, he wanted a bigger TV. And that's what it was, is, like, the second, like, the second you actually get what you want, you're gonna end up wanting something else in its place. It's like this void inside of people that will never be fucking filled. You know, they want a couch, okay, they get a couch. After a year of having that couch, you know, if they get to a better spot, they're gonna be like, you know, I've had that couch for a year, you know. So they're gonna want, you know, they just want more and more and more. You know, it never stops, you know. When I was homeless, like, you know, I wanted food. You know, when I did have a roof over my head, I wanted a fucking light switch. After I got a light switch, I wanted a doorknob. You know, now I have so many fucking doorknobs, you know, and it took me a minute to realize, like, holy shit, like, there used to be a time where all I really wanted was fucking food, you know, and how that constantly fucking just keeps on, like, going up and up and up and up, and honestly, I don't think, let's see, humans never stop earning for more. You can even enjoy the glory of getting there. The question is when it's enough for us to be happy, or are we happy only when we're working for me, or working for more? Well, working for me works too, you know, and that's the thing, is I don't, you know, honest to God, I think that the second somebody, like, sits back and they're like, ah, this is nice, like, give it a month or two and they go instantly into, oh, well, I want more, you know. And that's the sad thing for me, is, like, it's always, like, people can't just be content with what they have. People always, like, want more, and I don't think they have in mind. That's why I was talking about having a potential destination in mind. Like, when is enough enough, you know? Hello, please walk forward. This guide will enable you to escape any prison environment. Follow the instructions carefully. Take care that you remember each step. First, click on the table. Okay, because I know what's gonna happen. I want to try something. Click. I've clicked on my real life table too. It did not disappear into the ground. Good. Go over to the photo and click to turn it slightly. Fuck, I don't know what to do here. I literally don't have a photo on the wall. Now turn the floor lamp in this room off, and then turn it back on again. Now go to the left side sofa, move it over a little. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back, hold on. And I moved the sofa. For me, it's a futon. Left side sofa. Finally, touch the shelves. Alright. That's it. In a real prison, the escape will now open. Return to the start to be taken back to your prison. Nope. Now, how many people would fucking shit their pants if, like, behind me, just the door, like, started sliding, like, the wall just starts sliding up and it's just a blinding white light, and you just see me disappear into it. If you guys don't see me tomorrow, know that I escaped. It would have been a pretty cool stream, let me tell you. That's my thoughts exactly. But no, like, keep in mind what he's trying to say with this is, like, first we had the whole, like, okay, prison with you know, it's modern day furniture. It literally looks like a well furnished, like, fucking studio apartment. Okay, like, it's pretty comfortable. The second one was literally, like, wanting more and more and more and more. And we're talking, like, these are, in his mind, prison games. And now in this one, it's like, okay, like, things around your place, this is a very simple way. Like, this guy, you know, like, you do this and you can escape. So remember, like I said, this is a game you have to follow along in. Otherwise, you're gonna be fucking lost.
And of course, now the table is gone and you can't begin the chain of events to escape.
Hopelessness.
There's a version where there are no bars, but you can't actually get to the well. And then a version where the inside of the prison is the outside and the outside is the inside. Let me just blink you real quick through a few more of these. I mean, he really unloaded on this prison idea. There's nearly a dozen. Personally, I think it's awful to watch this, to see a person basically unraveling through their work. And for what? Like, at what point do you just go, maybe there are game ideas other than this prison that I could be working on? But Coda doesn't have that voice telling you to stop, that particular mechanism of defense against yourself. Without it, you just spiral. And so he keeps going and going and going and going and going, and then he hits on something. And he likes it. And that's it. He's done. He stops making prisons. This is the very last version of the prison game that he created. And the reason I think it works is that the prison is not actually in it.
Oh, fuck. See, and this is where, I don't know, like, streaming did take a hard turn. I don't know if anybody has noticed that, but playing all the decision-based games and everything, and, like, you know, when he mentions, like, unraveling through your work, you know, dude, I hit that wall. Like, I really did. Like, you know, it's why I don't, you know, I had to get out of factory work, and, like, I started playing games, and, like, you know, I do all these discussions and everything like that, and, you know, that saying right there is, like, when is enough type of deal. You know, that voice in your head that most people are just like, dude, you need to go ahead and stop. That can be a detriment too. Like, there's a lot of people, that voice comes on, it's like, dude, stop, nobody's gonna like this. That's the kind of thing you need to shut down. But there is also that self-defense mechanism of, you shouldn't put this out there. Like, you shouldn't. And sometimes I feel like people lack that voice too, and knowing which one to listen to and which one is you shouldn't, that is impossible. But man, this is the last iteration of the prison game that he made. So after this, he stopped making prison games. And that's the funny thing, how the narrator puts it, right? The reason why he feels that this one worked for him was because it doesn't actually contain the prison. When I think about that, okay, I think that what he's talking about is the prison is in your head. It doesn't actually exist. It only exists because you are, like, creating it in your head. And I know, like, I love the Dumbledore, you know, well, just because it's in your head, what makes it any less real? But, like, that's also true. Like, if you box yourself in your own mind, that's probably fucking worse than if you were, like, locked in a fucking room. If not, you know, like, it would be, I think that would be worse. Like, a prisoner of one's own mind. You know, I think that's what, like, a lot of people don't get when they talk about that in the movies. Like, oh, he's trapped in his own mind. How fucking terrifying that is. But that's writer's block for you. That's fucking any creators, like, anything, really. That's when you love gaming, but you don't know what game to fucking play. That's when you want to be, like, super responsible and successful, but you don't know what to fucking do. It's literally a prison of your own fucking mind. And eventually, yeah, you can figure out a way out. And that's why I love, like, you know, it being modern furniture. It's like, yeah, like, this apartment, like, I have been trapped here. Like, and I'd say that. I have been trapped here trying to figure out ways to move on with my fucking life. So it does feel like a prison. All the modern day furniture, there was ones where, you know, like, there is no furniture, like, you're deciding what to put in it, that's a prison. Like, existence. If we're gonna get really down into, like, the essence of things, existence is a prison. You know, which is kind of fucked up, but, like, really, it's the honest to God truth, ain't it? You know, it's simply existing can be a prison in and of itself. And, like, that's really tough, you know? Like, when you really think about it. So how do you escape that? You know, you've got to change your existence. Like, it's no longer good enough for you. At least for me, it wasn't. It's no longer good enough for me to just sit in this place, you know, breathing and just throwing myself around this place. Like, I need to do something. And so, you know, That's why, you know, I urge people that if you feel stuck, you need to change what you're surrounding yourself with. You know, because you're going to start doing some weird shit, like turning your lights on and off and shit, trying to find an escape. Something that inspires you to do something. Like, you gotta find it. It might take a while, you'll go fucking insane, but like, eventually you will find something if you're looking for it. Those who look for red cards often find them, you know. Let's see. Agreed. In this one, he realized that this is the epitome of the prison game. That's why he moved on. The open world, simple as it is, it can be a prison, or at least that's what I get from it. A prison can also be safe. It's scary to go outside. I'd rather stay in my prison, many could even say. He was in prison, quarantined from people, screaming in silence. So, yeah, like, I mean, I think both are right. You know, some people, they don't want to leave their prison, and who's right in that one? Like, the person trying to get them to leave, or like the person who wants to stay there and just not move? You know, if that's what they want to do, like, that's kind of their choice. You know, but I think Koda's not that type of person. Like, I think he's stuck. He is banging on the walls to get out and can't figure out how. And yeah, in some cases it does leak. Like, for me, literally, we just talked about how me and you met, Archer. Like, that was me, banging on the wall, screaming in silence for people to hear me. And it just so happened, like, eventually somebody did. But, like, yeah. It can take on a lot of different forms. The prison is a payphone. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. Hello? Who is this? Hey, it's me. I'm you from after you escaped the prison. Oh, fuck. You're me. Yeah, maybe I can do some voice acting here. So you were trapped in this prison too? Let's see, one. Yep, I was in the future.
It's a conversation. And so this is what Koda wants, is to be able to talk to someone, to share what's on his mind, and to get some good advice from someone who knows. But the irony is that even in this scenario, you're still talking to yourself. You know, all of these games so far are Koda talking to himself.
I don't know how I got here, how I found this. And that's what I've been, like, saying this whole time, is, like, this is, like, all of these games. This is Koda talking to himself. So this whole conversation here, he's telling himself, hey, like, I'm you after you get out of this. You know, like, I have something, this is gonna sound dumb, but, like, I do this to myself, and I ask people, like, hey, like, do you need the movie star talk type of deal? And, what the movie star talk is, God damn it, I'll just give it to you, okay? Like, this is that part of the movie, okay? It's that part of the movie that everything fucking sucks, okay? Everything is fucking terrible, everything is falling apart. It fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie to you, it sucks. But it's necessary. This has to happen, because at the end of the movie, when you get everything you want, it's not gonna make sense without this part of the movie. You just gotta get through it. Like, that's the movie star quote. But, like, that's what I tell myself. It's what I also tell other people. But that's how I get through a lot of shit, is, like, this is that part of your life. That everything fucking sucks. But you just have to make it through, because, like, you're gonna get everything you want. You already know that. This is you from the future. You're gonna get what you want. You just gotta make it through this part, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you just gotta make it one more step. But of course you take that step, and then you realize, well, fuck, I got another step I gotta take. The suffering humbles, suffering teaches. Oh yeah. Let's see. That's where I am right now. Oh, I'm so glad to know that I get out eventually. What's it like to escape? See, and this is too, like, Koda just wants somebody to talk to. Somebody who knows, like, good advice from somebody who knows. Because, dude, I used to, like I said, I used to be in those, how do you find it in yourself to push through? Another step when you've been pushing for so long. Is the movie ending worth it? That's the question, Jess. I mean, I'm not. I'm gonna give you the real answer there. You know, like the right answer is like, oh, it's always worth it. It's always worth it. But no, I feel like the real one is you'll never know if you don't get there. You know, and that's the realest answer I can give you. Because like it would be a lie to tell everybody, yeah, it's worth it. There might be only more hardship. It could be good, but it might not. We don't know, but we will never figure that out if we don't keep going forward. And we never get there if we don't keep moving. You know, we'll just stagnate. But, you know, in this case here, where, like, yeah, you know, like, this was me, and where King was talking about, like, having debates with himself and everything like that, this was me for a while, where I would talk to myself. Why did I talk to myself? Because I thought that maybe hearing it out loud, I would come up with something. And nobody I talked to could ever really figure out how my brain worked well enough to really give me advice. In fact, going through therapy and everything like that, honest to God, I kid you not, the best therapist I had, the one who actually, like, did some good to help me, the final, like, takeaway they gave me, they asked me, it's like, well, who saved Superman? Because they know that, like, I have saved a lot of people. I have saved my family. I've saved, you know, I've saved a lot of my friends. I've been kicked for fucking saving people. Like, I've saved a lot of fucking people. And, like, that was the last question they asked me, was, like, you know, you're the superhero to everybody. Like, so who's gonna fucking save you, man? Like, you need it. And I pretty much was like, I guess I have to figure out a way to save myself. And that was the last thing we really left on. You know, and I don't know, that's where, like, we all know our own situation better than anybody. So who can possibly, like, advise us from our own perspective? And the answer really is no one. Like, somebody can give us advice. Somebody can give us more information. And then we can take that information, add it to our own knowledge, and come up with a decision. But nobody's ever going to be able to give you the answer you're looking for. You know, again, that's something that's going to have to come from yourself. You know, and it's hard to find. You're not gonna fucking find it overnight. You know, it's not the Tooth Fairy where you put it under your pillow and you wake up and, oh, there's the answer. Like, it doesn't work that way. You know, and you're definitely not gonna find it if you're sitting there lying to yourself. Like, you need to look in the mirror. You need to go ahead, see the brutal truth. Acknowledge the brutal fucking truth. Understand that you are going to tear yourself fucking apart. You need to be your own biggest critic. But, like, you have to go to the next step. People get stuck there. People are their own fucking critic, and it makes them not want to move. You need to take the next step and get to what are you going to do about it. You can't just sit there and tear yourself apart and make yourself feel like shit. That's part of it. But the next step is, what are you going to do about it to make yourself feel better? You get to that step and you actually implement and execute, that's where you start improving on things. You can't wait around for somebody to hand it to you. They're not going to. They are going through this exact same thing, and it's a never-ending process. You only, like, the only thing that changes is what you improve day to day. And even then, you might circle back, and it's like, you know, yeah, like right now I want more discipline. I go into the military, I do that for some years type of deal. I go and I do something else. I might circle back and be like, okay, yeah, I've really let myself fucking go, you know. You can circle back. You know, it's just like the furniture thing. You know, you always will want more. Well, that should be self-improvement. You should always want to better yourself. Get a better idea of how things work. Get a better idea of who you are as a person, how you get through things. Somebody else can't, from the outside, tell you how to make it through and take the next step. That has to come from you, and that's why, like, I do reference, even though it is a comic song, like, it's supposed to be a funny song, but, you know, I believe to an extent we are all, like, our own higher power, to a certain extent. And so to think that, to reflect on that with the, my love is the type you have to earn, and once you've earned it, you're not going to need it. That's why I think that quote is very fucking powerful when you really think about it. My love, so our own love, like if I'm talking to myself on this one, my love is the type I have to earn. But once I've earned it, I'm not gonna fucking need it anymore. And that's why that makes sense to me. Getting real fucking philosophical on you guys. But let's see, I was about to say that, but you might regret having left in the middle. It's the journey, the target, it's just another start to another beginning. Exactly. Welcome to life. It's a constant ending of one journey, starting down another path. You know, you never are allowed to stagnate. Time keeps on moving. Time will not let you stagnate. You might stay in the same spot, but like, the world is gonna turn whether you are standing in the same spot or not. You might regret having left in the middle. Well, yeah, but guess what? That's something you worry about in fucking hindsight. Regret is something you look back on. You don't sit there and make a choice. Like right now, if I said, you know, oh yeah, like I'm not regretting what I'm currently doing. I might look back at this stream and be like, oh man, I really regret saying that, but I'm not gonna do that in the moment. You know, you're trying to look at something from the future and you're not there yet. You're afraid of something that hasn't even happened yet. You know, it's just like worrying. You only suffer twice in that case. You know, and sure, you might go ahead and regret it, but like, if you're so worried about what's going on here and now, how much worse can it be? And that's one of those, look in the mirror and ask yourself that hard question. Is it really so bad? Do you really want to change it? And again, that is an answer that can only come from you. Nobody's going to give you that. They can help you find the answer, and they can give you ways to seek it out yourself. But it's your journey. Let's see. Oh, I'm so glad I know that I get out eventually. And everybody, if you are trying to get out, you will get out eventually. Hell or high water, you'll get out eventually. What is it like to escape? Let's see. Actually, I'm already forgetting what being in the prison was like. It's strange, but in a way, I kind of miss being in prison. It feels like being completely still and wildly in motion at the same time. For me personally, and like, these are, like, this is one person, right, talking to himself. These are three options. Like, it's all true. They're not necessarily, it's like one or two or three. It can be all of them. You know, especially, like, at different points in your life. Like, right now, before, I really had no idea, like, that I was even in a prison, right? Like, you know, until, you know, I finally just kind of hit a wall. Like, you know, and I don't want to be back here. I really don't. You know, like, that's why it's like, it's okay for me. If the military stuff doesn't work out and I don't end up back here, it's just kind of like, okay, well, like, the whole point of escaping here was because I figured anything would be better. And I might be horribly wrong, and I might look back, but, like, yeah, I want out. So I'm gonna say, like, what I feel right now is it feels like being completely at a standstill, but, like, shit's fucking insane all at the same time. And that is so fucking true. Do you feel any different? Sometimes I'm scared. I'll get out and then things will be exactly the same as before. No, I'm really the same person now as I was back then. Or two, it actually does change. I don't feel like the same person at all. Again, you know, I'm pretty sure, like, this is almost like, I mean, I can directly reference what you were saying, Archer, as far as, you know, like, regretting having left in the first place and everything. Like, what you're asking, that is something for you to answer. We can't answer that for you. And that goes for everybody, you know. And for me, this is why I loved this game, is this put my life in perspective when I started really thinking about it. You know, and doing this at the end of the year when everything is going to change, I don't think there's a better time for this. I'm gonna say it does change. Like, I really don't feel like the same person I was. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, and again, this is a little bit of a window into me as well. I was at a point where I literally was sitting there like, you know what? Everything is okay. Like, I'm just going to work, and that's all I'm gonna do. And one day I'm gonna die, and I'm okay with that. Like, I had made that, like, that thought process is like, I'm just gonna work, and one day I'm going to die. You know, and that's gonna be okay. As I got into my darker things, I'm like, I could end it any time. Like, it's my choice to stay here. You know, and now, like, now that I'm looking at it after, like, everything that's happened, I'm looking at it as like, no, like I am trying to reach my potential. I am trying to better myself in a major way, in a way that not a lot of people will agree with, not a lot of people will see it. Not a lot of people would understand why I would be doing it this particular way. But this is my answer. This is what I found. And like, I might fail. I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's all butterflies and rainbows. It could go horribly fucking wrong, but something I will say a lot, and you've probably heard me say this a lot, during the games, is like, it's about, for me, it's about what I can live with myself with. And I don't think I'd be happy with myself if I sat around wondering, well, what if I walked out that door? Kind of like, I guess to put it like with what Archer was saying, where like you might regret, leaving. Well, you might regret not leaving too. It's just like how this game began. There is shit happening outside that door that you can't possibly know, and you might not be meant to know, and you might never find out. You might regret never opening the door just as much as you might regret opening it. But you don't know until you open the door. That's a future you problem. I dreamed of this. I just realized one of my greatest dreams is to be a campfire treading thoughts, discussing everything, sharing with people whom I grew, fighting demons, escaping prisons. Now is here, fresh air in my lungs. And there you go. Like, you will find it eventually. And like, that's really awesome to hear, and we might not have like, the campfire going and everything. We could one day maybe plan a camping trip, but like, especially like sitting around and sharing stories with people, yeah, like, and the thing is it's why I urge everybody to do something like this, because if you chase it and you want to create it, you were trying, Caesar, you came to me trying to create a community, I'm glad I was able to help, but eventually you would have done it, like a lot of people who have showed up to the channel, they've all come wanting to do something, and it's why I'm like, yeah, fucking, here you go, do it. Like, stop telling me what you want to do and just fucking do it. I might give them the means and I might make it easier, but like, that's what support's all about. Support is not doing it for somebody. Support is helping somebody do it themselves. Alright. But it does feel like I'm a different person. Oh, good. That's so nice to hear. That makes me feel really happy. Age just kind of does that, I'm still me, but I'm not somehow. It's hard to describe. Remember to enjoy being who you are right now. It won't last. See, all of these bode true. I'm not reading these as options sometimes. I do read them as a chronicle, like, like they are a full, like, sequence, But yeah, you know what, as you get older, as you experience more and more and more, you start to figure out what's important. And in the end, yeah, you're still gonna be you. Like, that doesn't change. Like, a lot of people get fucking worried about that. It's just like, oh, if I go this, it might completely change me. You're still you. Like, you might be different, but, like, you're still you. And, yeah, I guess, like, the sentence is right. Like, it is hard to explain. But, like, you do change. Time and experience does that to you. It's going to happen, whether you like it or not. Stagnation will change you. Being active changes you. Throwing yourself into stupid shit or smart shit or any kind of shit, all of it. It will change you. But you're gonna change regardless. At least when you're doing something with action, you control how it changes you. And because you're in control of it, it is still you, is the best way I would describe that. And I would also say that, like, probably one of the most important things is 3, okay? Remember to enjoy being who you are right now, because it will not last. Okay? We are all going to change. We are all moving on. Like, time will keep on going. The world spins madly on. Yeah, if you aren't in control of your life, somebody else will take control of it. You gotta remember that. Like, if you don't control where you're going, someone else will start pushing you in a direction. You want to be in control of your own stuff. Despite everything, it's still you. Undertale. Yeah, I haven't played Undertale yet. That might be one I need to look into. But, that's why, like, you know, when you were talking, Caesar, about, you know, having that date and everything, that's why I was like, just enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts. You know, same thing with, like, you know, everybody I talk to. Even though I know I'm going away, like, I'm not going to do, like, lasting permanent damage, but I am going to enjoy the people I get to talk to and everything like that, you know? But yeah, like, I know that things are going to change, but, like, right now, I can't do anything about what's going to change. That is something in the future that I cross that bridge when it comes. Worrying about it before I even get to the bridge, what is that going to help? You know? So I'm going to enjoy here and now. I'm going to, you know, like, I'll enjoy shit when I have the power to do something about it. But right now, I'm here with you guys. I don't need to worry about, you know, like, you know, what I'm going to do in the military. What I'm worried about is conveying, like, my feelings and what I'm going through to help you guys out. Not necessarily, like, I know I'm talking about, like, what's going to happen in my future, but, like, I'm not freaking out about it, right? Like, I'm talking about it to help, you know, express what, like, the game is bringing up, and, like, stuff that hopefully will help you guys in the future. That changing is okay, and yeah, changing is okay. You know, there's, when it comes to, like, talks about, like, stress and whatnot, one of my favorite things, I think it was actually, Peterson that said this, but, when a crab grows, right, it outgrows its shell, and the stress that being in too small of a shell puts on the crab makes it change. Necessity is a great motivator, but if you learn how to do it before the necessity takes over, that's called discipline. You know, it goes a long way. But let's see. That's what I need to do. Wait, if you're me, then did you get a call from another version of you when you were trapped? Oh, here's where we get into, like, I don't know, this is where, like, time travel and, like, theory like that kind of gets messed up, right? Because if... does this mean, like, we're the first one to change it? Like, we're the first one to decide to call back to our past selves? And honestly, what if time travel did become a thing? Like, could our future selves actually, like, contact us? What if they can, but it's like, minute ways? Like, they change, like, such minute shit, but, like, because they have, like, you know, they're... I guess you would say that they're in 5th dimension at that point, you know? Like, what if they knew that, like, you know, they take this cord and they twist it up a little bit, and somehow that's going to, like, change what you do 3 years from now to, like, be something better. That's kind of crazy to think about. But in this case, when we're talking about Coda, right? This is where it's like, if you were playing this game through the first time, and you got here, then the answer would be, no. Like, I think I'm the first person to call back. You know? And I think if we're looking at, like, you know, like, say the prison escape thing, this is the first prison we're escaping from. Right? The first time we're escaping from this one. We could get thrown back into this very same prison. And then it would be like, hey, could explain, oh, deja vu. Yeah. Like, definitely, you know. But yeah, when it does come to Coda and everything like that, I do feel like, yeah. Like, he's making this because he... To me, like, this is his therapy, right? Like, and we all say, like coming to this stream is, like, you know, our therapy, right? You know, but, like, this is his. Like, he makes these games so that he can come through as, like, a player now and put himself through all of this. Then can you tell me how to get out? Maybe I can come find you. What do I have to do? To get out, all you have to do is be sincere. To get out, all you need to tell me how you feel right now. To get out, just talk with me for a bit. See, this is him talking to himself. And, like, you will get on those loops. You do need to talk to other people, don't get me wrong. Okay? Like, when I say that those answers have to come from you, I don't mean, like, you have to isolate yourself. No. Talk to people. you do have to be real. You have to be honest. Like, if you are looking for real advice, you need to be not only honest with you, but honest from the people you're looking for information from. But you can't let those people decide for you. You need to take what they say, add it to you, like your own information, your own perspective, and go from there. So like in this case, with all three options, all three are true. If you feel like you are stuck in a prison type of deal, like all of the options have been true, like up until this point. If you ask me my opinion, like that's the truth. So like he's asking, what do I have to do to get out of this, like when he's asking, what do I have to do to get out of this prison? What you have to do is, yes, like you have to be sincere. Yes, you have to talk with me for a bit. And yes, you have to be honest about how you feel right now. You have to say it. Let's see, I was watching Marvel's What If, and I got me thinking about the same idea. It's actually brought me some comfort. I've been scared I might not get everything I want this time around, but it made me wonder, maybe there's another version of me out there, another Archer who did get what I wanted, and that's okay. It gives me the freedom to pursue something else. I can be happy for that other Archer, happy that we and let himself move on to new possibilities. Oh, you're talking like, you know, simultaneous timelines. But you do realize the only difference between that Archer and your Archer could be that choice. One simple choice. So if you're afraid to leave your apartment and you think that there's another version of you who is happier, maybe start making the choices that he would make. You know, it's kind of like the, I believe in the me that believes in me. That saying. If you follow the rabbit hole on that one, you know, maybe listen to the you that is happy, you know, or like the you that is like actively working on being happy. What would he do? You know, because that's another thing. That's why I use that statement so much is, you know, I believe in the you that believes in me, you know. It's like, you know, another way to put it is like, okay, like I'm going to listen to the you that believes in me because you might not believe in me, but I'm going to listen to the you that does. You know, that's why I use that saying a lot. Well, yeah, but like if you try to attribute like your own happiness to some cosmic theory or deity or timeline and like because he's experiencing it, that's why you're not experiencing it. Man, you can use that excuse for why everything goes right or wrong in your life. And that, you know, I think you need to try. You know, like, if I'm going to be honest, I think you just need to try. And you are. You know, again, you're worried about something that hasn't even happened yet. You're on the road. You're getting ready to start streaming, which is what you want to do. Like, there are, you know, you're working on getting to, like, where you want to be. So, you know, you're not in that a miserable point right now, you know. Oh yeah, like 100%, but you shouldn't stop trying. What I'm saying is you are trying, so don't worry so much, you know. Is there something you could be doing right this second to go ahead and help? If not, don't stress about it, you know. You just kind of, you know, make it to the point where you can do something, and then make sure you're ready to do something when that time comes, you know. What? Okay. What? That will free me? How does that work? Listen, you can't know until you're out, but I promise it works. Just talk to me, it will make sense. See, I love this. I love that, like, you know, we're having, like, conversations about our personal struggles and everything while the game is going on. Because right there, like, you know, right there, you know, what we were just talking about, you know, it's just like, oh, well, I don't understand how that works, you know. You know, I do try, but there's things outside of my control. It's like, listen, you can't know until you're out, man. But I promise it works. Just talk to me. It will make sense. Okay, I can talk. Let's just talk for a bit. Will you be here? I will be here for as long as you need. And that's the thing.
I can see why he considers this a fitting conclusion to the prison games. After all of the obsession and frustration, just to be told by someone you can trust that things are going to be okay. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. The problem is, some people don't listen to that.
So what would it look like if Coda wanted to make a game about talking to someone other than himself?
Oh, this one. But that's sometimes the thing, guys. Like, when you really think about it, sometimes that's all, like, you don't have to have somebody come to you with a specific problem and be freaking out about that problem and everything like that, you know? Like, you don't always, it's the question, the sword or the blanket, okay? Sometimes you just need to say, it's okay. Like, everything's going to be alright. Pretty much. But the thing is like, I also see that some people like, I hate to say this, but like, I think some people they'll complain about something, but they're not actually looking for a solution. They don't want to be made to feel better. They don't want any kind of solution. Like, they're complaining about something, but they're not doing anything about it. You know, I find it really sad when you run into those people, you know, but they think that, like, if they just wait around long enough, like, it'll happen, you know? Like, it does take effort on your part. It does take talking to, you know, other people. You know, like, you can't just sit there and, like, expect everything you want to just fall into your lap. It does take sacrifice and everything like that, and it can be hard, but again, eventually, the fear of, like, how hard something is going to be undermined by, like, how unhappy you are with the current situation. You know, it's, you know, and I'm gonna use the example again. Me quitting cigarettes. I smoked since I was 18. I quit like 9 months ago. I tried everything up until then. Be it gum, be it, you know, e-cigarettes, you know, all that kind of stuff. And literally, I don't even know what changed. I just one day said, I don't want to do this anymore. And I didn't. Now is the perfect place to start. Exactly. And that goes for fucking everybody, you know? And that should, like, that's my process when it comes to thing. Is, like, wake up, you know, and if, for whatever reason, if you are not at, like, your peak fucking happiness, man, figure out something, one thing, that just isn't making you happy, and figure out what you can do about it. If you can't figure out something to do it, move on to the next thing. And keep doing that until you find something you can do. And change that one thing. Do that once a day, and your life will start to improve. You know? And even then, like, take a look, like, let's say it's financial, right? Let's say, oh man, like, I'm really not happy about how much money I make. Okay. Go spend an hour, like, go and look for another job that pays more. Put out one application. Wait and see what happens. The next day, do the same thing. Next day, do the same thing. Eventually, somebody will give you that higher paying job. This is the best gaming experience I've ever had. Awesome. Well, welcome to the Hellfire Tavern, guys.
To me, this environment is meant to represent Coda's puzzle, with the 2 doors on either side and a dark transitional space between.
So, what he's saying, right, is this is the dark transitional space in between. Okay, this is moving from one thing to another, that in-between phase. Well, my goodness, I'm glad all heck that you showed up. Thought I might be having to clean this entire house all by myself, and right miserable that would have been. Everyone knows lonesome hands makes lousy
You'll notice
homes.
that the quality of the art is a step up from previous games, including this new and improved chat system, which he started using from this point on. From here on out, he begins putting much more effort into the visual polish of his work, and this particular game took 2 months to create as a result.
2 months to create this game. And let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you honest to God, this is one of, like, this was the eye-opening thing for me. This is my favorite game out of all of his collection. And I fucking hate cleaning. I'm gonna tell you that right now, right? But when you think about it, like, you know, what it means to me. This is that dark transitional place. It looks like a home. It looks like a very nice home. You don't know if it's yours and whatnot. All you know, like, is pretty much you're cleaning this place. That's it. That's it. It's the mundane. It's just going day to day to day to day, not knowing what you're really doing. You're in between. Like, you do eventually, you know, you do eventually have to hit that. You have to open that door. You can postpone it as long as you want. Like, you can sit there. It's always going to be there. You can sit there forever and never open it, but it's going to be there. But eventually, you do have to open. You have to move on to stuff. You can't sit in the past. You can't worry about shit that happened a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You know, and that can be said about fucking anything. You know. In simply existing, sometimes you do have to spend some time in that spot where, like, you're not doing anything. But eventually you are going to have to move on. Let's see, don't worry about me. A place this nice, I'll be glad to stay here all night. And lousy homes make home loners. God damn it. Coda makes dad jokes too. Are we cleaning this whole place? We gotta go with the dad joke. Ha! Something tells me you're gonna be fun to do this job with. Well, this place isn't going to clean itself. Far as I know, I'll finish up here. In the meantime, could you please clear the table? Much nicer. That's the table I want to see. Now, would you please run into the bedroom and make the bed? While you're in there, why don't you straighten up the rug a bit? All the little details matter. Dude. It does hit home. It really fucking does. Because, you know, I sit there and, like, I exercise, I do my training and everything like that. And then, like, I start to notice, like, oh, man, I really need to do laundry. I really need to do these things. And I take an entire day to do just this. Just straighten up my house. Just make things, like, clean, put things where I want them to be. It's funny, because I go through the same shit, man. It's why I love this fucking game. It is, like, that realization that, like, hey, what they're talking about, like, it sounds like these, like, very big brain fucking things until you realize you're already fucking doing it. It's just, it's being put in a way you can actually digest now. See, do you enjoy being a house cleaner? How'd you end up doing this job? I've been a long time since I've seen a house this messy. See if they enjoy what they're doing. Well, I don't enjoy it so much as I need it. While I'm working, I feel a kind of calm that rests in the pit of my rib cage. My soul just can't be soothed any other way, it seems. Which I guess is about all that matters. Oh, and a tidy couch. Would you straighten up the pillows on the sofa out there? See, like right there, you know, you don't enjoy it as much as you need it. You know, in that, you know, you say it's hitting you in the gut, same thing. Like, you know, my soul just can't be soothed any other way, it seems. Like, I think we call it, I've heard it called your chair. Like, everybody needs it, you know, and it's the idea of, like, the older gentleman, and he's got the red velvet chair in front of the fireplace with his drink. Like, it's his chair. It's where, like, when he's sitting there, everything that he's worried about, everything that he's stressed about, it's gone. He takes that moment in his chair, and he's just, you know, he's there. He's in that moment. There's nothing going on except that chair, that drink that he has. Maybe he's got a stogie or something like that. The warmth of the fireplace. That's it. Nothing else. You know, and everybody needs that. Everybody needs that escape. This here, this is my chair. You know, like everybody needs that way to escape, you know. Oh dear, looks like someone spilled a drink over by the couch. Maybe mop that up as long as you're over there. I feel compelled to share an incredibly cheesy personal insight. You okay with that? Make it especially cheesy. No. No, it was stupid. Sorry, never mind. Hey, these dishes need to be washed. Why don't you come do that? See, I dig the background music on this. Oh yeah. I absolutely love it. It's calming, ain't it? But yeah, right there, like, you know, hey, can I share something with you? And you instantly are like, no, like, it was stupid. Like, I don't want to share it anymore. And now you have to. Like, if you have that temptation to bring it up, why not just say it? Like, obviously, like, there is a reason it came up. You know, that's why I like people who are straightforward. It's why I like people who are blunt. You know, you could probably find, like, replicas, or at least find things that are, like, pretty close to them. You know. But the chair is a figurative thing. Like, it can be going for a walk. But, you know, it's one of those things that when you need that break, when you need that in-between space, you know where to find it. You know. And I say this is my chair, like, this is where I go to, like, cope. You know, where my in-between spot is my walks. That's where I figure out everything that I'm doing with my life. Or my bath, you know, I take baths, so, you know, that's also my place, you know. And I mean, I go all out, by the way, too. You know, like, I've got a candle and everything like that, you know, and, it's just nice. Like, you need to take the step back and look at things, like, from an outside perspective, like, as yourself on yourself. And that's hard to do, because we all want to be, like, this perfect person type of deal. Or, like, we're too hypercritical. It's hard to just be fucking honest. You know, and that's why I think people struggle a lot. Is because, for one, they're not honest with themselves. Like, they don't accurately say, like, hey, here are my problems. And for two, they're fucking terrified to change anything. What's up, Steph? Yeah, we're in some emotional turmoil. Last I checked, the tub needed a cleaning. How about you scrub it down as best as you can? No need to be perfect. We're all just human. Yeah, it's I've already got some people crying. People are contemplating their existences. So you're joining us at a fun time. Oh man, I came pretty close to crying there. Thanks for breaking that up for me, Steph. Are there still books scattered on the floor of the bedroom? If so, would you put them back on the shelf? Alright, because we keep on snoozing the ad, I'm gonna go ahead and we're just gonna talk and discuss some stuff, while the ad, damn it, while the ad plays. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play the ad, and we're just gonna discuss some stuff, you know, say hi to Steph and everything like that. Let me go get my Xanax. Oh god, I forgot about that. So this might not be the game for you, hun. Let me, okay, there we go. We got the ad going. Yeah, she goes and takes her, you know, Xanax so we can just wreck each other freaking emotionally some more. Oh. But no, I am going to monologue a little bit, and feel free to go nuts in chat if you want. I don't really mind. You know, but like I do expect people, like, people are going to tune in for this on YouTube and everything like that. So but I will say, like, this game is it is important to me. Like this has opened up so many new ways of thinking for me. Like it's insane. And everybody I've been able to show it to, I feel like it would help them. You know, because we all fear something, and it doesn't just like I'm not even kidding when I say we are not close to the end. This is an hour-long game. I'm pretty sure we've been playing it for the past 3 because we keep stopping and talking. Okay, that is how you know this is great. Thank you, Archer. That's what I was really worried about. And I'm telling you, we haven't even scratched the surface yet. Like, we're not close to like the heartbreak moment. We're not close to like we're not close to tears yet. I've come close to like maybe one or two, but you're gonna find some things out that it's gonna make it's you might want to be prepared to jump into a voice chat because you guys are probably gonna want somebody to talk to come the end of this. Not gonna lie, because like I mean, if the end of Detroit did that to some people, this is one of those you lay down for a couple of hours thinking about everything you just went through. Like, uh, I love this experience. I'm not even gonna call it a game. I'm gonna call it an experience. It is powerful, and I'm really excited to see like what this does for you all. And I want this posted to YouTube so that anybody who needs it, they can always have access to it. But no, when it comes to this level in particular, it's really special to me. It is that everyday living, cleaning your room, doing dishes, everything like that. Because I fucking hated it before I actually watched this. And now I look at it as that transitional period where it's like, okay, I'm doing this because I have to. You know, I need this. You know, and like it is really like it's getting to the next day of work. You know, you just and maybe that is like what you're opening the next door to is like that next day to work. You know, but you have to close the door on the one previous, and that's the whole puzzle thing. And I love how this game brings together all of these fucking like everyday aspects that we all go through at one point or another in our lives. And like really it just fucking combines them and just like it's like, yeah, here is the ugly ass fucking truth for you all to fucking deal with. And it is. It is. It's what we all go through. And we have to find our own way about it. For Coda, it's that puzzle game. For us, it's something different. A prison game is something different for Coda than what it is for regular people. We have our own different ways that we see things, but they are broken down. They are the same things. And like, dude, the tavern helps everybody. And like, I'm glad that I was able to bring everybody together for that kind of support. And I'm glad I can help people achieve what they want to and give people the courage to actually pursue what they want, even though they're fucking terrified that it could fail. The second I hit the fucking live button, every time I hit the fucking live button, I think that fucking everybody's just gonna fucking leave and nobody'll fucking remember me, and nobody'll care. That's been my worry from day fucking one. But you know what? Like, you still have to fucking do it. For me, it's not an option anymore. Like, I do have to hit that button while I still have the chance to. And I hope I can find more chances to. And I'm gonna really miss everybody. So it's gonna be hard, but it's also necessary. Like, growth is hard. But like we have to. What is the alternative? You know. And that's the thing. And I know everybody's gonna miss me and everything, but you guys know I'm going off to do like something really amazing. And the thing is like I don't want to be missed per se. Like I want to be the inspiration that gets you guys to pursue something so that when I come back, be that in 2 months, maybe it's a year, maybe it's fucking 6 years. I want to hear the amazing things you guys did. You know, go on your own adventures, man. I invite you on all of mine. And I'm glad that you guys are here, guys. But like, You need to take your own adventures too. Alright, but the ad is over, and like I said, we've made an hour-long game so far, last quite a bit longer. 2.5 hours so far, so we're so dramatic because you're gonna be gone for like 2 months. Dude, guys, man, you if you guys are gonna be this dramatic right now, okay, you guys are making me contemplate not finishing this game out. You don't know. I'm telling you, you don't know what you're in for. We're gonna continue on though. Put them back on the shelf. If I get dementia and forget all of you, please don't take it personally. No, I love every moment. I love you guys and our adventures. Don't forget them. Hang them on the memories. Just play the damn game. Exactly. You don't know that that's gonna happen. Don't freak out about it now. You know you're one of the best friends. I try. Perfect. Now then, how about you come and clear the dishes off the
After
table?
the intense set of prison games, this house cleaning level almost feels like cleansing. It's the moment after a particularly difficult or traumatic experience where you just need to let it sit and digest inside of you, and eventually cohere into something meaningful.
See, I love this. Like, we're literally going through, like, it's like the stages of grief almost, you know? And, like, you guys are some of my best friends, too. You know, I'm so happy I hit that fucking live button. Do it like in the movie and fill the Discord with reminders of you. Yeah, it's gonna be like 50 first dates. We're gonna show you a DVD every day to show you everything. You know, I remember, it does remind me of, me and my friends would drink heavily at certain points, you know, obviously, like, you know, I quit that and everything like that, but one of the things we would say is, you know, I'm gonna have so much fun remembering things for you. But, again, Caesar, I want you to know that, don't worry about it until you have to, man. Like, it's gonna hold you back, it's gonna bring you down, and it's out of your control. You know, enjoy who you are right now. Not gonna cry, not gonna cry. Caesar's crying. He's definitely crying. But no, Caesar, honest to God, my best advice that I can give you, man. The game already said it. Enjoy who you are right now, because it is not gonna last. Okay? And that goes for everybody. We will never get this day back. We're never gonna, you know, tomorrow, we're not gonna get that back once we go through it. We're not gonna get yesterday back. So you gotta enjoy, like, life is too short, guys. Like, you have to enjoy things. You have to pursue your dreams. If you don't move forward, like, when are you going to do it? You know, you're gonna get stuck, and you're gonna get comfortable, and you're not gonna want to move. You're not gonna want to do anything. And you have to avoid that. You need to pursue your dreams. You need to put yourself out there. Show people who you are. Go on your own damn adventures. See, house cleaning is so difficult. How do you do it? Are all houses this easy to clean? Do these chores ever end? See, look at that. Like, it's like 3 different ways you can take the same situation. Just like, I don't get it. Like, this house is, you know, like, cleaning sucks, you know? Or, dude, like, this is so easy. Like, you know, it's fine. Or, like, you know, do these chores ever end? For me, personally, I'm a do these chores ever end. But seriously, I've been struggling with remembering things. I'm kind of trying not to freak. Well, like I said, don't... I know that it's hard. It's a lot easier said than done, man. But, like, you gotta enjoy what you can, you know? Because what you're probably doing is you're sitting there, it's like, oh, like, you know, you're trying to remember things, you know? But you remember the Legion. You know, I'm pretty sure you remember, you know, how, like, everything with the fucking tavern all happened. You know. It'll all be okay, Caesar. Trust me. Regardless of what happens, we will all find a way through. Darling, let me tell you something. Whatever work you do, you have to absolutely own it. Otherwise, it owns you. So why don't we be with the task at hand and leave the future chores to future you?
His work, actually, this was the only one that he called me up to ask me to come over and look at it. This was during a period of a few months where he was, like, grossly happy all the time. Just walked around with a constant smile on his face.
See? That right there, you know, it just said, it's like, you know, this was the only game he called me about and wanted me to see. You know, he wanted people to experience this too. And that's how I feel about sharing this with you guys. And like what we were just talking about, you know, me and you, Caesar, like as far as like what we were just talking about, look at what just came up in the game. You know, whatever you are dealing with, you have to own it, otherwise it will own you. So why don't we be with the task at hand and leave the future chores to future you? You know. And I think that will help you out a lot. Because you're gonna get stuck in your own head about it, man. Like, really. You know, and I know it seems counterproductive to be like, oh yeah, like, I'll worry about it later, you know, but, you know, you're here now. You know, do you want your memories to be of freaking out about like this, or do you want to have a good fucking time? You know? So try not to freak out. I get that it's hard to, but I want you to enjoy things too. You know, it goes under that whole premise, like, a plane could crash through my fucking house right now and take me out. You know? We never know when the end is going to, like, come to us. That's why, you know, if you ever wonder why I tell people that I love them as often as I do, it's because, you know, damn. Fuck. Okay, so, like, if you ever wonder why I tell people why I love them so often, you know, the last memory I have of my grandmother was her hanging up on me. I still told her I loved her, I just never heard it back. Same thing with my grandfather, you know. Everything was so sudden there, all I could do was send an email that I know he never read, you know, but, you know, and when it came to my roommate, you know, the last thing that I, like, talked to my roommate about was rent. That was it, you know, never got to see him again. So, yeah, you know, when you live like every moment will be your last, obviously, you don't want to go ahead and be, like, irresponsible about shit, but, like, you want to keep in mind that your interactions with each other, do you really want... What's the last thing you want them to remember about you? You know? So, like, you know... Yeah, like, I remember the last words, like, with my mom. You know, I haven't spoken to her in 3 years, you know? She's sitting there screaming out of the house at me how I ruin everything, I'm this terrible, horrible human being. And I just kept saying back to her, I love you, Mom, I love you, Mom, I love you, Mom. Like, that's why, you know? So, don't freak out. Right, about shit you can't control. Don't freak out about the future, you know, because you don't know. You really don't know when your last time seeing somebody will be. So yeah. So remember that, man. It's not tears, it's dry eyes, guys. God damn it. Let's see, I hope Twitch will let me send this, but this quote gets me through the rough patches and got part of it tattooed to permanently remind me of myself and others. Okay, yeah, if it doesn't, Jess, feel free to put it up in chat on the Discord and everything like that. But yeah, that's why I keep trying to tell you to not freak out about stuff. It's why I keep telling, you know, everybody, you know, go out and do stuff now, you know. Like, you know what you need, you know the type of people you are, you know. But don't sit there stagnant out of like fear, out of a negative thing. Do it if it's the responsible thing to do, but for the love of fucking God. Like, if there's people you want to talk to, if there's people you want to let know something, you know, you never know when tomorrow's going to be too late. You know, so like if you're afraid of something happening, you know, like, you know, you can't let that control you. It could happen, whether you're afraid of it or not. It's not going to change whether it will or not, but you control who you are now and how you handle it. Ah. Okay. I'm freaking out. I'm struggling to remember yesterday. Is that normal? For some people, yeah, Caesar. Like, sometimes I can't remember shit that I do. Sometimes I can't remember what the hell I had for breakfast. But try to calm down, okay, man? Like, see, you're in that state. Remember how I was saying that those who go looking for red cars often find them? You're trying to find it. Just get your mind off of it, man. Oh, God. Present you wants to smooth out the rug in the bedroom. Believe it or not. Trust me on this one. Looks like the tub has gotten rather dirty. Would you mind tidying it up a bit? You're okay, Caesar. We're here for you, man. It's just, you know, if you keep freaking out about it, it's just you're gonna go down the rabbit hole, man. You know, so not gonna lie, this is good background sound is now overplayed a bit because I guess we've been here for a while now. Oh, it is. But, you know, don't think that I'm ignoring you. I'm trying to kind of move things along to get your mind off of it. Because you're just gonna keep freaking out about it if we, like, stay here and keep talking about it, you know? And we can talk later about it if you really want to, but let's see, earlier when I said I really had a cheesy thought, I was going to say that it occurs to me that one's house is a lot like one's soul. You take care of it, and it takes care of you. Don't know why I felt so weird about saying that. But yeah, you know, just, that's the thing, you know, and that's the discipline I'm talking about. When you have those thoughts, like, you need to find that way. You need to find that way to kind of calm it down. You know, you need your coda puzzle, okay? That way you move on to another chapter. Something that is incredibly complex that other people might not be able to understand, but you have a way to get through it that works for you every single time. It's like programming yourself in a way. You know. Like, I don't know, some people, you know, they twiddle their thumbs. You know, other people have, like, you know, this whole thing that they do. Some people wear a rubber band and snap themselves, you know. It's mental tricks like that. Alright, let's see. So I don't know why that was so weird to say. I get it, that's a weird thing to say to someone you just met. Yeah, you're right, that's pretty cheesy, but there's a bit of truth in it, no? See, I like that the options, they all kind of like, you can read them as one or two or three, or you can read them all strung together. Like, you know, I get it, that's a pretty weird thing to say to someone you just met, but yeah, you're right, that is pretty cheesy. But there's still some truth in it, no? All three are true. Dude, it's no problem. I might not always have the right answer, but I am going to try to help you in whatever way I see I can, you know. I try. I really do try. The terrifying thing is, you know, me trying and, you know, not being able to is where I get afraid. But I do my best. There is a bit of truth to it now. Anyway, so, housekeeping. Let's keep doing this. Books, would you please clean up the books? Thanks. And that, what they just said about, if you know, a house, you know, your house is kind of like, you know, a soul. If you take care of it, it takes care of you. You know, like worrying, freaking out, and everything like that, especially about stuff that hasn't happened yet. I think that's a big thing. I've lost so much energy. I feel like I've lost years out of my life, like worrying about shit and being afraid to do shit. You know. I hope that everybody kind of has like a similar moment that I had, where I realized that, like, you know, the anxiety and the fear was actually the thing that wasn't worth it. Because I spent so long thinking it's like, oh, the effort it would take to do this, not worth it. The effort it would take to do that, not worth it, type of deal. And no, it was always just me being afraid of failure, or me being afraid of what other people would think. And I realized a long time ago, like, it doesn't matter what anybody else really thinks. Believe it or not, this whole moment is special for me. All of you here in chat, the first people that joined me in Infrit and made this whole thing possible, so I'm really grateful. Oh yeah. I think it's actually kind of ironic too. Like, you know, Jess has come back around this time, you know, to see how things are going. Like, everybody has kind of come back. You know, I think that's that really says something. And I am crying, but I am a softie. Worrying is like making trouble, where, yeah, you know, the old saying is, if you you know, worrying is suffering twice. Thanks. Oh goodness, those pillows over on the couch were a real mess.
I'm glad he found some peace.
See, and this, oh man, more eye sweat. Dude, that eye sweat, it fucking sucks, don't it? I got pretty close there, not gonna lie. But, like, look at, like, our narrator, right? I'm glad he made this. I'm glad he found peace. You need to have those peaceful moments, too, you know? Because I can tell you, like, when you cannot find any way to just get away from things and just be you, like, for just a minute, like, with all the, you know, when I say be you, I mean the real you. We all have shit that fucking breaks us down. We all have shit that, like, brings us to tears. And we feel like we can't be emotional. We feel like we can't be, you know, certain people. Like, we can't say certain things, you know. And that's not true. Like, you need to be able to have a place you can go that's, you can do that. You know. It can be by yourself. It can be, like, with other people. But you need that place, you know. You will go fucking insane. I guarantee you will go fucking insane if you try to hold that shit back. I can tell you that from personal experience. You will go fucking insane. Question.
But
do you
course,
enjoy this?
It can't last. The music stops, your companion is gone, it's time to leave. The door at the top of the hill is now open as well. Again, you can't stay in the dark space for too long. You just can't. You have to keep moving. It's how you stay alive.
And there we go. Back to the premise of all of this. Is like, you have those moments, yes, where you do reflect on stuff. You do go through all of these things. But, like, you can't stay in the peaceful place forever. You have to go back into what is hard. You have to go back to trying things and risking yourself and everything. You can always come back here, though. This in-between place, the dark space between the doors, that is always going to be there. You can return to that. Once you know how to find it and how to get there, you can always get there. But you have to remember, you can't stay there forever. You have to move. You have to move. It's how, in our narrator's words, it's how you stay alive. Well, yeah, like, there's another saying. I think we were getting into this before, where it's like, no matter what you do, you are bound to change. If you're not the one deciding where you're gonna go, somebody else will step in and decide that for you. And, like, you're not gonna like where that goes. Like, you need to be in control of your own ship. And there are people who will try to sink your ship because they are not in control. But you need to take command of your own life at a certain point, and you need to realize you have far more control than what you think you do. There's Quincy's Tavern is another one of my favorite things, and there's this one skit that he does, and it's essentially the devil has, like, his shop open, and all of these, like, items are around, and he's talking, it's like, oh yeah, that's lust over there, and oh yeah, over there is greed, and then there seems to be just a hammer and a chisel. And, how the skit goes is you ask the devil, well, what are these? And he picks up the chisel, and he says, oh, well, these aren't for sale, but these are my most powerful tools. This here, this is doubt. And he holds up the handle, and this is fear. When all of my other tools fail to work, these two will get the job done every single time. Is fear and doubt. Those are the most controlling emotions that we have, and you need to learn how to get rid of them. They are, like, what can protect us in some cases, but you get comfortable there. You need to learn when they're hurting you, and you need to learn how to counter that.
Which is the whole point of the puzzle doors, right? That sooner or later you have to pick up and move. I really thought that was the point of it.
Damn. Items you love at members-only prices. Why did you come here today? Was it to improve your life? Was it to get a better job? Was it to make your relationships more meaningful? No. You came here to become perfect. This workshop is going to teach you how to be perfect. I want your friends, the people in your life, to look at you and think, wow, this person is a better human being than I am. Right now, who do you think about that way in your own life? Who do you know who is so well developed as a person that they make you feel disgusted with yourself, compared to whom you feel useless, selfish, ungrateful? I intend to make you into that person. Perfection is within your grasp. And the question is not how do we do it, but how do we do it effortlessly. This is easy. It is so easy. It is so easy. Being perfect is effortless. No. Okay.
And you play as the teacher. And suddenly, you discover that your teacher is just as bigoted and afraid as you are. Oh, and also you can move around the classroom now.
This is what I was talking about before. That you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know what other people are thinking. Some people, if you're in that crowd, you're terrified, you're afraid to fucking say shit like this. You've got somebody there lecturing you on, like, doing exactly that, and then you might step into his shoes and he's even fucking worse than you are. There's one of my favorite songs, there's another lyric. Sometimes it's the ones who try to help who hurt the most. You don't know what other people go through. So, like, now, here's where we get into kind of a funny part, right? Like, if you take a look at, like, the dialogue choices, right? And I love it. Like, it's like the game calls out all of these behaviors right before it's like, hey, yeah, here's the lesson for that. So, right, like, if you look at the dialogue, right, like, in highlighted, this is the key. How do I achieve it with no effort? It's like what you're supposed to say. Now, if you look at the other options, on the way to work, I told an elderly person to start contributing to society. And 3, kids should not follow their dreams. These are the things that, like, he could say, but those aren't the right answers. I am kind of memorized by the back. Yeah. This is social anxiety in a nutshell. The key, how do I achieve it with no effort? By the way, you can't choose option 2 and 3. Well, let me tell you right now, if it isn't effortless, then it's not the right answer. Apparently, that is the right answer. But 2, I still love you, it's just that you make me feel cold on the inside. 3, being alone must be awful. See, these are the things, right? The guy is giving you a lecture, this motivational lecture. The other options, 2 and 3, I still love you, you know, all this, that's what's going on in the background. These are the thoughts he's having while he's giving this lecture. So you gotta understand, right? Like, this is everybody. This isn't just you. It's just people hide it better, or people choose to hide it versus show it. Or, you know, there's a lot of reasons that you don't know this about people. But, like, everybody's kind of the same. They have all of this shit going on in the background. Okay, so here we go. Thank goodness all of you perceive me as being wise and intelligent. Just saying. Not gonna lie, you know, that response right there, you know, when I'm streaming and everything, yeah, you know, I'm usually sitting there, you know, I might be, like, I look like, you know, I'm confident and everything like that, but no, in the back of my mind, I'm like, dude, thank fucking God these people, like, enjoy this stuff. Like, thank God people are finding this fun, you know. It's literally, like, you know, that's what goes on in the back of my mind, you know. I put on that strong face and everything. Why? Because, like, what's it gonna do for me to, like, be self-conscious about it? What's it gonna do for you guys if I'm self-conscious? It's not gonna help anybody, you know. And I do believe in a lot of the advice that I give. You know, I really do. I just hope that it helps you guys out. Drinking is not hurting my life. Good God. Sometimes I feel like these games, like, it's Google literally listening in on our conversations. If you are torturing yourself trying to find the right solutions for your life, you're not doing it right. Apparently that's the right answer. Here we go again, man. Do you understand that you won't be happy until you love me? This is for you. Ew, I'm developing a cyst. Gross. This is all, like, he's giving a lecture. Right? Like, this is me, right? Like, sitting here, I'm playing this game, I'm reading, you know, my stuff off. But, like, I hope you know, like, those things, the grayed out options for me to, like, talk about, is like, dude, I don't know if I made the right decision joining the military. I hope to God it is. Good night, Steffi. Thanks for joining us. But, you know, I'm thinking about how, like, you know, I need to do laundry. Like, I've got a lot of shit, you know, I need to take care of. I'm trying to remember the last time I did fucking dishes. You know, I'm thinking of, you know, I'm thinking of the people, like, you know, that I've started to meet and I've started to get to know, you know, a little bit better, you know. I'm hoping to God some of them, you know, aren't, yeah, love you, Steffi. Sweet dreams and all that. This will go up on YouTube, so if you're curious how this all goes, it's there. But, yeah, like, I'm really hoping that, like, my neighbor comes through when it comes to, like, getting my stuff out of here. I really hope that, like, everything goes well with, like, me staying with my dad for a month, man, because he has never lived with me, and I'm terrified he's gonna find out that I am not the son he is so proud of, you know. I'm terrified of getting to basic and being kicked out for whatever fucking reason. I'm terrified that I'm not smart enough to make it through this program, you know. But, like, you know, sometimes I'm open about it on stream. Other times it's like, no, like I know why I'm doing this. I know it's a good reason type of deal. That's the highlighted answer for me sometimes. Sometimes you need that, but there is so much that goes on in the background, you know. And that's true for everybody. That's not just for me. That is everybody. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Anyone want to do some ecstasy after this? Again, options, good God. If somebody from the government is looking at this, I am not talking about doing drugs. But, there is no truth. There is no path. What if I am not a good teacher? Holy shit, you guys, something is coming out of the back of the room. Look out. Do what is easiest, do what is simplest, feel what is true. Nothing, no one. Option 1. Option 2. It's coming for you, it's going to destroy you. Option 3. Everyone run. Run.
I felt pretty hard for this one. I feel like it's one of the most relatable experiences that you can have. To assume that some other person is perfect and totally fulfilled in every way, and completely miss all of the little flaws that make them painfully human. I think about this game a lot these days.
Yeah. And that is something that like if anybody ever wonders why like I do kind of take it to heart, even when people are joking and they say something, you know, because I do honestly take it to heart. It is in a way it's on like the people who realize what that was trying to teach you. It's on them to be responsible for the ones who don't realize that like there is shit going on, that like, you know, the most put together people, like they have got shit going on too, you know. And when it comes to, and I think streamers can definitely, you know, entertainers, streamers, anybody who's really like putting themselves in front live, especially of a crowd, you know, that's their thing. Is like they have to be okay for that. They can't break down while the camera's on. They can't sit there and, you know, make it all about them. Like they're there for a reason, you know. And like, you know, I am very honest about like what goes on in my head, you know, half the time anyway, you know. Sometimes, you know, I think I talk about it too much and I kind of move on. But no, like when I'm sitting here streaming for you guys, like I really do wonder if it is really that great. You know, I do wonder about like if I'm doing the right things, if I'm giving the right advice, if, you know, like what is actually going on here. Sometimes I don't even fucking know and I just fucking wing it, you know. It is scary, you know. It really is. And you know, it does get hard sometimes to go ahead and like actively hit that live button, but you know, I know what good it does for people. And I know that like it gives me an outlet for things and everything like that, you know. The people that I meet, I know that like, you know, I am influencing them. And like imagining like what if I said the wrong thing to somebody, right? You know, like there have been a couple people and they have been strange. You know, I'm not gonna lie that like, you know, they have been strange, but what if they were going through something horrible and like just me being kind to them like is what saved them, you know? I have no idea. The other day when that one guy came in, we were playing Detroit and he was like, "Oh no, I'm planning on doing something." What if that was actually a fucking thing? I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna react to that. What if I said the wrong fucking thing and somebody like went through with something like that? And I would fucking love to be like, oh, you know, I would love for somebody to be like, oh, well, that's an extreme case, but like that actually fucking happened. You know, like, you know, the guy was joking in the end, yeah, but until he said that, I didn't know that. And I don't know how many people are thinking about that right now, that maybe me playing this game and getting everybody all emotional, maybe that's a fucking bad thing. I have no idea. You know, I just hope that, like, if it is that way, people fucking click off of me. You know, but that's fucking scary when you think about, like, when you reach out to people. You know, I know I have good intentions and everything, but, you know, the seeds of good intentions and the roots of evil and all that, you know, and that's where things get really fucking scary. Because I don't know. Like, I don't know what anybody else is really going through. Not in depth. And people could talk to me for hours and hours and hours, and I still wouldn't even have, like, a partial puzzle piece. Just like how I can sit here and vent, you know. But I'll never find the right words to explain, like, what's going on with me. You know, just like how nobody else will be able to find those true words for themselves, you know. And it really made me contemplate a lot. Because at first, that was the thought process. From the literally being the crowd member, like listening to all these other streamers, listening to all these other like really successful people, you know, and how they seemed all well put together and how everything seemed great. And then when this game, like when I saw this played and I saw like that flip and the professor sitting there like same exact fucking thoughts I have sometimes, you know, fucking drugs would be better than this kind of thing, you know. That's what opened my eyes to like true empathy. You know, where I can't push somebody away for being a little bit strange. You know, not immediately. That there are people that do it maliciously. If somebody's being malicious, yeah, you need to get away from them. But I think that there's some people out there that they're a little strange. So fucking what? You know, that doesn't make them undeserving of being listened to and being heard. You know, and I don't know. There's so many fucking things that people can be going through. Honest to God, sometimes it makes me afraid to leave my fucking house just because I'm afraid of doing one thing wrong, not saying hi to one person, you know. And I maybe that's overthinking it, but like, it does get really fucking hard. Like when you start to really look into everything, and like being a good person even like can take on a whole new fucking definition. But I think I'm done with my monologue there. That's something I kind of wanted to just, again, playing this is a way to kind of like share myself with you guys too. It's not just about the game. It's for us all to kind of like go through this experience. That's the purpose. Don't stare. Let's continue.
This one took a lot longer than all the others for Coda to make. It was 4 months between this and the last one. That's twice as long as it took him to make any other game before this, and it's not like it's particularly complex, so I remember I found that a little strange at the time.
Yeah, right. So, you gotta realize, that other one took him 2 months to make. After making that one, where he, like, had this piece, this one took him 4 months, which I can get that, where, like, he's probably enjoying that other game. You know, he's found, like, what gives him peace, so he's enjoying that before he does something. Oh, wait, no. I'm getting my thing mixed up. It was the fucking, it was the classroom. Never mind. Yeah, the classroom only took him 2 months. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting my stuff turned around. God, I'm getting emotional. Fuck. But, no, he's on this kick, right, of, like, self-confidence, really. The performance is beginning. Places, please. In this scene, you will be playing as me. We are at a gathering of professionals. First, you'll start out leaning against this wall. Good, stay right there. The woman across the room in this chair is a professional photographer of animals. It's your dream to photograph animals professionally. This is your one chance to learn something from her, to gain something, to succeed. Go on, say something to her. Oh, dude, and we're supposed to stay here on this wall. Like, look how far away she is. You know, hello, sorry, I have to leave. Where's the bathroom? You know, hello. Hello? That's it? That's not a conversation. You need to actually converse with her. Be a human being and do it again. Now keep in mind, all of this dialogue, This is Coda. This is one person. So, I think you can imagine, right? If you're... Doesn't matter if you are a king or a street sweeper. Everyone dances with the Grim Reaper. Eventually, yes. The cards hit the table eventually. But, in this case here, right, he is tearing himself apart over literally just talking to this woman. Do it again. I'm super, super scared right now. 2, I like you. Here are all of my hopes and dreams. See, this is where, like, this is the part of the game I started to get kind of concerned about, like, I started thinking about mental health, right? Because, like, but this isn't mental health. This is literally what everybody goes through the first time they talk to somebody, right? It's like, oh man, should I say hello? Oh no, like, not just hello, I need to start a conversation, okay? Let me tell you about my hopes and dreams. Shit, no, that's not right, you know. I'll just come right out and say, you know, I like you. No, that is the worst fucking idea in the world. I'm fucking terrified right now. I can't fucking admit that, but I gotta say something. You know. There you go. No, that's not what I said to her at all. You're completely missing the tone of the conversation. I was reserved, but I knew what I wanted. I was confident. For some reason, it was just that one moment, but I was confident. Maybe it's that you need a better feel of the setting. There were a lot of people around us. I'll give you some props to work with. These cones that bounce when you touch them will represent the people nearby. Now talk to her again. Wait, do they? Oh, they do. Okay, so now, like, envision, like, if you put yourself, like, here, in this place, right? There's a person you want to talk to, but now, like, it's like, oh, she's alone, and you're fumbling over your world. Now there's people. Now it's like, do you think that makes it fucking better? You must have worked really hard to get where you are. I'll bet you've learned to, lean into the pain. What are some sacrifices you've had to make? You know, like, you know, I think that's the most, like, okay, you're messing it all up again. You'll freak her out of the conversation. Get that personal really quick. Do you not realize how important this was for me? I'll never get another opportunity like this again. Everything was riding on this. I want to try something. Try stepping back from the stage. Exactly. Okay, yes, now this is working. This is what it was like.
What's going to happen next in Coda's life? The solution to social anxiety, to fears of having to perform and having to chase success, the answer for Coda is to withdraw, to hide himself away. Which is what leads to scenarios like the stairs that slowed you down several games ago.
You're doing
it
great.
Just becomes harder and harder to access Coda's inner landscape because he keeps retreating. He just keeps backing away from possible connections to anyone other than himself. And to be honest, I didn't consider it very healthy when I first played this game. You know, it looked to me like he was trying to justify the idea of just disconnecting yourself from the world. And that wasn't what I wanted for him or for his games. Because I feel like a lot of his games are inviting me to connect with this person, to bring him closer.
Ah, fuck.
But what can you do? After this, Coda went off and took another 5 months to make a new game.
Mouse trip. To play this game properly, you must keep your eyes closed. Click to begin the game. This is Mobius trip. But let's talk about that fucking last one. The fear of talking to someone, the backlash you can face if you say the wrong thing. He wants to change the artist. I feel like it is his way to vent, but like he also wants, like, you know, that's where I get into saying only you know what's right, but like you gotta understand too, what if you're wrong about yourself? You know, like, You're the one who decides what to do and everything, and people want to see the best for you. And I get, because you'll see what happens come the end of the game. Trust me. But, like, you know, when it comes to social anxiety, okay, you know, and that's the thing, is honestly, Davey's not, you know, trying to change him here. Not yet. I'm gonna say not yet. Some foreshadowing. He's just saying, essentially, that he's really worried because, like, that is his answer. Instead of doing something he loves in everything like that, he would rather just not even fucking try. And I don't know. I think if you present that issue to anybody, anybody's gonna really be like, no, like, you should try to be happy. You should try to do the things you want. Like, don't you think that you deserve it? And I think that anybody's, like, friend would feel the same way to a degree. I mean, how can anybody really sit there and be like, you know, oh, like I care about this person, and know, like, you know, and sit there and be like, okay, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with you locking yourself away and never getting out. Like, never seeing anybody, never even attempting life. I don't think I don't think that anybody can sit there and just sit idle. Let's see, who knows what's right or wrong? From which point of view? From which definition? I get it, you being scared. Well, that's the thing. And that's all Davey really said. Is like, when you have somebody who is like, you know, and mind you, Coda is giving him these games. So, like, you know, if you're the friend in this, like, and they're not coming right out and saying, like, oh, hey, like, you know, this is what's really going on, and all you have is assumptions, you know, like, I used to write my feelings away, reading my own thoughts, even if they were negative, helped me move on. But, like, you know, in that case, like, I don't find that to be healthy either. Like, I do agree with Davey on that one, that it is not healthy to lock yourself away out of just fear of something going wrong. You know, again, the only alternative really is to lock yourself away and regret not having done something later on. You know, because the same thing, like, a lot of the things, like, honest, you know, at least my own personal experience, for instance, a lot of the things that I regret, for instance, you know, I regret, you know, having started college, because otherwise, you know, like, I wouldn't be in debt. You know, I wouldn't, you know, have like half the problems I fucking have right now. But then I look back and it's like, well, fuck, at the time, if I literally just didn't do fucking anything, where would I be? I wouldn't I wouldn't have had those experiences. I wouldn't have, like, found, you know, how social I could be. I wouldn't have found, you know, certain things that I enjoy, like League of Legends. Like, that's where I fell into League of Legends, or RTS, or multiplayer games. You know, like, really the higher echelon of gaming. That's where I got into PC gaming. None of those things would have happened had I not done it. And I was afraid of going to college. I was afraid of failing. I was afraid of dropping out, which is what ended up happening. Is the art is not the problem. It's the artist's mental state. You support your friend. You hear them. Well, yeah, but when art is an expression of yourself, and your art is saying that, that's why, like, you know, this game I feel is controversial. Is like, when you talk, you'll see what happens. We're gonna continue on, but you'll see what ends up happening. But I agree with Davey in this one, because, dude, this is an expression of yourself, and when, like, the expressions of yourself are fucking terrible, you know, if I started putting out a whole lot of poems that had to deal with hurting myself, I would fucking hope that somebody cared enough, like, it had enough, like, confidence and care for me to be like, hey, man, are you okay? Because you're putting some real weird stuff out there. And if I sat there and I was like, oh, no, it's just my art, I would expect somebody to question that. You know, what's going on? Captain, what can we do? I can't see anything. What's going on? Remember, we're not supposed to be able to see in all of this. Oh, it's the fucking door. Can't find the shields. You picked up the pieces and made something greater.
You should probably open your eyes if you haven't already. It's pretty much impossible to solve otherwise. And there is a solution, by the way.
Yeah. So like, damn it! I think I got myself stuck in the door. Damn it. It's okay. So it passes right through. Truth. Okay, right, so everybody else is labeled as blind. This one is labeled as truth. The only way to stop it is to speak something honest. I can't keep making these. Yes, that's it. That's the truth. I don't feel it anymore.
Like I
I'm
said,
out of
I was getting
ideas.
concerned. First off, he's never been this explicit in his work about exactly what he's thinking. So where's that coming from? But then even weirder, his work has potentially stopped being an outlet for him. Not like he's having trouble iterating on ideas, but he literally just can't think of new ideas anymore. And in person, he was being a lot more distant than usual. Like, you know how sometimes a person will just deflect anything that you say in order to keep themselves disconnected all the time? It was that kind of thing. Here was the point in my relationship with Coda where I really started to wonder if he needed my help in some way.
I'm alone. I'm stuck in it. I have to work harder. But see, this is why I was pointing that out, is like, the work is an expression of oneself, and people can get very dark, but like, you should still kind of like check up on like your friend. And as far as like what Davey, like, you know, was doing in the last one, like, he was just expressing concern, you know. So that's why, you know, like, there were warning signs. So like, whenever something like that comes up, as far as like what somebody does that can give warning signs, you gotta remember, like, me and my friends missed my roommate's warning signs very clearly. So that's why I'm a little, it's a touchy subject about like whether you should do something or not, you know. And I don't know exactly what like you disagree with Davey about Archer, so you might want to go ahead and expand on that. But no, like, when it comes to his work, like, this is clearly like he is going through some shit, you know. And I'm pretty sure, you know, when you are watching somebody for a while, you know, you can tell when it's like really, really like pressing down on somebody. And in those cases, I think, yeah, you need to say something when, like, it's very clear that like something has changed, just to get an understanding, you know. And at the very least, you know, even at the end, even if it was just like, you see this and it's like, dude, I just want to let you know, man, like, I'm here for you. Like, you don't have to do this by yourself. Because, like, number one, the first option, I'm alone, that is what drove me to, like, my deepest depressions. We're going to be okay.
His games are going to get more desperate from here on out. After this game, it's almost 6 months before he finishes something new.
See, I don't believe that like there should be this expectation for him to keep on going. As far as like creating more and more games, like, I think taking into account like how long it's taking him to get through them, like, if in like IRL, like, you know, Davey is like, oh, you need to keep going, you need to keep going. It's like that's not the case. Like, sometimes you need to take a break. You know, like I said about me streaming, right? Like, I feel somewhat obligated to stream every day so that I give people like an outlet, you know. But like, there are days like I've clearly not streamed every day. There are days where it's like I need the time to myself too, you know. That there is self-care too. And you know, there is that aspect of, you know, you can't expect to help anybody if you can't even help yourself. So there has been, a couple of days where it's been like, no, I need to take a day for me. So I would disagree with Davey if like his concern is how long it's taking him to put the games out. But the actual content of the games, like it is clear that, Coda is going through like some kind of like heavy writer's block. He's trying to deal with like this social anxiety. Um in my past relation, the person I was with was an artist, and I feel like I negatively impacted him by interfering with his art. I wanted him to improve and be more productive, but his art was more of an emotional outlet than anything else. That's why I can't be a little sensitive when it comes to art. It's deeply personal, but with the same last name, it felt clear. Cry to help. He's literally saying in the game that he needs help, that he's lonely, afraid, and could really use a friend. Yeah, I think when you influence somebody else's art, that's where you start to overstep. You're supposed to interpret the art. You're not supposed to try to take control of it. So yeah, in that case, like, um, I mean, we all want to go ahead and let somebody improve, especially when it comes to like art, but like that's their thing. That's their style. Art does not have like a skill level. Look at fucking Picasso for Christ's sake. You need self-care. It's a perfectly fine. Yeah. But like in the case of that, yeah, like, artists like they have a way of seeing the world that is different from others. But like to go ahead and try to change how they're like expressing themselves, that is different from like changing what they are expressing, if that makes sense. Let's see. Hello, where am I? What is this? Where did this land come from? How do I get out of here? Hello, is anyone there? Is that a person? How lovely. It's been a long time since I talked to anyone. What's wrong? You look lost. Again, like, you did what you thought was best at the time. You might look back and have, like, regrets now, but, like, you did what you thought was best. Like, the trick really, again, like I said, we all make fucking mistakes, okay? It's being able to sit there and say, you can't even harp on it. You can't stay there, right? You just have to say, you know what? I'm going to learn from this, and I'm going to do better next time, and move on with your life. It's really the only thing you can do. The only other option is to sit there and obsess over something you no longer can change. And that's just wasting time. And maybe, and this is why I tell people, why I urge people to move, is because, like, when you spend too long worried about the same thing or anything, even if it's fucking terrible, it gets comfortable. You get used to worrying about that thing. That's your comfort area now. And it's not healthy. It really isn't. Not when you can change something about it. You can improve something. You can tell another artist, like, hey, like, stick with your voice. Don't let anybody change your voice. You can use that experience and fix things later on. There's a lot you can do with it. But, like, being worried about it and constantly beating yourself up over something, it's not really helping anybody, except for, like, if you've been doing it for years and years and years and years, all it's doing is putting you back into a situation that you're used to, that you're comfortable with. Let's see. What's wrong? You look lost. I'm completely out of ideas. When I try to create, I feel empty. I have nothing left to give to my work. It's so massively hard to let go. You're completely right, but it does require great strength to let go. It takes discipline. And like I said, it's the door, man. It's his puzzle. And guess what? You are on the outside of your door trying to figure out your puzzle. You might want to work on it, man. Once you figure that out, you can get through anything. Or, I shouldn't say anything. It'll help you get through things. I am completely out of ideas. Alright, we're gonna hit pause. I'm gonna eat a donut and talk a little bit. And like I said, you guys are free to go ahead and share your ideas. But like as I stated, I should sleep. I want to stay, but probably need disease. Dude, it's fine. This is gonna go up on YouTube, and how I'm gonna like go about this is I'm gonna share my thoughts anyway. I mean, somebody might come in here and like give me something that I react to, but mostly I am going to share my thoughts on just about all of these. But no, like in this case, like I said, what we've already run through as far as the social anxiety, as far as all of that, dude, there's no courage without fucking fear. Okay? And people use that. I know it's a fucking cliche, but it's the fucking truth. Like I said, he's out of, as far as just to like give advice, as far as what we were talking about, I'm terrified of every fucking word I say when this fucking camera is on. If I sat here and said nothing, though, it's not helping anybody. It's not helping me. I could be doing harm, but like I'll never be able to improve if I don't work on it. And I know I have like I know I have the best of intentions. And it could be fucking it could go horribly wrong, but I won't know until I do it. You know. I won't know how people react unless I say what's on my mind. So that's why I don't, I want to be careful with some subjects because I really don't need it. I don't have a dog in those fights, and there's no reason to risk it. But there's some things I'm not gonna fucking bite my tongue over. I'm gonna say whether people like it or not. But as far as what we're going through right now with everything, he's hitting writer's block essentially. Like he wants to do something, and this is what I end up doing. Well, what he's running into right now, this is what I run into all the fucking time. I'm looking at all these games, and nothing is inspiring me. I don't want to play any of them, and it's just I'm not in the mood, and like I know that the second I go ahead, and in his case it would be putting like pen to paper, and in my case it's just hitting the start button. Like I would play it for hours. I would be 100% entertained for hours if I just hit the fucking start button. But I get lost in that, like, oh god, like, is this going to be good? Are people going to be like this? How are people going to react? And that's what you run into, and it's unavoidable. Like you have to keep trying something. You have to keep trying to find inspiration. Sometimes, yeah, it does take, taking a step back to look for it. You can't just sit in front of a fucking blank page the entire time. Sometimes you have to go out in the world and, like, kind of just get a refresh on things, see what's out there, double check that, make sure that the sun is in fact still rising every now and then. But it's never easy. You don't know how people are going to take things, and especially when you don't have any idea what to do. What the fuck are you supposed to do? If you're creating something new, if you're trying to create a new experience for people, there's no fucking book written on it yet. Like, you just have to try something. Oh no, what's happened? Did something change? See, and you gotta remember, this is Coda talking to himself. This is, if we were to take this and apply it to ourselves, this would be like if I'm sitting here like, man, I don't know what game to play. Well, hey, that's never happened before. Man, like, did something change? I really don't know if something changed. I don't know, like, I changed my diet a little bit. I'm running faster, like I'm exercising more. I don't know. Did something, like, I don't know. That's literally what is going on in the mind of this artist right now when it comes to Coda. That's what's being communicated. There was a machine that kept me going, and it stopped. I'm trying to find this engine that used to protect me, to start it again. Goddamn. 2 hits home. Oh yeah. The soundtrack is kind of strange, ain't it? Wait, you're looking for a machine? I think I know where it is. It isn't far. But no, right there, I'm trying to find this engine that used to protect me to start it again. I'm not gonna lie, like, growing up and everything like that, I used to have things that, like, I don't know, I felt safe doing, you know, like, I didn't worry about a lot of shit, and I don't know where that changed, you know, and to start, like, this machine again, like, I would fucking kill to be, like, younger again and not have all the fears that I do, you know. Now, like, I still move forward, it's just with all of those fears. It's not like they're gone. It's not like, you know, I'm being protected in any way. So, like, starting a machine again to, like, get rid of it all, I'd love that. You have to take me to it. I need to see it to know why it stopped. There'll be a little bit of self-insert in here, not gonna lie, guys. I can take you to it, but there's a problem. It's guarded by a difficult puzzle. If you can help me solve the puzzle, we'll find the machine. Deal?
Now, put yourself in
Deal,
my shoes
deal.
playing this.
3,
Here's a friend whose work is exhibiting
go.
signs of struggle, frustration, anxiety, depression, even. And yet, still, he keeps making games. He keeps throwing himself into the grinder even when he clearly doesn't have the energy for it anymore. Why? What is it for?
Okay, so right here, where he's talking about, he's talking about essentially, you know, he doesn't understand why Koda keeps trying to make games when he clearly, like, he's out of energy for it, you know, like, and this is what has been advised to me. Like, you don't have to stream every day. Sometimes you're just not in the mood for it. It's the same thing with any art. You know, maybe you shouldn't paint today. Like, you clearly are not in the right headspace. You know, it's the same exact thing. You know, I feel anyway. Because it's been advised to me. I think, Archer, you've even advised me sometimes. It's like, dude, if you're not in the mood to stream today, maybe you shouldn't, you know? But let's see. Option 3. It doesn't matter what I say, does it? We're going to the end up there one way or another. See, like, you could be positive about it, but then it's just like, okay, yeah, it's not gonna matter. I hit 3, by the way. It still came up as deal. Perfect. Come along. I'll show it to you.
Because from my perspective at the time, and just what I knew of him, this was a result of how isolated he was. He was in his own little bubble, just sitting at his computer all day, not really showing these games to anyone, not releasing them onto the internet, and so he didn't have anyone outside of himself to connect with. He had no outlet to ground himself on.
Yeah, that right there. And, like, really, I don't know, I feel like in this case, in this moment, like, alright, Caesar, love you too. Be safe, okay? We'll see you tomorrow. But, like, in that moment right there, he's like, hey, he's isolating himself, you know, everything with that. Like, that's why all these games are being created, is, you know, he's not necessarily saying, like, oh, like, he shouldn't do this, but I think what he's saying, honest to God, is, like, you need to stop, like, trying to do this on your own. Like, it's clearly not working. This is, you gotta remember, this is 6 months where he's very clearly, like, isolating himself, he's staying away from people, like, his other games are crying for help, and then you've got this one, like, too. And what he just got done saying is, like, you know, this is where, like, hey, like, maybe you need to, like, get with your friends. Maybe you need to go out and not worry about your job for a minute. And this is what me and my friends ran into. It's why we ended up scheduling, you know, before everything went fucking south, you know, we were all working our asses off, and we eventually we were all fucking so depressed. We finally were just like, you know, we need to do something to like remind us why we're fucking doing this to ourselves. So we ended up going out, and we ended up renting a cabin, and like all three of us were out there, and it was some of the best days of my fucking life, man. And like, you know, it was what really hit like blindsided me when all of this other shit happened, because like we literally all sat there and was like, yeah, if we can have moments like this, like even if they're few and far between, as long as we know that the next one's coming, we can get through like anything. But that's what happened to the friend group, is like everybody broke apart, and like people started forgetting like, hey, like you need a reminder of why we're fucking trying to exist every day, you know, that there is like good, like it's not just work, it's not just fucking money, like there's good shit too. And I think when friends forget to be friends is where that kind of shit like goes wrong. And what kills me about this story, why this is so relatable, is you have our narrator who's clearly in, like, when I say our narrator, I mean somebody in this similar position. He wants to fucking help. Like, he clearly wants to, and it's just not working, you know. And when it came to, like, my friend, like, there was no warning. He got fired, he got some gas cans, he went to the beach, he did what he did. Like, there was no warning. Okay? So, like, in this case where you see somebody on that slow descent, and especially being somebody who, you know, off and on, I've been on that slow descent before. I know what it's like to be, like, in both sides of this, and that's what makes it, like, literally heartbreaking for me to go through, like, this. You know, and the first time I watched this was before my roommate pulled his stuff. But, yeah. If I had seen a warning sign, you know, or something, I did try to, you know, like, I remember I did try to get my, you know, my roommate out, you know, and we did go out, you know, to try to have a good time and everything, but there were so few fucking people who cared to even, like, do anything, you know. We went out to, you know, we ended up going out to a club, and we ended up going out, like, and tried to have fun, but everybody was so fucking, like, in their own little fucking world, their own little fucking bubbles, you know, like, you couldn't have fun, you couldn't meet anybody anymore. And I think that's where a lot of my depression really fucking came from. It's what was heartbreaking, you know, when, like, playing this game is like, you know, and what everybody was telling me, it's like, oh, you need to get out more, you just need to meet people. It's like, it's not as easy as it fucking sounds. You know, like, you can't just fucking go to a bar anymore and, like, start talking to somebody. You know, God forbid if you, like, do want to actually meet, like, a significant other, right? Like, if you say the wrong thing to them, your life is fucking over at this point. Like, the world's gotten crazy when it comes to technology, like, you know, with politics and everything. You don't know who you're talking to. That's the big thing that my therapist kind of, like, used to identify me is, you know, you literally are surrounded by people and feel completely alone. And that is the truth. You know, like, you know, no matter how much you vent and everything like that, you know, there's that understanding. It's where madness and genius kind of, like, when you have empathy and you realize that you will never be able to, like, understand completely what somebody else goes through, you understand nobody is ever going to understand what you are going through either, you know, and that gets really fucking hard. It does. Oh, man. But, like, hey, I recognize this puzzle. Oh, wonderful. Can you tell me how to do it? Now, keep in mind, this is the puzzle to move on to the next chapter and leave behind other shit. First, you have to open the door. See, and I find this, like, this is what I'm using as the example of, like, what you do to get through your hard times, right? And, like, the first, you have to acknowledge that you are trying to move on, right? That's initially opening the door, right? You step through, and now you're in that middle area. Okay? This is where you have to, like, this is reflection. This is where everything that just happened, you go ahead, you let it rest. You know, you figure out what it did to you, everything like that, and it's a nice place. You can't stay here forever. It's nice, but you can't stay here forever. So you reflect. You keep in mind, you know, all this stuff that happened and everything like that. But eventually you have to decide the past is the past. You know, you have to close the door. Because if you hang on to what's behind you, you're trying to drag that forward, and you can't do it. Like, you have to let go of the past to, like, get to your future. Otherwise, you're just dragging it along with you, and eventually, you're not going to be able to move because you just have too much you're trying to carry. And the last thing is like, you realize, like, this is the realization from the reflection. You can't go back. You can't open this door ever again. You've closed it. Like, the past is the past. The only thing you can do is acknowledge that you have to keep moving forward.
You can't talk yourself out of loneliness. It doesn't work that way. You can't be the one writing both the questions and the answers. Then there's no movement. Then there's no circulation. If all of your anxieties are being channeled into your work, then if the work ever fails, you have no backup and you're just going to crash.
Yeah. That one, that's what happened to me, is, you know, everything I thought was important, everything I valued and everything caved out. Like, it completely caved in, and without anything, I had nothing, you know. So you wonder what will drive somebody to sign away 6 years of their life, like, yeah. I'm completely out of ideas. Hello, is anyone there? Where am I? I need to see it to know why it stopped. Deal. Hey, I recognize this. I'm trying to find this engine that used to protect me to start it again. And that's something else he says too, you know, in there, is you can't, this is loneliness. You can't be the one writing the answers and the questions. This was me for a very long time, you know. I would reach out to friends about, like, hey, dude, I really fucking need help. Blank wall. Nothing. Would not receive help, would not receive suggestions, would not receive even fucking advice. And it's not the first time I was there. Like, the first time I was there was when I was homeless, you know. And let me tell you, like, there is a difference between, like, loneliness, like, here, where, like, hey, like, you know, I could just go outside, walk around, and I just don't want to, or, like, you know, I just, you know, I'm not meeting people online, maybe my dating site is being shitty. There is a big difference between that kind of loneliness and people literally pretending you do not exist. Like, it's where I kind of, you know, I won't lie, like, I developed, like, different personalities to keep myself company. Like, when you're homeless, it's, people don't care about you, you know, like, they literally, they will walk away, like, to the opposite side of the street just to stay away from you so they don't have to interact with you. And you think you have friends, like, right up until you don't have anything to offer them. It's what happened to me here, too. It's like, luckily I have a roof over my head this time when it happened, but, you know, I kind of gave everything I had, you know, up until, you know, the people I know around here didn't need me anymore. You know, and that's what really fucking, like, broke my damn heart. You know, and the clear identifier of that was, like, you know, because, you know, they needed help, they needed help, they needed help. Oh, man, they're my best friend, but, like, you know, not gonna lie, you know, my grandfather warned me of, like, this happening, too, you know, before he passed, but, you know, he, yeah. The second, like, I needed something, it was just like, nope, I'm too busy. You know, I'm too busy with, you know, all of these things, you know, and I often described it as, you know, fucking, you know, well, we both had an equal amount of materials, right? And, you know, I came over with my materials, and you said you wanted help building your little hut. So I helped you out with your hut, and, like, the entire time I'm doing this, I'm sleeping in a hole in the fucking ground. So, like, I helped you out with your fucking hut, okay? And now you have means to get fucking materials. So, like, come help me build my hut so I don't have to sleep in a hole in the ground anymore. And when you have your friends telling you, no, I'm too busy. I'm too busy upkeeping my hut to help you achieve the same thing. That's what made me realize people are terrible. Yeah, well, that's the thing, you know. And like I said, you know, honest to God, you know, and I'm not kidding. Like, I am not kidding when I say, like, you know, the thing that, like, actively made me, like, realize, like, hey, you know, I need to do something different is I realized if I stay here, like, I have no way to move, okay? Even with all the money, like, in the world, I don't have a way to move. I don't know where I would go. Not for a fresh start. I have two choices. I have back home or I have stay here. Military is literally the way to get the third option, you know, and that's what I'm going for, you know. I'm tired of the people nearby, and I'm tired of, you know, I don't want to go back home. That didn't work. I need a way to fucking, like, launchpad myself into a place I can actually be fucking happy, and, like, it ain't gonna happen here. Like, I see the writing on the wall. Unless my friends, in which case it's too late now, I've signed the contract, but unless, like, the friends I have, like, you know, have this completely, you know, like, change of heart, and it's just like, oh man, no, like, I was wrong to fucking, like, do this shit. And it's coming. I guarantee you, there will be a time in the future type of deal, and they'll justify it, you know, we all justify our act, they'll justify it with, like, oh, I was busy, and you went and you did your own thing, and, like, it's gonna be shitty when, like, I tell them, it's like, yeah, but, like, you could have helped me. And I would have felt like I could have stayed. But, yeah, that's where, you know, you get to that point and then you don't know what to do. And you're lonely. Like, you don't have anybody you can even fucking vent to. And every time you fucking try, they abandon you for whatever fucking reason. You know, in the last case, it was literally because, like, this girl thought that, like, you know, was using her kids to get away. She wanted to, like, I'm not dumb. She wanted out of the whole situation, you know. And that's why I don't jump into relationships. It's why when somebody, like, freaks out about wanting to meet me and wanting to get to know me and everything, no, like, because, like, they're there for a minute, and then they decide that's not what they want. And so, you know, I leave that behind. And usually at the point, you know, where I think there's a woman crying in the background. There is, huh? But well, you gotta remember, fucking Coda coded this, so, like, something about that. See, this is where I agree with our narrator, man. Like, this is clearly, like, spiraling. This is like if you came home and, like, you hear your brother or something listening to, like, Secondhand Serenade. It's like, dude, are you okay? There's no machine here. These are just words on some walls. Trust me, you'll see. You have to say that your work is fun and easy. You have to say that game development is simple and joyous and that you love it 100% of the time. Okay, making games is simple, making games is easy, making games is effortless. He was using that in the other one. Ah, that feels wonderful. But it wasn't true. Just keep talking. See, right here, this was where I really had hit, like, a breakthrough in my life. And it wasn't a fucking good one. Okay? I'm gonna tell you right now, it was not a fucking good one. In this moment, right, this entity is telling you, all you have to do is tell yourself that it's easy. Tell yourself that it's okay. Literally, you know that it's not, but, like, just keep lying to yourself. that is when I realized that for fucking years I had been doing that. I had been sitting here telling myself that I was happy, that I was content and everything, just to keep going. Just to keep one foot in front of the fucking other. And it wasn't fucking true. So, like, I couldn't fucking stand that. After I had realized it, ignorance is bliss, man. After I realized it, nothing could have ever been the fucking same. But you can't just lie to yourself like that. Now, I couldn't. I guess some people can, but I fucking couldn't. You know, I couldn't sit there believing that, like, oh no, my friends are, like, these great, amazing people who will always be there for me, even though they had proven time and time again that they weren't. You know, I couldn't sit there and say, oh yeah, like, I'm happy with my job, when, like, yeah, the money was okay, but I fucking hated the actual work. I hated fucking everybody there. Like, they were assholes. Like, they didn't want to fucking do anything and somehow kept their jobs. And then there was me who was, like, killing himself every fucking day, getting no recognition, and, like, you know, it was just shitty. I fucking hated the fucking life that I had. You know? It took finally being able to fucking, like, admit the fucking truth to myself that made me be like, I need to look for fucking something else. That's what drove me to the practice SVAB. That's what drove me to the recruiter station. That's what drove me to take the test, to MEPS, and inevitably signing that contract. And you know what? It might be a fucking hard fucking choice, but you know what? It's fucking something different. And I've stayed here long enough, and I've lamented over all of this shit, and I've suffered all of this shit long enough. It's hard to go ahead and say that, like, I would ever regret the decision, even if I fail. At least I'm trying to get out of it. When I make games, I feel completely energized. I am constantly excited and enthusiastic about my work. It is easy, it never stops being easy.
Seeing this game at the time that he made it, it looked really unhealthy to me. I was watching him do this to himself, and I hated it. I hated seeing him so trapped. It's like, video games are not worth this amount of suffering.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, maintaining one's comfort, at least for me, like, you know, and I'm gonna go ahead and just kinda, you know, sometimes I will say something about myself that does not bode as, like, a universal truth, so keep that in mind if anybody wants to try to debate anything that I say. You know, sometimes, you know, I will forget to go ahead and say, like, this is my case, but in this scenario, this one is my case. But yeah, like, this is, honest to God, this is, like, I feel like I'm re-going through what I had went through before. And really, like, understanding that I was lying to myself just to keep myself going forward. Saying it's like, oh, it's okay, I'm saving money, and I'm okay, I can be happy this way. I couldn't. It took me a long time to realize that. You know, a very long time, you know. Like, it took me a while to realize, like, I'm really not okay staying in this apartment after what my roommate did. Like, that's probably, like, been such a huge fucking weight on my shoulders without me even fucking realizing it. You know, I've spent years away from family or any kind of fucking support whatsoever, you know, and that can't be fucking good, you know. And I kept telling myself, it's like, oh, but, like, you're doing good, and, like, you're the inspiration for, like, everybody else to get out on their own, and everything like that, you know. And, like, the fact of the matter is like, yeah, like, cool, I was, and I could use it that way, but, like, was I, you know, I can go ahead and be out on my own again. It's just I wasn't happy doing what I was doing here. And realizing that there was no potential anymore. There really fucking wasn't. You know, nobody was, you know, I was trying to, like, go back to school and everything like that. Fucking, my company had the fucking audacity to tell me that, oh, well, like, our tuition program, that's only for people that, like, are in, like, higher levels from what you are. And I'm like, oh, but I'm a machine operator. I'm literally the highest level before, like, I need a degree in order to get it. So what you're telling me is you will only help people who already have a degree get a degree. And they're like, Well, when you put it that way, this is the kind of shit that you run into in the real world. And, like, I couldn't fucking believe it. And then, like, you know, having somebody almost fucking kill me at work and them not wanting to do anything about it, like... Yeah, I realized that I needed to pursue higher things. I really did. And I had been telling myself that I could live comfortably doing that. I couldn't. And honestly, like, failure at the military is... me just trying is worth more than what I currently have. Let's see. And these are what he's considering lies to himself, that he's telling himself to keep himself going forward, right? Every time I make something, I feel better about myself. Just never stop creating and you'll never feel bad. It's such a simple solution. And, like, no, like, I can honestly say, when things get bad enough, like, video games ended up losing their luster for a minute for me, and that's where I realized I was really in fucking trouble. Like, I didn't want to play games anymore. I didn't want to do anything anymore. Honest to God, like, there were some days I was sleeping for fucking over 24 hours. Like, I didn't want to get up. And it's a sad thing. It's why, you know, the whole mental health advocacy thing is like, I know for a fact I've got some shit. Like, I know for a fact I've got some shit. The military waived it, by the way. But, like, I don't know. You have mental illness that keeps you from being able to go ahead and, like, support yourself. But you need money to do that. But it also takes an exorbitant amount of fucking money to just have somebody talk to you who might not even do anything to fucking help. There's gotta be something different. Anyway. Such a simple solution. Perfect. That
This
feels
is all I really cared
fantastic.
about. And I used to get so much joy out of seeing him create. For him to suddenly become angry and frustrated like this, it was the worst thing for me.
None of this is helping. I'm going to vomit. Please, where is the machine? Patient, you have to trust me. I promise this will work. Please continue. Pain breezes effortlessly off me. Any sacrifices made for my work are worth it 100% of the time. It always pays off eventually. Yes, more. Keep
I
going.
don't know. This is what I felt at the time. I don't know how else to explain it. I wanted it to stop more than anything. I had never felt so rotten. I needed more than I had ever needed anything for this to stop.
Incredible. That's it. I'm free. I'm free.
But it didn't stop. After finishing this one, Coda takes another 7 months and comes up with a new game.
Oh, shit. Alright. Ma'am, glad to see you've arrived safely. We've captured the machine. It's waiting for you now. You can begin the interrogation whenever you would like. I intend to be quick. I intend to be quiet. I intend to be brutal. Very good. Just be warned that someone called the press, so we might have a bit of attention on this one. Also, one more thing that you should know about the machine. It calls itself Coda. Now see, this is where things start getting heavy for me, is this whole idea that this person is like, you know, this machine. It just has to keep churning out results, you know. It doesn't matter how much it's fucking breaking down. It doesn't matter fucking what's going on. Nope. All that matters, if you need to, fucking kick it. Just keep it fucking running. This is where it gets too familiar for me. because of the expectation that, like, a lot of people, like, had put on me, you know. Fucking, I had to go to college. That was just a fucking expectation. You know, I had to do shit like that. I was expected to take care of an entire half of my fucking family, though they didn't give a fuck about me. You know, I had to take care of all of these fucking things. I was just this fucking machine to everyone, and that still has continued. I'm just expected to constantly output more and more and more and more. Until, what, there's nothing left? And then what happens to me? Well, I found that out the hard way with my friends. Like, I just get fucking thrown out. And in this case, when you start seeing yourself as this fucking machine, that all you're meant to do is just keep churning out shit, like, it gets worse. This is the spiral. Like, a lot of people, they get to that first fucking ring, and it's like, oh, like, yeah, like, I'm morbidly depressed, and I'm horrible, and I can't break out of this. There's so many fucking spirals, like, lower and lower and lower before you hit fucking rock bottom. You think you're at rock bottom, you're not. Like, it can be so much worse. There are a lot of layers to this kind of shit. So, like, you know, you got somebody who's asking for help because they feel depressed type of deal. Like, there's layers to that, too. And that's where it gets fucking terrifying, is not knowing what layer they're on, because, like, they're not going to be able to tell you this. They can express it, but, like, they can't articulate what they're going through.
And of course, it's the machine.
You stopped. See, and here's where fucking, you know, now this is from his point of view. Again, it's him. It's Coda. Now he is saying he is the machine. Now he's saying all of these things, but, like, it's still him talking to himself. And this is like what me and King were talking about, where you have these debates, right? Like, with yourself. Like, you are not yourself in the debate, but it is you talking to yourself, right? You know, you stopped. You stopped feeding us. Your work was keeping us alive. Your work was keeping us healthy. Those people out there, can you imagine what pain you've put them through? It was only because of your creations that any of us could make it through every day. How could we possibly go back to trusting you to do your job? So here's what needs to happen. You need to go out there and apologize to them. You have to admit to the people that you allowed them to suffer. And the third one, I've been so alone. Like, you know, like, if you ever wonder, because I know it's been brought up, like, you know, oh yeah, like, I help people even though I know it's bad for me, it's because who fucking else would? And yeah, in a way, I kind of took that fucking responsibility on myself, but still, that's... It became expected at a certain point. Never should have been, but... And then, when you don't fucking do it, you feel fucking guilty for it. And that's not fucking okay. And the thing is, that people wouldn't give a fuck about that. You know, people just care about, like, oh, well, you're doing this thing for me. You're spending time with me. So, you know, I'll care now that you're doing that. But the second you stop, nope. So here's what needs to happen. You need to go out there and apologize to them. No, nothing. Think carefully. I know how to hurt you. I have seen the thing you fear. And this is where you start... This is where you start ripping yourself apart. And I don't mean ripping yourself apart by, like, oh, I feel kind of guilty about doing that. I mean, what is fundamentally you are attacking. You yourself are attacking. And you know why you're doing it, but you can never explain it. But yeah, imagine it, like literally threatening yourself. All right then, I will speak to them for you. And this is what hits me really hard, is because there are times that I have legitimately felt like I have changed personalities completely in order to just survive. And that's kind of what I attest a little bit to this. My followers, my friends. It falls on me to deliver bad news. The machine will not apologize to us. The machine refuses to admit that it deliberately hurt us. And see, this is where, like, if you have any kind of, like, you know, you're thinking about what's going on here, okay? Like, these things, like, the machine, man, you've run it out of everything, okay? You've relied on it so fucking much. It has nothing left to fucking give, and you're sitting here literally saying, like, oh yeah, like, it refuses to admit that it's deliberately hurt us. It doesn't fucking have enough to keep itself going. How the fuck is it supposed to fucking help you? But this is not important. We are stronger than it thinks we are. We will find a way to live without it. We do not need its games. And this is the thing, too. Like, this is not some, like, post-apocalyptic, like, food machine we're talking. This is literally just a guy trying to create video games. So this kind of depression, this kind of, like, sadness and shit, this self-fucking, like, I would consider this fucking self-harm. This can come from very basic things. And it is, to me anyway, this is the product of, like, isolation. You know, because, I mean, maybe you're talking to somebody, but you're still putting it into your work, and that shows that it's still affecting you. And, like, it's something you have to address. Like, you have to. And the fact is, it's like, you can't expect the person who's going through it to be intelligent enough to fucking diagnose themselves. You're literally using the organ you're trying to diagnose as the thing that's diagnosing it. Like, it needs to be noticed, but, like, people think that other people are not their fucking problem. Let us pay it retribution. Let us show it we are not failures. Follow me. We will destroy the machine. We will destroy everything that the machine has created. And these two, it is far better to fucking, like, I would rather have me destroyed than the shit that, like, I accomplished and the shit that I made. But I'm gonna tell you right now, like, you want to take a wrecking ball to fucking everything around you in these cases. See, this... Literally, all of this is coded. Coda, I'll make sure your work dies here. Coda, I'll make sure you are known forever. Isn't this what you're scared of? Having to live without your precious creations, having to deal with yourself?
Is becoming self-destructive. And I'll tell you, at the time that I first played this game, shortly after he made it, here's what I'm thinking to myself. I'm thinking that Code is stuck in his own head, and that it's having a very negative effect on him, and that all he needs to do is just start showing his work to people, to get some actual feedback on his games. It might get him out of isolation. And so, as I'm thinking this, I realize that I could be the one to initiate it. Because it would never occur to Coda to start actively soliciting feedback, so what if I did it for him? If he could see the difference it would make to have more actual conversations with other human beings, would that bring him out of his mental spiral? Would it give him confidence in himself? Would it bring meaning back into his work? So I started showing Coda's work to people. I took this one, and the islands which you just played, the theater, the notes, the house cleaning game, and some of the prison escape games. I brought them to people that I knew and trusted. I asked their opinions. And the great part is that they really loved his games. You know, the point of it all was just to give him some external reference point, but they genuinely loved his work. There was nothing for him to be afraid of.
Put down your weapon.
Can you see why I felt like this was the right thing to do? Because it's the thing that I always feel like I need, to be told that my work is good, that I am good. When someone really connects with a thing that I've made, when they see themselves purely in my work, there's nothing that feels better. And I got to give that very same feeling to my friend. I did something, I really felt like I'd done something good, like I was a good person. I felt like there was a friend who was in trouble and was unhappy and maybe didn't like themselves, and I could fix it. If I could give him this gift, maybe I could fix the problem. When they told me how much they enjoyed his games, it was the best feeling. It was the absolute best feeling. It made me feel so happy. So beautifully, beautifully happy. So anyway, Coda finishes this game, and then really he just kind of takes off for a while. So this is June of 2011, and I didn't hear anything from him for several weeks, I guess. And so out of nowhere, one day I get an email, and it's got a private link to a new game of Coda's. This one is called The Tower, and to my knowledge, it's the last game that Coda ever made. So let's take a look.
All right, I'm gonna run the ad because this is sort of the epic conclusion here. Okay, this is where I'm gonna tell you this one is like what cuts deep. So yeah, during the intermission, I'd say get ready for that. Are we ready for this? The right answer is obviously no, but we are here. This is Davy's last game. No, Coda's last game. Hey, I'm just saying, I turned a 1 hour game into like a 4.5 hour game, and we're still kind of going with this, man. Fuck. I hope you guys like. I know it's sad. I know it's bringing up some bad thoughts and everything like that. But I hope you guys like understand, right? Like I told you that like when it came to like the hard questions and everything like that, that like this was my contribution to what you guys were like contributing to my stuff. You know, as far as, you know, you wanted the hard questions asked, you guys wanted discussion, you guys wanted shit, and like you can't have better discussions than shit that we can all relate to. So I just want you to remember that that's why I chose this game. I hope, from the bottom of my heart, I hope that this has been a positive experience for people. Even though it's been heartbreaking, we've been sad, yes, but like I hope that this has led to a pretty exponential like growth in people. I really do. But let's see how this ends.
And this is where I have trouble saying anything meaningful about Coda's work. Because more than anything else, the tower just feels distant. It feels like it's trying to distance itself from the world. It's a very cold game.
That's a little bit of an assumption, though. Like, what makes you say that about a game? You know what I mean? That might be a little bit of, like, you know, I will admit, that might be a little bit of Davey projecting or assuming. You'll understand why here in a bit.
This room actually has a maze in it. Except that all the walls of the maze are invisible. And then every time you touch one of the walls, there's this awful flashing and noise, so the experience is really miserable. The game goes beyond not being meant to be played, it actually seems to despise the player for trying to play it at all. But I do want to show you the rest of the levels, so when you're ready to continue, press enter and I'll put a bridge over the maze.
So yeah, believe it or not, there is an actual, like, there's a solution to that maze. So, like, if you trial and errored it over and over and over and over again, you could potentially get through. But, like, I do admit, like, that does feel, now that, see, whenever I play this, I kind of, like, it changes how I think. Because now I can see why it feels like it's distance. It's a very cold game. It's like, that's not meant to be fun. Like, that's meant to fucking torture you.
And to be fair, it's not like this is the first game that's needed some modification to be playable. Like the house cleaning game. You know, that one used to actually loop the cleaning chores and you just cleaned a house forever. I had to cut it off so that you could exit the house and the game would actually end. But that game had an idea that it was actually trying to communicate. What's the deeper idea behind the invisible maze?
That it's there to fucking punish you. Like, the house cleaning forever being on a loop, I get that. The being locked in a cage for about an hour before it let you out, that was kind of rough, but, like, again, it was trying to, like, you know, it was seeing if, like, you would actually stay for that, you know. A lot of that had a point, but that there was, like, yeah. Like, that's to cause pain to whoever fucking decides to put themselves through it.
The only way past this challenge is to randomly guess the 6-digit code. Like the invisible maze, it's frustrating to me, because it's the opposite of everything else that Coda has made. It doesn't encourage thought or engagement. It doesn't ask anything of me, except a lot of my time. If I could have reached him during this time, then maybe I could have asked him, but I couldn't. I still don't really understand why this is here. I'll put the code on the ground for you here, though, so that we can move on.
Yeah, do you know, like, how many fucking times you would have to try to get this fucking code? Again, it's... Whoop, shit. If you're anything like me, some games when you can't find the passcode, you start to just brute force the motherfucker. Imagine being forced to brute force this. Dude, that almost makes me fucking nauseous to think about. So you've got a maze that you, like, is next to impossible to get through without, like, spending hours and hours and hours and, like, maximum effort trying to get through. You've got a 6-digit code that you literally, you would spend days fucking going through that.
The switch to open this door is actually on the other side of the door, meaning that it's literally impossible to solve from this side. So even if you somehow brute forced your way through the first 2 challenges, and you got to this point, there's actually just no way to progress. And it's scary for me, the idea of Coda cutting himself off entirely, just saying, that's it, that's the end of the conversation, not giving me any way to fix the problem. I feel like a failure, I guess, when I can't fix the problem. But I can open this door for you, so let me do that. Was I a failure for not understanding this game? I mean, I don't know why I would be. It's not like everything needs to have a solution, but I feel it somehow. I feel like I failed, and I don't understand why. I remember, it's June of 2011. I'm playing this for the very first time, and as I'm playing, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know this person. I have no idea who this person is. It wasn't the guy I knew, it wasn't my friend. I had come to so many conclusions from looking at all of his work up to this point, and then suddenly none of them... I had been trying to, though. That was the thing. For years I was trying to get to know him, to understand who he actually was and what he stood for. I asked him so many times to please just tell me what his games mean to him. I asked him please to tell me what the 3 dots mean. And he wouldn't.
Yeah. Tower Star Dragon. Oh, Tower Devil Star. Yeah, no. Star Devil Tower, I think is what it was. But no, like, that's... Yeah, there you go. Which means I would guess Star is probably 17. So, the solution was there if he remembered the tarot cards from the other game. But you'd have to go pretty far, and there were 2 of them that said that. But that was literally where he met Coda. Right, and then the maze, the labyrinth maze, I don't know about that one. It could have been the maze from the ship. But, like, again, it's... It's just, like, to force somebody to be like, oh yeah, remember this one moment. Like, that's like saying, oh yeah, like, you really care about me? Well, what's my favorite color? That's kind of wrong. And then there's the other side of things. I'll get into that later. But as far as Davey sitting here saying it's not like everything required a solution, what the game's meant to him and everything like that as far as Coda, no, like, this is very clearly, oh yeah, well, you gotta remember, right, like, this is, this was sent months later. The only reason that we have this is, well, according to the story, is because of Davey, right? So, yeah, Davey put this together for everybody. So, like, to actually play that specific game, it's like a throwback type of deal, But, like, to get into, like, the secret area, again, it being cold, to reward players, that's what throwbacks really were, was like, to reward players for doing something extra, and this is, no, Davey's sitting here wondering, like, if he's a failure. We'll get to why.
I just felt so strongly that if I could have connected with him, that if I could have somehow made his work my own, that I would finally be once and for all happy. It was that I needed to see myself in someone else. I needed to be someone other than me. But he stopped and left, and it felt somehow like I had failed. Where did I screw up?
Fuck. Because, see, he's talking... Like, he's starting to psychoanalyze himself now. you know, he needed to see himself in Coda. And, like, because Coda left all of a sudden type of deal. Like, I think this is... Fuck, it's hard to explain it. I think we just have to keep going. Here you go. Dear Davey, thank you for your
I'm
interest.
the reason that you stopped making games, aren't I? It's because of what I did.
I need to ask
Poisoned
you
it for
not
you.
to speak to me anymore.
I don't think I ever told you this, but when I took your work and I was showing it to people, it actually felt... it felt as though I were responsible for something important and valuable.
I wonder at times whether you think I am making these games for you.
And the people who played them, they treated me like I was important. They really listened and cared about what I had to say. Even though I was showing your work, I felt good about myself. Finally. For a moment, while I had that, I liked myself.
Too selfish in this. I wanted to help him. You've so infected my personal space that it's possible I did begin to plant solutions in my work somewhere hidden between games. If there was an answer, a meaning, would it make you happier? Would you stop taking my games and showing them to people against my wishes? Giving them something that is not yours to give, violating the one boundary that keeps me safe. Would you stop changing my games? Stop adding lampposts to them?
And then you stopped, and I didn't have anything left to show people. I just had to be with myself. And as soon as that happened, there was no feeling at all. Nothing. Less than nothing.
Would you simply let them be what they are? When I am around you, I feel physically ill. You desperately need something, I cannot give it to you. I literally do not have it. Struggling to come up with new ideas is not making me depressed. Low points are just a part of the process. The fact that you think I am frustrated or broken says more about you than about me. I realize that this doesn't make sense to you just yet. Which is fine, you're not my problem to solve. But I do hope that one day it clicks and that you make peace with this thing you are wrestling.
I'm afraid that I did something really stupid because I don't like myself.
And when you finally see what I am talking about, don't say anything. So, yeah. That's the, that's kind of the big reveal there, is, you've got Davey, who he wanted to help. You know, he really wanted to help, and, he goes out and he thinks that his friend is, like, he's spiraling, he's depressed, he's isolated, and he's trying to help, and he's asking his friend, he's asking Coda, like, what does this mean to you? Like, why are you creating this particular thing? Now, Coda won't give him the answer. Okay. And, I don't know, I feel like, you know, when Davey went ahead and showed the work to other people, thinking that, like, this is what's going to help him, to show him, like, hey, like, you should do something different. Yeah, I think that was the wrong thing. Like, the games, when somebody shares, like, a creation like that with you, that's not yours to give. They are giving that to you. But, like, it's still, like, you need to ask permission. And since Davey didn't and everything, and just started showing a bunch of people, you know, I think Davey got, like, this gratification from it that, like, you know, and I don't think it was a selfish thing. I think that a lot of people were like, "Oh, you're doing a really great thing." In his mind, Davey had the best of intentions. Like, yeah, I'm doing the okay. Like everybody is telling me I'm doing the right things, but Coda, there's a few things that could be going on with Coda, right? He could be in fucking denial about it all. Exactly. And like that's what's heartbreaking about things is even when you try to fucking help people, man, like you don't know what they're going to do with that. In this case, fucking Coda pretty much was like, "No, like you fucked up. Like I'm done." You know, in my case, I've helped people that have stolen from me. Have helped people who have turned around and come back and said they were the most grateful thing in the world. Like, the sad thing is like the people who had the most means that really didn't need the help and asked for it, I still helped, and they're the ones who acted worse. I had a homeless man who I helped out, and he came back and he gave me a Christmas card and a fucking $2 bill. But that's the thing. That goes both ways. It's like you're defending Coda right now, but who's Coda to decide whether it's right or wrong? Like that's a universal thing. You can't just use that in order to like defend a victim because like you have to use it on the victim too. You know? Like was it like completely right? Did Coda ever ask like, did Coda ever say like, "Hey, like, these are only for you?" I mean, even fucking Davey was trying to go ahead and be like, "Hey, like what does this mean?" You know? And that should be established. Like if you don't want it shared or anything, you should probably say that, you know. And I think that's where like things got really fucked up. It was just supposed to be assumed that like, hey, I'm not supposed to share this, you know. And I don't think I think even part of Davey knew that like it was wrong to go ahead and do. But the whole thing, I mean, it's kind of like me streaming. It's pretty much the exact same thing, you know. It's like if I didn't want to hit that fucking live button, but then talking me into it, it's the same thing that Davey was trying to do for Coda. Just saying. You know, it can help some people. It might not help others, but we don't know until we do it. And in this case, it came up fucking wrong. And being that person that, like, would go very far to help people who has done so, like, to go through all of this effort and spend so much time trying to, like, help this person that doesn't even fucking, that doesn't even, like, acknowledge, I mean, to spend all of this time, right? Like if you put yourself in Davy's shoes, right? And this is where it fucking kills me. You spend all of this fucking time like getting to know this person through their games and like you're interacting with them in real life too. So like how do you not know this? Like I think Coda was very much a recluse. And like I think that, cuz people are concerned about me being reclusive. So I get that what that's like. So what there is no right answer. Like this could have helped in a different person, and it clearly didn't for some other people. Like you don't know that. And the thing is like on Koda's side, it's like, don't you realize that like he was just trying to fucking help you? And then you turn it around on Davey and say like you've got this massive problem, and that's really fucked up if you ask me. And like I get for like this isn't like oh hey you're bad for my mental health so like this was one fucking thing that happened. And mind you, we don't know that like the years of like correspondence and the years of their interactions or anything like that, but that's where it's just kind of like there should have been some correspondence. And if Coda is only giving it to Davy, they obviously were close. So like why was this unknown? Like why was any of this unknown? And like just that entire email, like when you figure it out, like don't say anything, is just like what is he supposed to figure out? You know, one day it'll click, this thing that you were wrestling. You know, and it's just like, what? I mean, what are you supposed to figure out here? That, like, maybe don't help anybody? Like, don't help unless somebody asks for it? That's how people fucking do shit they regret. I don't know what he's supposed to figure out, and that's the sad thing, because it's like...
That's why I'm releasing this collection of your work, is because I haven't been able to find any other way to reach you. I've tried everything. And so a part of me has hope that if I put this compilation out into the world, and if I put my name on it, that maybe enough people will play it so that it'll find its way to you, so that I can tell you that I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. If I apologize to you truly and deeply, will you start making games again? Please, I need to feel okay with myself again. And I always felt okay as long as I had your work to see myself in. I mean, is something wrong with me? Because I know that I did an awful thing, and I'm doing it again right now. Like, I'm showing people your work, but I can't stop myself from doing it. That's how badly I need to feel something again, like I'm an addict. There has to be something wrong with me. Can I apologize? What if I tell you I was wrong? Will that work? Will that fix it? I don't know. I don't think it will, but there's nothing else that I can do. Just tell me what you want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, start making games again. Please help me. Please give me some of whatever it is that makes you complete. I want whatever that wholeness is that you just summoned out of nothing and you put into your work. You were complete in some way that I never was. And I want to know I want to know how to be a good person. I want to know how not to hate myself. Please. I'm fading, and all I want is to know that I'm going to be okay.
That's fucking rough, ain't it? And that's where... shit kinda hits home. Like...
More love, more praise, more people telling me that I'm good. Always more. It's like a disease.
It's where I was getting into, like, it's never enough. The things that you think you want, it's never enough. And when you think that you have, like, if you had the epitome of fucking happiness, you would just want more of that fucking thing. And, you know, you're right, it's not fair. And, like, when it comes to, like, a lot of the people, like, I help and everything, you know, they even treat it as help. It's not even a fucking bad thing. It's just, you don't have anything to offer anymore, so they just fucking go. You know, and... I don't know, I will admit that shit with, you know, my family really fucked me up. Like, I think it's probably why I help so many people is, like, you know, I'm just programmed to believe that the only use I'll ever be is, like, in helping people. You know, so that's why I even take the personal costs upon myself, you know. So yeah, I relate very heavily to this game, and I've gotten better. You know, and that's, you know, like, this game is sad for me because it takes me back, you know. I'm holding it back. I'm good, but I'm holding it back. But like, you know, it takes me back to those times beforehand where it's like, you know, when you take a look at how much I sacrificed, like, for, you know, my mom, how much I've sacrificed for, you know, just my friends, and then you kind of realize, like, how much you got back. And you're not supposed to help people. I get that. You're not supposed to help people with the idea of getting something in return, but I don't think anybody who knows my situation can ever possibly say that, like, it's justified what happened to me. And that's hard. And as far as, like, yeah, like, it's not fair, but, like, you do grow. Like, you really do. And that's why I urge people to keep moving forward no matter what they're trying to, say is the reason that they don't. Whatever fear or any doubt. Because, you can be the best person in the fucking world. You can be the best fucking person that, like, humanity has to offer. And it can turn out shitty for you. There's no... There's no, there's no changing that. You don't control that. Your only choices are to, like, deny helping anybody, in which case, okay, cool, now you're alone, and, like, you're, a selfish person, or you keep on helping everybody, and you just take your licks, And I've learned to only help when, like, at this point, I've learned to only help when, I'm willing to accept whatever consequences will come from helping people. But it is a path of learning. And like I said, I wanted to share this with everybody to kind of, give them that window into me, why a lot of this means how, like, as much as it does, Oh, fuck. It's just dry eyes. But, no, it's, I want to do something special for everybody who, they've shared themselves and everything, and I always seem, the happy guy and everything like that, and it's, I do tell stories, and I always tell this very, like, positive thing, but it doesn't happen overnight. And it is a continuous choice to see things the way that I do. And that's what I'm trying to pass on to kind of everybody. If you want to be a good person, it's not, you don't choose to do that one time. If you want to choose to do something great, you can't say you're going to do that one time. If you're going to do something massive, it's something you choose not even every day, not every hour, but that's every fucking moment, And you're allowed to be weak at times. You are. You can have doubts, you can have fears, but, like, you have to find a way to realize why you made the decision in the first place, why you kept making it all this time, and why to keep on making it in the future. And, like, when it comes to, like, what happened with Coda and everything, it can go both ways. Like, people, like, Davey putting out his games and everything like that, like, if that shattered your fucking passion, man, how passionate were you really about it? That's the question I kind of ask. And I get, like, I get being embarrassed, I mean, obviously, I put myself here every day, and it seems sometimes, like, the whole point is to embarrass myself. But, like, people tell jokes about me all the time on here. It doesn't stop me from hitting, like, the button, So, like, I don't, and as an artist, I get it's, expressing yourself, Me doing this is expressing myself, And I know a lot of people do it, like, in a different way, right? They do it to get their emotions out, and maybe it's something you want to go ahead and hide, Like, for instance, my music, right? Like, I won't share my music with people. I mean, like, for kind of the same reason, but if somebody, say, like, recorded it and then put it out there, I would be like, oh, well, you're an asshole, haha, laugh it off and walk away, So I guess the reaction from Coda is, like, massive, and especially seeing, like, Davey and Coda, if they were really close, like, why wasn't this fucking established? Like, how did Davey not know that this was important to him? And the thing is, I'm pretty sure Davey did know, right? Like, if we're talking in the context of the story, right, Davey would know that, like, this was important, but that's probably why he did it, is because, like, just to give him that extra push out of the fucking nest, and obviously it fucking backfired, and I think it got carried, I think he got carried away, like, everybody sat there telling him that he's doing, like, this really good thing, and, And the reality is, it was. Like, you know, it was a huge fucking risk, and I don't think that was even acknowledged. Not by Coda. And like, yeah, it's not Davy's thing to like put out there, but you should like there should still be the understanding of the intentions that were there, you know. And I think it hits harder for me, and I think it hits, you know, I think it hits on that, like, you know, why I argue the point against, you know, Coda is because I'm kind of on the opposite end, where like I did things that were very clearly good, and for me, it was never acknowledged, you know. And that's why I'm kind of biased, right? And I can't really help that, you know. Like I can empathize with like why Kodo would feel hurt, but not to that fucking extent, you know. And I don't think I'll ever see it that way. And that's just how our experiences shape us, you know. Oh, but you know, I do think that it is better to go ahead and put your stuff out there. You know, I really do. And obviously Koda would disagree with me, but I do think that when you are expressing yourself in severely dark ways, though, I think that's going to lead to concern. I think any friend would be concerned in that way, and I think Davey kind of deduced that like it was because of Koda's work, and like he said, if people just saw it and people gave him actual feedback on it, that would help him create more games because he realized how much people loved it. Because that's what's kept me streaming. Like, you know, it did start out with it was just like, oh yeah, like I'm doing it anyway. I might as well just do it to, you know, put it out there for people and like, you know, who knows? Like maybe, you know, I'll admit, you know, I did have the like momentary. It's like, well, at least, you know, I'll make money doing it, you know. And that's all it was at the beginning, was like, hell, why not? You know, we'll see if, like, I'm good enough to, like, have people, like, pay me for it. But I started it, and it became so much fucking more than that, you know. And it is important to me, and it, you know, I don't know. It's something where you want people to know about it. So if people took, like, what I've done and they share it, that's what I want. You know, I want people to do that. You know, I mean, I don't know. What would be the equivalent thing here, right? Like, I don't know, maybe people being embarrassed to be a part of it? You know, hide it or something like that? I don't know, I'm trying to empathize here to figure that one out, you know? But, I don't know, I think what's happened with, like, Davey is, like, kinda what I had gone through, where you feel like you're broken, man. You really do. And it's not, you know, in this case for fucking Davey, it's, you know, what Coda has done that makes him feel like broken and everything. And it's, you know, actions have consequences, you know, and in my case, you know, it was the loss of a lot of friends and a lot of family, you know, for really shitty fucking reasons, you know, shit that's not fucking justified. And I know it's not justified, but still hurts, you know. But to put the positive swing on things is like, yeah, like shitty things do fucking happen. And like, you could find a way to go ahead and like still continue forward. You could find a way to like justify these things like to yourself so that you could keep going forward. And the trick is like, you have to find a way to do that without lying to yourself. You know, if you're sitting there constantly saying, oh yeah, like I'm this good person, but you know, like, universally, you are not doing good things. Like, that's not gonna help you. You need to take that hard look in the mirror, you know? And, like, looking in the mirror for myself, it was like, you know, I wasn't a confident person. I was very weak. I wasn't willing to do anything. I was letting a lot of people take advantage of me. And the reason I was doing that was because I just wanted people to be around, you know? And like I went years perfectly okay with just being by myself. Like, you know, I was very isolated before I started streaming. In fact, part of why I started streaming was kind of to be like, okay, yeah, like I'm going through all of this shit by myself, and like, you know, I've reached the epitome of what I can do on my own, you know, and like it's time to start sharing that, you know, and maybe help other people, you know, and I think, you know, one of the big reasons why I did want like something emotional like this was to kind of show, you know, it's like it's not easy to follow the advice that I give. It's not. This took years of heartache. This took years of being abandoned and like learning the hard way. And it's one of those things where like you wouldn't wish this on your worst fucking enemy. So it's like, hey, like hopefully if these stories, you know, help people, good God, if it helps one person to avoid this shit, you know, what I have to go through trying to rebuild everything is like, fuck, you know, I hope it helps people avoid that. I hope it gets people pushed in the direction of like, hey, like don't make the mistakes I did and like pursue what you want to now before it's too fucking late and you find that you have to sacrifice way fucking more, you know. The growth and progress you made so far as someone in the early stages of trying to accept and move on. I appreciate that. And like you know, like I've been saying, you know, accepting and moving on is not, you know, there you will find a lot of words about it and it's easy to fucking write those words, it's easy to read those words, but it's executing them, acting on them, taking them to heart. That is that can seem like an impossible task at times, you know, but you have to keep one foot in front of the other, you know. It's you don't have a choice. Like you literally, it was said in this game, you know, like moving is how you stay alive. Oh. Fuck. I'm recovering. The point is to be sincere here. It's dude, it's like I said, some of my favorite lyrics, like I shared them earlier. Sometimes it's the ones who try to help that hurt the most, you know. And I think people get it twisted, you know. There's, you know, when people are trying to like help you out and everything like that, you know, it's especially with the major shit, you know, it might not be because they have a whole lot to go ahead and give. They just know what it's fucking like. That's why, you know, in the case of like say Caesar and everything, like you know, a lot of times it comes up, you have to know the dark to appreciate the light, you know, and I've had pretty good experience with both sides of that, you know. All right. Well, let's fucking finish this, shall we? Oh, God.
Solution. 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 I guess if someone had told me ahead of time that he just really enjoyed making prison games, maybe I wouldn't have thought he was so desperate. I wouldn't have told so many people that he was depressed. Maybe he just likes making prisons.
And see, that's where you have to get into really, like, you know, that's like in sort of like, if you see somebody, like, you guys all saw that game, right? You see that, you're gonna think, like, hey, there's something wrong here. You know, but what's the alternative? Maybe he's just has a very depressive personality? Like, how is that any kind of fucking outcome to come to?
Even now, the disease is telling me to stop. Don't show people what a shitty person you are. They'll hate you.
God. Like, that one right there. Like... No matter how good of a person you are always worried about whether people will see you that way, you know? Like, if you have a good project, you don't have to sell it. And a lot of people have met me at this point. They all tell me I'm good, but... I don't know. There's a lot of people who tell me otherwise, too, by their actions. And that's where shit gets really hard. Oh, God. You know, it's why, like, I can really relate to, like, Davey in this, because it's just, like, in his case, he had a ton of people telling him he's this great person for what he's doing. He's got one person that he cares about, telling him, no, you're not. You are an asshole for what you fucking did. You know, and in this case, you know, I've got people on both sides of that fucking line for me. And that's, you know, like, yes, like, everybody I have run into, you know, like, has always been like, hey, like, you know, it's literally, like, you were doing everything right, you're a good person, you're an awesome person. But then, you know, it's like, it's almost like a battlefield, man. There's, like, this line, and everybody's, like, playing tug of war, because on the other side of that, you've got fucking my family who's, you know, fucked off and pretty much, like, has completely ignored me, like, for pretty much years. You've got, you know, all the friends who, like, I've helped, but they've just stolen from me, and it's one of those, like, you know, it's easy to put into text, like, why do bad things happen to good people and everything, but when it happens to you, there's no explanation that's ever going to fucking make sense to you.
My life depended on finding something to be driven by other than validation. What would that even be? It's strange, but the thought of not being driven by external validation is unthinkable. Like, I actually cannot conceive of what that would be like.
And that's where I think maybe I'm a little bit ahead of the game when it comes to Davey and everything, is, that's why I tell people, it's like, you know, you don't, if you're lonely, and you think, like, you need a relationship, and that's what's gonna make you happy, you think that you need somebody else, you know, and that's it, you just need somebody else, and that's all it's going to take to all of a sudden shift your fucking life around, man, I hope you learn, like, it's, you have to love yourself first, like, that is where that comes from. You can't expect somebody to love you if you don't love you. And if you're looking at yourself and you can't find a single positive thing, then you're lying to yourself. You're in some kind of fucking headspace. Because, like, you've made these choices. Like, everybody has made choices because they thought they were doing the best thing that they possibly could at the time. Okay? Like, you will justify your own choices. If you're looking for shitty things to find about yourself, you'll find them. Like, you gotta look for the good things, right? Like, being honest is not always just being down about yourself. But you have to be honest about yourself. And that's where you pick out, like, hey, here's a character flaw that I really don't like. How can I change that? Oh, here's you know, here's a weird thing that I do that I really want to work on, type of deal, you know? That's how you improve yourself as a person, you know? You have to be your own biggest critic, but you also have to be your own biggest fan. And yes, like, having somebody there to validate you is good, but it shouldn't be necessary. Not for your happiness. If you're relying on somebody else, that's a lot of trust to put in someone. And especially if you don't have that person in your life right now, like, you're relying on somebody you don't even fucking know. It's an idea of somebody, really. And that's, you have to find it in yourself to improve yourself. Somebody is not going to come in and make you a better person. They can tell you how to look for it. They can help you out with the change, but, like,
What now?
that has to come from you.
think I need to go. And I'm sorry, because I know that I said that I would be here and I would walk you through this, but I'm starting to feel like I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot that I need to make up for, and so I'm just gonna...
It's okay, Davey. I feel like that at the end of almost every one of my emotional streams. You don't really know how to make your exit. Just deep breaths, guys, one foot in front of the other. And I like this. The way this game is set up is it gives you those times to really let things settle, let things digest, really let you mull it over and think about shit. This game is only like $7. Mind you, you're gonna get the same story and everything. I've literally given you all the content it has to offer, but I'm happy I bought this. This is something I'm gonna come back and play later on too. Like later on in life, and I'm gonna keep remembering every emotional fucking thing I went through because of this fucking game. Because that's the thing, like, I talk about how, like, you need to go ahead, like, you have to leave it behind. Like, you can go ahead and you can remember this shit. You know, like, you have to. You know, it's just, there's a difference between carrying it with you, like fucking baggage, and just remembering that you went through it. There's a very big difference. Oh yeah. I'm glad you shared this with us. This was my first time hearing about it. But yeah, like, definitely. In the future, I'll go through different things, and I'll see it again, and I'll remember what I went through here, and be like, oh wow, like, I remember this part was really hard, and, like, I'll probably fucking cry like a baby there too, you know, at certain parts. You know, remembering, like, you know, just what I had, like, made it through, and, you know, like, right now, I'm remembering the first time I watched this and how different everything was. Like, I wasn't doing the military thing, and I thought I had everything down pat, and I removed everybody except for a couple of my closest friends, and, like, you know, now, you know, those closest friends, they've moved on, and, you know, I've started streaming, and I'm doing this thing with the military now, and there's so much that is fucking different. You know, but I'll... Then when I do this again, I'm gonna remember both those times, and like it's going to be, you know, it's gonna be a fun thing. This is one of those door puzzles for me that I'm gonna be able to come back, and I always have a way to remember these aspects of my life. It's a very simple thing to do an extremely complex idea. But this is the second game. Right here where there's that bug. Would you sacrifice yourself for everybody else? But there is so much more that than you can possibly understand. And it is. And that's the thing, is it's all a matter of choices. You don't know what your choice is going to lead to until you actually make it, you know. Davey didn't know Koda was going to act that way, but he had, like, good intentions. It's up for you to decide whether he did the right thing or not. Now, obviously, you're gonna, you know, if you're looking at it from the side of like Coda and everything and his reaction, you're gonna say no, he didn't do the right thing. I think by and large, most people would have done the same thing in Davy's position. And in this case, Davy's completely fucking wrecked over it. You know, you look at a situation like mine, for instance, and it's, you know, how could I have possibly known that half of the things that, you know, I did would lead to everything?
Turn back from this cave. You said,
The project would not have been possible without the following individuals.
let me keep going. But the cave goes for miles and miles. And you're so tired. But I know that you're strong. So turn back. Turn back.
Oh, God. If you ever wonder why I don't, like I said, you know, there's a reason why I keep some of my more heartfelt things a little bit of a secret, man. Like, it's... This is one of those, like, very hidden gems that, like, you kind of have to know about it. Because I don't think a lot of people have ever heard about this game. And, It really does. Like, this is something that spurs talking points I feel we need to have, you know, and mind you, the shit with fucking politics nowadays is so ridiculous when there are very clearly more pressing things when it comes to like mental health that we should be talking about and how to help people through things like universally. We're too busy fighting against each other and everything like that and finding wrong in everything that everybody else does. You know, scares me sometimes thinking about where the world's going to be in like 10 years or so. But this game is, like I said, this is one of those heartfelt things. I hope you agree that like I did not oversell this in like any way. In fact, given everybody's fucking reaction, man, I think I might have undersold it. Like I feel a little bit bad. You know, Jess was crying there for a minute. Archer's probably a blubbering mess right now. God, I hope Caesar's okay. I don't know where to start. I just want to say a million thank yous for being so open and trying. Thank you, Jess. I do appreciate that. Like, it makes me sad to think, like, what this channel could have been if, like, I had started streaming beforehand, you know? And maybe I could have made this, like, a full-time thing. Like, I would have loved to have been able to help people like this, you know? And I'm hoping that at the end of my military career, I'll be able to come back and I'm going to be able to do this, man. Like, I really didn't know how important this was to people, until I actually started doing this. And like I said, it started out with like, fuck, I played video games anyway, you know, like I might as well try to make a little bit of money doing it. And it has turned into, for the love of fucking God, man, like day one of me streaming, if you would have asked me what I thought it would turn into, like, the Hellfire Tavern would not have been on the radar. I would never have thought that so many people would have come together to, like, help each other out like this. I never imagined other streamers wanting to be such a huge part of it. I never imagined anybody really fucking, like, that I would meet doing this would call me, you know, and talk to me for, like, 2 hours. In the case of, like, Steph and everything like that. You know, like, it's amazing the kind of people that I met and everything, and, oh, fuck, here it comes again. Fuck. Oh. But no, everybody who has come, you know, to this channel has, like, become very important to
And you know, I do worry. You know, I try to keep everybody in a good mood. It's heartbreaking whenever they're having a hard time and everything like that. You know, ah, I'm really happy that I did stream, even if it was only for a little while. You know, it made me realize that people need others who are willing to share like the real shit that they've gone through, not, you know, for any kind of clout, not to try to get attention, not to use it as a fucking crutch, not to fucking, you know, beat somebody over the head with because they, you know, somebody happened to say the wrong thing and couldn't have possibly known that they had done so. Like, they just need somebody to be real, to say, like, hey, like, I've been through hell too, like, you can make it through too. And, like, that's... I'm happy I've been able to spread that, you know. I'm also kind of happy, you know, it's terrifying, but I'm happy I could kind of, like, live my own preachings, I suppose, when it comes to, like, taking massive risks and, everything. And, like, I use streaming as the fucking massive risk for people, and, like, I'm getting ready to go fucking, do military shit. uh, you know, but no, streaming was the massive fucking risk, you know. Uh, but no, the future is scary for everybody, you know. And, like, a lot of people, you know, me included, I'll sit there with a smile on my face, like, yeah, use me example, look at me, like, I made it through, you know. It's to motivate people, you know. Because, like I said, it took somebody motivating me to stream. You know, it took somebody motivating me to do the military stuff. It took a lot of people to put all this together. And it's cool. If it wasn't for, you know, starting this, if it wasn't for doing things exactly the way we did them, like, this wouldn't exist right now. And that's absolutely crazy to think about for me. Is, like, everything had to happen exactly as it did, you know. And that's where, you know, uh, if there's any if there's anything that I would say is, like, the most valuable thing that I learned, is it's the mentality that where I currently am is exactly where I'm supposed to be right now. Ugh. Where I'm going to be in 2 months is going to be exactly where I'm supposed to be at that time. And in 2 years, and in, you know, 20 years, you know. But yes, I hope that everybody, hold on. Let me clean myself up real quick, okay? Oh god, I'm a fucking mess. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. This fucking game, man. Believe it or not, a silent voice is worse. Like, I won't talk as much during that, but, I'll definitely bawl my eyes out worse. But, but yes. We've, that's gonna be the last game I do for, 2024. You know, and I'm happy that, let's see, I can only imagine that being worse. You can even watch the movie. Exactly. Oh, I can watch it by myself, just probably not with other people. You have an inner fire, keep pushing for you. Yeah. Oh, trust me, I know, I try to tell people that are, like, afraid, you know, That, you know, there's no courage without fear and everything like that. And I see, like, excitement and fear are like the same thing for me. Like, the more afraid I am, like, the more excited I get to just see what will happen. And I wish I could give that to people, like, that sense. Just like, you know, knowing that they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing right now. Because, like, I do want people to achieve their full potential, and a lot of people get held back, you know, just by fear and doubt, you know, and I do give it to Quincy as far as, like, teaching me that one with the hammer and chisel. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, Quincy is one of my favorite TikToks to watch, one of my favorite content creators. Like, everything he does is just so fucking heartfelt, you know. It saved me a few times, man. Like, he did a couple on, like, self-care with his observatory. If you go and you watch some of his videos, you know, I think it begins with, I've heard you're an adventurer who, like, helps everyone but doesn't take the proper time to, like, help himself. Dude, that one right there, I saw that for the first time, and yeah, I cried. At this point, I think, you know, me crying isn't, like, a big deal. I think it's starting to, like, people are starting to realize it happens pretty often. But, no, Quincy's Tavern, like, taught me a lot of stuff, like, as far as self-care, and, you know, I'm trying to pass those messages on, what I've learned, what helped me through my stuff, because, you know, it's the same thing that I'm terrified of, like, you know, admitting to, you know, my father, actually, is, like, you know, I don't know how I lasted this long, and I don't know why things work out for me like they do, you know, and it's, you know, I guess you could call it karma, I suppose, but it's, I don't know, it's weird. You know, I don't know how to, like, you know, I will be the first to admit, I don't know how to, like, take care of myself, like, too properly. Like, I do the best I can, you know, people are worried about me staying on my own, you know. I do deal with mental illness, and it's just like, fuck, like, look at all the shit I'm about to try to do, and you know, I was successful in school. I was successful in, like, everything I've done, and I don't know how it works. I really don't. I wish I did, you know, I wish I knew, like, that secret ingredient, but, you know, the stream popping off, like, even Archer has admitted, like, he doesn't know how I've gotten so fucking lucky, you know, and I don't know either, you know, I really don't. It's why, you know, it's like I chalk it up literally to I'm just doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, you know, and I follow my heart with everything, you know. And all I can hope for really is, you know, like I said, as far as the streaming, I don't care if it makes me money anymore or, like, if it turns into a big thing, at least not yet, you know. Maybe later on if it did, I would love to do this full time and help people and all of that, but, um, right now it's not, you know, kind of what's important, you know. Like, I hope that the tavern keeps going, and I hope that, you know, when people, you know, because Steph is gonna go far with her shit, and I think everybody who I've, like, pushed to go ahead, you know, I think Caesar's writing is gonna fucking take off, and I think, you know, I think Archer's streaming is gonna take off, you know, oh no, McSpay, you know, Bark, fucking, RSVP, Dionysus, like, just everybody who's, like, helped me out, everybody who's part of that channel, man. I hope to God, like, you know, when people are wondering, like, how the Hellfire Tavern started, you know, I hope I can come back and people, like, realize it's like, oh shit, that's Infrit. That's the guy that did this, you know, and, like, you know, I get to hear, like, hearing how this helps people, man, is amazing, cause in the very beginning of all this, I honest to God thought that I would be doing this and no one would care. I wouldn't have a single viewer, nobody would tune in, and, like, I've got such a huge, like, group of great people. But anyway, I think it's time for me to kinda do some reflections of my own. That's what this always is for me. I'm gonna say, if you guys need somebody to talk to and everything like that, like definitely reach out, you know. I do have Discord on my phone now, so yeah, feel free to message me. Don't worry about me. I go through this pretty frequently, you know, but this was not meant to make anybody feel bad or anything like that. I hope that is realized. Like, yes, we went through some emotional things, but this was meant for growth. This was meant to contemplate things, and you know, this was meant for growth. You know, we do have to take a look at ourselves, and we do have to look at ourselves in you know, that's what I'm after, is like improving other people's lives. You know, I'm not. I know that it hurt. I know it was emotional and everything like that. I think this particular recommendation of mine was I was just about to do that, by the way. But like I said, I mean, well, let me ask you this, because I know this probably has affected you guys, and I know what your answer is, but you know, are you happy that, like, we went through this? Because I know it probably brought up bad memories and everything like that, but, you know, the point was to find, you know, that inner strength and everything. You know, to like realize that shit might be bad, why shit might go bad, and maybe give you guys ways to look at things differently. Because yeah, this was not easy for me, and like this did depress me for a while when I first played this. It's a good pain. It builds character. Oh, alright. So yeah. Then in that case, I have no regrets. Oh god. I think maybe we will need to, when we do this video for YouTube, we are going to need to maybe put a disclaimer that, like, this is going to be really rough. So, like, yeah, we should warn people ahead of time, but anyway, I am pretty tired. I kind of want to go for a walk, think about some things. I'll go ahead and, while I'm out for my walk, I'll try to respond to the DMs and everything like that. My phone's been blowing up, so I know it's about this, like, a few times, so, but yeah, I'll get to that when I can. Hey everyone, I see I joined at the perfect time. Hey Jess, hey Archer. Oh god, you're just joining in. There, I'm pretty sure we're all emotionally fucking, like, wrecked right now, man, so, God, you'll have to check it out. Thank you for. Yeah. See you later, Jess. Yeah, Nether. We just finished up the beginner's guide. I am tired and emotionally fucking drained, man. I've been bawling my eyes out for probably the past hour, and I'm sure everybody else has too. Yeah, sorry to make you cry at the office, Jess. Oh, I feel kind of bad for that one. But I'm happy that you were happy to go through it, and I'm happy you joined in for us. Like, welcome back, by the way. I hope you choose to stay around for a minute. Then go get some well-deserved rest. Gotta do whatever you gotta do. But yeah, Netherian, this is going to go up on YouTube. I highly recommend. You know what? I'm just gonna play through again just for you. I'm kidding. I can't fucking do that so soon. This is gonna go up on YouTube. It's no problem, Jess. Like I said, I hope you. I'm glad that you came back. When you did, I'm glad that you joined in on all this. You were one of the first ones of the channel, so yeah. Like, I'm glad you came back. You know, I'm happy that you got to see like how much it's grown. But yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna take off and reevaluate some things. Netherian, definitely. If you want a fucking emotional roller coaster, yeah. Feel free to DM me as you're going through it if you want. It was a rough ride, man. And like I'm gonna warn you, like everybody was in tears for this. but that was my contribution to the really heavy hitting games. And from what everybody's told me, mine wins. Dude, no, like, honestly, Archer, I think you and I both need to kind of, like, get our heads back on straight. In fact, I'm gonna go right now, because, like, I will never shut up and leave if I don't do it now. So I'm forcing myself to go. If you need to reach me, feel free to DM me. Feel free to put it in general, you know, if it's something, you know, that you need, like, private, DM me, you know. But the tavern is a self-sustaining thing. Reach out to each other. But I am there for you if you need it. But my name is Infrit, and thank you for joining me on this adventure. And I really hope this did help you guys out and gave a pretty wide window on like who I am and why I'm the way I am. So, you know. I want to tell y'all, be safe out there. Be nice to each other. I'll see you in the next one. Love y'all.